Test 1, Test 2, Test 3.
There's some music going on. That's what we're seeing now. Classic.
I probably can't function all the way because it's boosting that noise.
1, 2, test. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Would you mind looking at the levels on the camera and also the levels on the live stream box?
Exploding.
Oh, good.
Everything is exploding. Is that good?
No, explosions are good. Test one, test two.
It's much better.
Testing 1, 2.
So I'm on manual on 1. Can you talk again?
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. I don't think that there's a way to turn it down without making the room really quiet. Test 1, test 2. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
I'm like on manual, very low.
Okay. All right. What does it look like on the box over there? It's input 1 or camera 1 audio. Test 1, test 2. Test 1, test. Yep. Test 1, 2. Okay. I'm going to go now that I've been talking for a little bit. We should be on about a 30-second delay. Walk around to the room. So you want to do that too? So you can hit a room and I'll hit a room. Test 1, test 2, test 1, 2.
Hey gentlemen, it's Jack. I'll try to call you on your cell. I need the license plate number for the Honda, if you have that handy. Thanks, bye. 276
Victor William.
TVW.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Thanks, you too. Good luck.
Bye.
Test.
So these are both BD level, they come up one. Oh no, you're a four. No. Audio test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello, audio. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. More?
I think that's okay. It's a lot better. I'll go listen again in that other room.
Should we come with you?
Sure.
More test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
It was a little open that box, so I think what's going to happen now though is it's going to be really noisy.
Appeared to be
Yeah,
working,
the
so.
technology part of it, I'm leaving to people who are better at that than
Right.
me, but, Steve and I were involved in some like advanced, and it's just great, you know,
Nice.
so that way everybody's not running around today and trying to. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not sure, I think they're gonna set like food stuff out there for lunches, and so if these doors are locked, they won't be able to get to the food.
I know from the outside. Good morning. Welcome. I'm just the warm-up show this morning, so I thought we'd go ahead and get started. First, thank you for coming today. Weather was a little bit of a surprise. I just spent the weekend with my daughter in Tampa, so the weather is a little different than it was in Tampa, but it's nice to be back in Colorado. Again, thanks for coming this morning. As we will do throughout the day, as we have our primary speakers throughout the day, they'll be simulcast in the other rooms. And I'll talk about which rooms those are, but for your information, B, E, and F will simulcast throughout the day, so you can see presentations in those rooms as well. We do have a full day plan for you. We're excited about the day. This is our 8th conference. I can't believe it's been 8 years that we've been holding these conferences, and each year gets a little bit better. But as I always say, it is based on the fact that we have such great partners, both as vendors and as local and state government folks, that we work together on this. And I will talk a little bit later this morning about what does that model look like working together. If you look at your program, there'll be a couple of things there. It'll tell you how to log on to Wi-Fi if you need to use Wi-Fi in this building. In addition to that, if you're an electronics kind of person, you can load My Events to Go, and it's got the entire schedule. You can put that on your cell phone, and it will be up to the second updated in terms of what the schedule. Hopefully, we don't have any major changes throughout the day. We are offering food throughout the day in room 1C. So if you need a little snack anytime during the day, visit 1C, and there'll be some food in that room for you. We'll have box lunches around noon. This time there'll be 2 locations, and people will be directing you to those. So hopefully the wait in line will be very short to get a boxed lunch, but we'll have two locations that box lunches will be available. This is the first year we've had a quote-unquote professional speaker come to speak to us. Tim O'Shea is going to be speaking to us at noon. He really deals with change. He's also somewhat of a comedian, so I think you'll enjoy his presentation. It should be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to it. And then, as we do at the end of all of our events, we award our mini grants, and that'll start around 4:45 in the rotundum. There'll be some snacks again there, and maybe an adult beverage or 2, so you're welcome to join us for that as well. After a day of tech, you're probably ready for an adult beverage or 2. I do want to thank our vendors who absolutely make today possible. They help us with adult beverages, they help us with meals and snacks throughout the day, and we really couldn't do what we do every year without our vendors. So I want to thank our silver and gold sponsors this morning. That's Colorado Interactive, Istonish, Tempest Nova, Granicus, Reuben Brown, a new vendor for us, Revision, Highland, 5.9, Form Assembly, Salesforce, Entero CRM, and Google. If you get an opportunity throughout the day and see one of our vendors, please help me thank them for making today possible. In addition to that, in 1C, where you'll find both vendors and food, there is a bingo card. Get your bingo card filled out throughout the day with our vendors, and then the evening in our grant presentation, we'll award 3 lucky winners some pretty interesting prizes. We'll talk in a minute about what those prizes are. Must be present to win. Last year, I think we drew about 4 or 5 folks who would have won an award or a prize had they been there, but they weren't, so they didn't get the prize. That's no fun. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about SIPA not too long As I said, this is our 8th annual conference, and we couldn't do it without our sponsors. It just would not be possible for us to put on this kind of event without our sponsors. Folks who, as you know, SIPA got started in 2004, and we've been serving state and local government since that time. And in a minute, I'll talk about a model. I really talk a little bit about not too long what it is we do. As I said, this is our 8th annual conference. And we couldn't do it without our sponsors, and so I'll go off talking points, which usually drives better folks. But we'll talk. As you know, SIPA got started in 2004, and we've been serving state and together a government statement since that time. And in a minute, I'll talk about a model. I want to talk a little bit about, I really like the way it reads, not too long. What it is we do, as I said, this is our 8th annual conference, and we couldn't do it without our sponsors. Last year, I was talking points to focus on folks, but we'll talk. As you know, SIPA got started in 2004, and we've serving together a government statement since that time. And in a minute, I'll talk about governed by a board, as you know, I really like the way it's state and local government is. We do, as I said, this is our 8th annual conference, and we couldn't do it without our sponsors on our board. Last year, I was talking points to focus on folks, we'll have you got started in 2004 next year, so we're together a government statement since that time. Currently, we're serving 438 governments across the state of Colorado, and you can kind of see a breakdown of what these are numbers in terms of that. So currently, special districts number-wise is the largest group that we serve. About 42% is a special district. But it's spread throughout school districts, higher education, et cetera. Okay. You know, people say, well, you only serve people in the Front Range. So you can see how governments are spread across the state of Colorado, east, west, north, south. We serve a local government in every corner of the state of Colorado. So we talk about our model and why is it that governments could use us. First of all, if you are one of our vendors, thank you. We appreciate working with you. If you're one of our partners that procures a service from us, thank you especially for that service. We try to be competitive, and we try to add value in terms of what we offer. So when you look at some of the things that we do to protect state and local government, certainly we have our own general liability insurance, cyber insurance, et cetera. Under cyber insurance, with our agreement with our portal partner, Colorado Interactive, we have signed an agreement, a 5-year agreement. We're into year 3 of that 5-year agreement that talks about their general profit, not profit, but their general revenue is what we base the liability insurance on. And in the contract, it extends to our state and local governments. So right now we have $65 million worth of cyber protection that's extended both to state and local government, unheard of throughout the industry. Certainly we offer a number of free services, and when we look at the model, how it operates, we have big partners like Revenue that do a tremendous amount of payment processing with us, and we have small entities that do very little business with us at all, but the model allows us to provide those services. We provide free websites to places like Central City, the city of Florence, Los Animas, the town of Ariba, Bennett, Blue River. Lots of these little small organizations absolutely wouldn't have the quality website we can provide to them or the quality payment processing we could provide to them if we didn't have this model. But we also provide great benefits to the state of Colorado. For instance, we're redoing all of the credit card equipment. So if you're If your government has credit card equipment that you're using through us, that equipment in the very near future is going to be updated. It will be chip card available. Eventually, you can take Apple Pay. You can do the tap thing with your credit card. All kinds of functionality that brings us into modern technology. Not only is the data encrypted, but it's bringing us forward in terms of technology. That alone is an investment of about $500,000. Again, that credit card equipment comes free of charge to our partners. In addition to that, we're working on a program. We had Colorado Business Express, which allowed a citizen in the state of Colorado to open a business to get the documents they need from Revenue and CDLE, and also associate with the Secretary of State's office. We're updating that with modern technology. That investment to the state of Colorado is to the tune of about $500,000. So it's this overall network that we put together that allows all of these things to function. So again, if you purchase a product or a service from SIPA, thank you, thank you, thank you. It allows us to do the things that we do. If you don't, think about it. We would love to have you as one of our partners as well. I don't know why this keeps going off. Okay, again, competitively priced solutions, we've talked about those. We certainly every week have several vendors come to us and say, gee, what do I need to do to work with SIPA? The answer is quite a bit. You need to provide a service at a price that is at a discount to state and local government. We don't deal with a vendor who sells at rack value. We only deal with vendors who provide value to our partners. And secondly, it has to be something that local government or state government want. You're really driving who we partner with. And so it really makes for some great partnerships. It makes for disappointed vendors. One of the things that we do at this conference is not give vendors names or addresses or emails of attendees. We think you probably get bombarded enough throughout the week from vendors, et cetera. So that's not part of the deal. So it really is great for vendors to participate, knowing full well that we're not providing them an attendee list in terms of our conference. Well, maybe this is going to work. Certainly our largest partner is Colorado Interactive. As I said, we're in year 3 of a 5-year contract with them. NIC operates in 27 states throughout the United States. We have perhaps one of the most stringent contracts with NIC. We're pretty proud of that. We're starting to prepare now for another round. But as I said, we provide a high level of security for those who work with us, and we want to deliver savings. For local government, and I wanted to spend one moment, and then I'll get on with our keynote speaker. Currently, local government, we do 118 websites just for local government. This is not state government, at no charge. We have 109 instances of payment processing. And sometimes this is a payment processing that a small special district does 2 or 3 payments a day. But we're providing them the same high security, cyber protection, et cetera, for those entities. That amounts to 204,000 transactions last year. And we returned to local government, this is not state government, local government, $165 million worth of revenue last year through payment processing. As I said, you've got in your agenda what we will be doing today, live streaming in 1B, E, and F. There is a conference app I talked about. You can load that. And again, we hope you're going to join us for our ceremony this afternoon. I said vendor bingo, so we're giving away 3 things: an Amazon Echo, a Google Home, and an Apple TV. So pretty neat prizes that we're giving away at our awards presentation this evening. fill out your vendor bingo, drop it in the box, and you have an opportunity to win one of these 3 pretty neat prizes. Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. And I'm particularly interested in this next speaker because every day I drive to work from Castle Rock. So I'm interested to see what our next speaker has to say. As the Chief of Advanced Mobility, Amy Ford is responsible for accelerating innovation and technologies that maximize the experience of people, goods, and information moving on Colorado's transportation system. She directs programs, strategies of various divisions, including Transportation Systems Management and Operations, which manages intelligent transportation systems, safety and traffic engineering, and other operation programs. The RoadX program, which partners with private sector to deploy transformational transportation solutions such as connected, autonomous, or hyperloop technologies. CDOT's Workforce of the Future initiates or works with the Office of Communications, which is responsible for all strategic external and internal communications. Amy also serves as the chair of the State of Colorado's Autonomous Mobility Task Force, which is responsible for establishing consistent policy and operational deployment guidance in support of an autonomous mobility future. Please welcome Amy Ford. Amy, we're going to take a second to get
Yeah,
your...
we're going to swap my stuff out, and we'll flip on my mic as we get going. I understand there are a lot of people who are looking in other rooms as we go, but I just want to make sure I understand my audience. Are we all Colorado? Okay, all right. So this is going to resonate with you guys then as we go along. So thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. You know, you all work in this space. You all work in the technology space. And we all love transportation, right? Does it work so well in Colorado? Yeah, so sorry, the system is going to take a little while, I think, to boot up the presentation. But you know, I often say this, transportation should be easy in Colorado. It should be easy, right? But it's not. It simply isn't. We have challenges with it. We make it hard. It doesn't work. You know, we know and understand that today, transportation system doesn't work. So who here has their plan of how they want to fix I-70, the mountain corridor? Flo, I know you do. You raised your hand. All right, what's your plan? What's your approach? You didn't, but you did, right? But you know you've got an idea, right? What's your plan? Advanced guideway system. She even uses our fancy terminology for it, which is pretty cool. Advanced guideway system, which is a fancy word for a train. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And as I get into the presentation and when we show you some of this kind of stuff, one of the things that I like to talk about is money. The reason that SIPA exists is because it is a collective and a collaborative that allows you guys to pull together your resources and to better leverage that partnership with your vendors and others and to make best use of your dollars, right? Does anyone know what the base budget is for CDOT on an annual basis? It's about $1.4, $1.5 billion. And that is a billion. That sounds like an incredible amount of money, right? That's a lot of money. So as we talk about transportation and we talk about the future of transportation and where we are and what we're going to do, I'm going to talk a little bit about money. But just as a quick guess, our train to the mountains, which we actually have thought about, how much do you think it costs? $12 billion.
Right now, we project that it would be about $18 billion to build that train. What was our annual budget again? $1.4 billion, right? So as we sit and go into all of this, one of the things that we recognize is that transportation isn't simple. It's not easy. We could even leave it on there if we can't do this. I can just play from there. Yeah. But we recognize that transportation isn't easy as we get going. So that's all right. Why don't we just play from there? Well, we've got 3 presentations going now, or none.
hold. This is always the challenge with relying on technologies. We always make that joke whenever our presentations don't pull up. There are a lot of videos in this presentation. That's why. We'll just run it off of this. This will be fine. So as we go, I'll just do this, if I can move it. Nope. Dum, dum, dum. So, one sec. We're going to try it one more time, you guys, okay? So I know we tried it before, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you guys have another card? We'll switch it out, because I want to show you some things. Sometimes the power of showing you really does make a difference. All right, there we go. I'm just going to go to this. Nope. I think it's going to die on me every time I'm calling into our system right now. Do you guys have a SB port? Real quick. And I can just sort of plug in. One sec, guys. Is it working? Oh, so. Maybe. Got it. How can I scan it?
Very slow.
No, power cord's not going to work. Well, sorry guys, I should have come a little bit sooner and we should have double checked that.
Run it on the laptop?
No, I was just going to run it off of my laptop, but I didn't need a power cord.
Power cord?
Yeah.
Nothing that.
I've got a power cord. I've got a power cord. So as we talk about transportation, I'll just continue talking as we go along. We'll just adapt as we go. Let's pull it up as we go. So the interesting thing when we talk about all of this is how much money we spend on people as we go through all of this. So with transportation, do you have a port that I could plug it into?
HDMI?
Yep, thank you. How do we pay for transportation? Flo, you're not allowed to answer these questions. So Flo Rotano works for Dr. Cog, and she's one of our partners on all of this. So you're not allowed to answer that question. Gas tax is the question. It's interesting. I was doing a presentation with the Colorado Bar Association a couple of weeks ago, and I asked them that question. 50 attorneys sitting around the room, they all had, how many knew how we pay for transportation? 2. And it was really sort of an interesting thing. And we just finished actually a public survey where we were talking to the public about how is it that we do all of this. And same deal. Public's not a different body when it comes to all of this. You're getting to see everything I was working on earlier here. The public isn't different when they understand sort of how we do all of this and how we pay for transportation. And that's an interesting piece of it. And I'm going to get into sort of why this matters. Why do we care whether or not we talk about transportation and how we pay for it as we go? Because here we go. I'll just pull this up. All right, let's see if this works. So as we talk about passwords, you also have to laugh as we talk about all of our security, because guess what CDOT, of course, went through about 3 weeks ago, right? Our cybersecurity incident, which was an interesting challenge for all of us as we go through this. So transportation should be easy, but it's not. But before I get going again, so now I'm going to start over as we get going here. But when we talk about what the impact of transportation is, you guys know it and you live it every day, and we see it in how our state moves and what we do. And that really is about the impact that it has on our economy and our lives and how we actually look at the productivity of our state of Colorado. So we talked about the I-70 Mountain Corridor. For every hour that you sit on that road, it costs the state $1 million an hour. $1 million an hour. When you really think about that and you think about the productivity that's sitting there, whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's the goods and services that are trying to go up and down the corridor, the impact to the corridor is significant. We also know that when we make impacts and we make improvements to transportation, it makes a big difference. And so why does that matter to you guys? Because the services that you rely on in your towns and others rely on this transportation system. Did you know that a third of our economy relies on freight? A third of our economy. Now, we are in a new age technology world, and yes, everything can be done digitally. In fact, I'm going to be talking a lot about that, but the reality is that we still have hard surface investment that is important to the state of Colorado. But what we're also going to be talking about is how that hard surface investment is moving into a digital environment, in a digital world. So we talked earlier about what CDOT is, and we all know, and you all live it every day. You live it on the I-70 mountain corridor, you live it on the I-25 corridor, as we were talking about earlier. But I just wanted to give you a sense of our framework. So when I talk about that $1.4 billion budget, you understand what it goes into. Whether it's our 23,000 lane miles, whether it's our bridges, whether it's our mountain passes that we keep open basically every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, which is hard to do. We take it for granted that we do that, but it's a yeoman's job. And if anyone has ever seen our plow drivers driving on Independence Pass, or Wolf Creek Pass, or Red Creek, or Red Mountain, excuse me, any one of those, I don't know why I want to be in that plow, but they go out there and they do that to keep these roads open. And you know, our goal is to be the best as we go through this. And we like to say that we're the best DOT in the country. We're striving to get there. And there are some areas, frankly, where we are doing that. There are other areas, though, we're not. And so we were talking about money earlier. And I wanted to point out just a little bit about what we actually do spend when it comes to transportation. Today, we spend less than $70 a person. In 1991, we spent about $125 a person. And you actually sort of see the results of that on the road. So why am I saying this to you guys before I start talking about things like technology? I'm going to razzle-dazzle you with all of our stuff with self-driving cars and the like. Because investment still matters in how we do this. And one of the reasons that we're turning to technology is we're starting to look at the value of our dollar on our investments. We know also, and you guys live it, that we have about $1 billion a year funding shortfall every year when it comes to funding transportation. $1 billion a year. And this isn't gold-plated roads and something that's really fancy and all that kind of stuff. This is about really simple, easy things that we'd like to do in our system, such as add one lane in each direction on I-25 between Castle Rock and Monument. That roadway right now is configured the same way it was built in the 1950s and hasn't changed since then. Hey, maybe we could add a lane or something on the I-70 mountain corridor to see if we could facilitate movement. Those are the kinds of things that we're talking about, and that's what accounts for that $1 billion shortfall. So what do we really spend our money on? Maintenance. Maintenance of that system that we have. You guys know it. When we invest in any kind of infrastructure, whether it's digital, whether it's online, whether it's our software systems, you have to maintain them as you go. And you've got to account for that cost. You always do that total value, that life cost when you look at something. So here's really what we need. As you see that build, a lot of people go, hey, gosh, didn't the legislature last year give you guys some money? And that fixed the problem, right? But I just want to give you a bit of the scale of the dollars that they gave us, which were awesome. And they are going to help us start some projects like that I-25 gap down in Monument to Castle Rock. But we also have approximately $6 million on a smaller project list, a $9 billion list, and of course, over the course of 20 years, a $20 billion list. That sounds insane, right? But we're also a state that has grown 50% in the last 20 years, will grow by another 50% in the next 20 years, and you sit and you start looking at that, and again, you pay for it right now in our time. We see the same results in what we do. We have the high achieving goal of maintaining our system at a C- grade. That is what we are trying to do, and we are struggling to keep up with a C- right now. We're struggling. And I know every time you drive over a pothole or you see the cracks, you recognize, gosh, they should just pave that. Gosh, why don't they just go fix that? We all live in this world. We all know the answers why we can't. So, 91, that was the last time the gas tax was raised. That's how we pay for transportation in Colorado. So take yourself back to 91. You can picture it. Here's me. I was very proud of the fact that my hair did not fit in that frame of the picture. But think about 1991, you guys. So this is why I talk about our gap. So we're in 1991. The gas tax is not indexed with inflation. That means it's flat. So it means as inflation goes, you pay more at the pump. We don't get more coming in. So you add 50% growth on top of that. You add fuel-efficient cars. I used to drive in 1991 a 1978 Volvo station wagon or a 1986 Caprice Classic, which the Caprice, I do believe, got about 10 miles an hour to the or 10 miles to the gallon because it was a V8, and God, it could go fast. But so you add those things on, and then you start also adding on inflation costs associated with construction, and you understand why we have $1 billion a year funding gap, right? So does it matter? It might matter. So around us, we are surrounded by states, the reliably liberal states like Utah and Wyoming and Idaho and others who've said, you know what, we're willing to make an investment in transportation. And does it make a difference? You bet it does. So, you know, later this week, teachers are going to be talking about the fact that they're the lowest paid or some of the lowest paid in the entire country. And guess what? When it comes to our roads, we're some of the lowest quality roads in the country. With that C- or less that we try to do when we manage our roads, we are one of the bottom third of how we handle it in the country. And look above. And remember those surrounding states who've made just a hitch of investment in transportation? Look where they are. So, and it counts to you, and it counts to your pocketbook too. And you know, I always like to draw this out because we have people from all over the state. Oh yeah, that's just a Metro Denver thing. No, it's not. Folks, it costs Western Slope drivers the quality of our roads, the impact sometimes on your drive, up to $1,000+ a year in your pocketbook, whether it comes to your delays, the impact to your car, and the like. So, why do I talk about all of this? Because as we get going, understanding the framework of transportation and understanding what's happening on our roads really helps you understand then when we're talking about how do we grow from there. So as I show this, any guesses as to what those dots represent? Anyone? Accidents, crashes, close. Fatalities. Every single death on our road in the last 10 years. Now, you think, oh, well, that's 10 years. When I first started to see that, it was about 5 years ago. We have 480 deaths on our road. Last year, we had 650. And if I were to invent a product today and say, hey, guys, you're good if I go out and I kill 650 Coloradans in a year, you're cool with that, right? People will go, absolutely not. Yet we tolerate it in our transportation system. And every single life that's lost on our roads is a life disrupted, it's a family disrupted, it's mothers and fathers and friends and aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters who are gone. And it's going up. Now, there's some trends that we're starting to see, and people go, well, why? And we all know, and we all pull out our phone and go, this is why. And that may be very well why. You know, in 2007, the iPhone was introduced. By about 2012-13 is when you saw them ubiquitous. They started hitting full market penetration, all right? Our stats start to go like that. So you add a distracted driving future with the reality of this. Did you know Colorado is one of the lowest unbuckled states in the country? We are. People don't buckle up. We still have drunk driving issues. People say it's marijuana. It's not really marijuana. That is slightly starting to increase, but it's still a small, small percentage of like, 50 to 20 people who are perish with marijuana only induced crashes and that kind of thing, compared to drunk driving, which is, hundreds, actually. But when we say we want to be the best, and when we say how do we make transportation easy, making it easier to move and safer to move matters. And this actually matters when we start talking about things like technology. We know the public cares about a lot of things. They care about safety, they care about congestion, they care about our roads and our quality of our roads. And we're working hard to try to make things better, whether it's investments in our roadways, and you're seeing some of it come. You're seeing how we've managed our dollars starting to come back out into how we invest in our roads and the like. You're seeing it in our express lanes, which are not necessarily popular. What? I have to pay to use a lane, people say. I've already paid for that lane. And we go, no, actually you haven't. In fact, we're paying to maintain the lanes that are right beside it. But tolling, for instance, is not something that actually pays for the construction of these projects. What we use is we use the tolling and the pricing as a way to moderate and to actually ensure that the lane keeps moving. So if anyone's driven down in the tech center lately, we had our gorgeous project, the T-Rex project. We built the light rail, it built our additional lanes, and in less than 10 years, guess what? We're back to stop and go, right? So the idea behind an express lane is you use the pricing of the toll as a way of guaranteeing that you keep that lane moving. So you can't price the toll too high, as no one uses a lane, and then you lose the benefit of the added mobility, right? You can't price it too low, as everyone uses it, and it clogs back up again. So you have to hit that Goldilocks spot. But the beauty of it is over time, as we continue to grow, which Colorado is a growth state and probably will, you can adjust it such that at least one lane is always moving at, let's say, around 45 miles an hour. That's the idea behind express lanes, and it is making a difference on our roads. The left and right, no surprise, red is bad, green is good. Before we opened the express lane on the I-70 mountain corridor, which is just for a small portion, right? It's 13 miles. What it was before, and that's Sunday driving, there between 11 to 8 in the evening, versus after opening it. And as you guys know, that's not even a real lane. It's a shoulder that we paved out, and we asked permission from the federal government to turn it on during high peak hours. So that's why you only see it open Saturdays and Sunday afternoons, for instance. It's because we are not allowed to have it open all the time. So it does make a difference. It makes a difference on US 36, and it does help us keep moving. We also have other choice in how we move. You know, has anyone here ridden Mustang yet? So Mustang, we have routes, you know, that connect transit to transit. So we have runs going up I-70 up to the mountain corridor, all the way to Glenwood Springs, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and guess what? We have not doubled just last year, once, but twice the ridership on that route. We're full up. We are actually at a fare box recovery, and that's when you start looking at investments, right? How much money we spend versus how much money people pay us in fares. We hit our 50% goal, which we were hoping to hit in 5 years, in year 1. So people are looking for choice, and we're helping to provide that to them. But you know, as we continue with all of this, I think one of the biggest things that we want to talk about is how do we actually look and go beyond? And I'm going to show you a couple things as we get going onto this. We talked about trains. And when we start talking about technology, I think it's easy to become razzle-dazzled by things and say also that this is a Jetsons future, that it's never going to happen, that we don't plan on seeing any of this as we come through. And remind me, guys, do I have sound on this? I probably don't, so I'll skip this video. As we start talking about technology, let me sort of set the stage before, and I want to make sure I've got, as I may have pulled up a presentation that was a little bit different. I'm going to just jump to this, and then I'm going to come back to that. People are dying on our roads. But as we start looking at a connected future, and a future that looks at things like self-driving cars and other modes of transportation, we actually are starting to think that it may have the capacity of completely changing what happens on our roadway systems. The capacity of reducing crashes to almost zero. The capacity of actually increasing the capacity on our roadways. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how here, but let me frame this out. Part of what we have done in Colorado is we said two things. A, we cannot build our way out of congestion. It's just not going to work, right? There's not enough room, there's not enough money, and there's the impact that we have to this gorgeous state that we live in about how can we minimize that. So one of the things that we did is we formed the RoadX program. And in the RoadX program, we actually sat and we said, how can we be a leading state in the country to bring the transportation technology that is starting to happen here to the state of Colorado to benefit us? And you guys see it all the time. You see the impacts, you see the information, you see what's happening out there. And you have to recognize and realize that this is something that could be transformative. I liken it a little bit to about 100 and some years ago, when you actually had cars invented. The interesting thing that we're going to be living through in our environment is we're going to be living through that era where you have cars and horses on the road at the same time. And that's what we're going to be having to deal with. So let me talk a little bit about cars, and then I'm going to come back to the others. I did pull up the wrong presentation when I did this. I'm going to show you real quick something that happened on Colorado roads. Did any of you track with us on this? I'm going to fast forward, and since we have no audio on it, I'm just going to fast forward as we go. Maybe. Oh, we do have audio.
like to travel the country. That's one of the reasons drivers get into the industry. They want to see the country. It's a big, beautiful place.
Anheuser-Busch is the largest brewer in the United States. We ship over 1.2 million truckloads each year. We are always looking for new innovations in technology. Auto trucks are the next area of transportation innovation.
The driver would still be involved with the pickup, loading the freight, making sure it's secure in the back of the vehicle. And then once you're on the interstate, one switch and it's driving itself down the road.
So I want you to watch what he does. And there he goes. And this is I-25.
Well, our technology is all about making it safer. It's like a train on software rails. And so when you will see a vehicle driving with nobody in it, you'll know that it's very unlikely to get in a collision.
I proclaimed to one of the technicians, I said, I don't think I could have done that better myself.
That's a bit theatrical with his book.
We wanted an iconic American brand that was passionate about their products. Budweiser was a perfect partner. For me, I think the most important things that computers are going to do in the next 10 years is drive trucks and cars. So it's great to be at the forefront of that.
So folks, that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. So who of you is ready to get in a self-driving car? I see not a lot of hands raised, a couple up, great. So this is the fascinating thing, and this is one of the reasons why we positioned RoadX the way we did. We said, this is happening, it's changing. We as a state could sit and say, we'll wait for it all to come and then sort of see where we go from there and be government. You know, government is always known for being the most innovative and the pushing of the boundaries group. But at the same time, we said, folks, we have to be thinking about how we solve these problems. So when it comes to self-driving vehicles, the question is, will it save lives? And you know, I think that as we get going with this, and what happened in Tempe actually is a good example, and I'll talk a little bit about that here a couple weeks ago. But overall, do we think autonomous driving systems will save lives? We do. You know, the reality is the humans are bad drivers. I can guarantee you that when that auto truck was running, and just so you know, understand, this is a demonstration that we did a few years ago with Otto, which ultimately was bought by Uber Trucking, and Budweiser. And the demonstration itself, when we actually did the 100-mile run from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs off of I-25, we actually did do in the dead of night. That video was shot from a promotional perspective, and we didn't talk quite a bit about what we were doing quite yet. We were working with Colorado State Patrol and others, and we ran hundreds and hundreds of miles of tests on our roads before this happened. But as they were shooting the video, I do have to laugh because we didn't say that we were going on the road, because what we were seeing was a lot of people like to test the technology right now, if they know it's out there, and sort of scooch in front of it and that kind of thing. And we did not want to have anyone scooching in front of a semi-truck as it came down I-25 at 50 miles an hour. But we did have a very heads-up trooper look up as the truck came by down in Colorado Springs, and he's like, holy crap, there's no one behind the wheel, because it was right at the moment the guy had gotten out so they could catch that shot and then put himself back into the seat. And calls went over the wire, what's going on? So yeah, it's a little intimidating when you see that. But I can say this, that when we did do the run then at night, where it was a fully autonomous run, but we did have people sort of in and around and nearbys. Obviously protecting the public safety is an important piece of what we do. But I can guarantee you that there was a truck driver who was sleepy that night. In fact, we pulled off a drunk driver off the road that was coming by the truck because we just didn't want any interaction with that. So we saw a drunk driver coming in. I can guarantee you that we were already having situations out on our roadway which were compromising our safety. So how we work with the technologists and how we make a difference, that's where we're positioning ourselves as a state, and that's something that you guys do all the time, right? You guys sort of sit and you look about how can we bring more to the customers and what can we do and build that, and that's the kind of thing that we're constantly challenged with. Ours is in a transformative moment now, actually on the road and in transportation in an environment that really hasn't changed in the last 100 years. The other piece of the technology that people ask us often about is, what about jobs? What happens when technology automates jobs? And as I show this, I'll say this. One thing that we said, if we're putting anyone out of a job, it is the person who has to drive this vehicle. Now, with trucking, there's going to be those jobs for a long time. There's loads, there's the driver's assist programs, there's a lot of things that you need to still happen. This job is an autonomous impact protection vehicle. We have people out on our roadways, and you see them every day, who drive what we typically call a crash truck. Its sole job out there on the road is to get hit by inattentive drivers in our work zones. In fact, last year we had the highest rate of fatalities in our work zones that we've had in almost 20 years. And interestingly enough, the people who die are not our workers as much as they are the drivers who are in the work zones. This right here in Colorado was one of the the world's very first autonomous impact protection vehicle. Another type of technology, actually, that is a lead-follow technology. So essentially, we have our guys up in the front on their truck doing striping. And the autonomous impact protection vehicle follows behind. And as they turn, it turns. And it simply follows them. It's tethered on electronic breadcrumbs. How these technologies are working and how they are looking is something that is literally the next space race right now. I don't think you can go a week without seeing articles in the paper or on Wired or in the Verve or anywhere where they are not talking about what's happening in the self-driving world. It is literally a space race where each person is running to try to get there. Volvo, Baidu, which is a Chinese company, GM, Ford, all are talking about having their self-driving, and when I say self-driving, I'll explain what that means, on the road by 2021. It's 3 years from now, 2021. And when we talk about self-driving, right now you've got Google sitting in Arizona, and they're going to be going into Atlanta. Their fully autonomous vehicle right now has no steering wheel. It has no brakes because it is entirely embedded within the system and the software of the vehicle. It sees and drives for them. And they actually have families who are part of these tests and deployments right now who are being taken to point in their car. Google, as you all may have seen, also just recently partnered with Jaguar, where they will be starting their own ride-hailing service effectively using Jaguar and Google, which their company is called Waymo, their self-driving technology. Obviously, Uber has been out on the roads, whether it was in Phoenix, in Tempe, and in Pittsburgh, and in San Francisco. And you know, the interesting part about the fatality that happened, which, as you know, an Uber vehicle was driving, and it hit a woman who was crossing the street she had her bicycle, she was walking her bicycle, and it hit her. And if you watch the video, some may think as a human driver, I may not have been able to respond either, and I may have hit her too. Or maybe it should have seen her. And I think that the thing we're saying with all of this is a couple of things. Number one, a fatality will happen. It will. There is no foolproof system. Number two, the self-driving systems will continue to learn and get better and better and better. And that's even what we saw when we did that demonstration 2 years ago, is we had pointed out a few things that, for instance, as the vehicle was driving and we had a car edging close to it on the side of the road in the lane beside it, a human driver would just sort of pull back just a hitch, right? That system kept going. It didn't sense it as a threat, so it kept going. We actually, the next time we were out with them, they had programmed it so that it would just slow down just a little bit. So in the span of that iterative agile design, the following week, they had switched the system. So how it continues to iteratively learn is going to be a big piece of it. And if we were talking about disrupting a 100% safe system, that would be one thing, and our standards have to be where they are. The challenge for us, I think, as we move through this from a technology is we know we're not disrupting a safe system. We disrupt a system where we, as, let's be honest, bad human drivers kill each other left and right in our cars. And so how do you actually take that? And what's that acceptable rate? And I think every accident or crash that happens as we go through on the self-driving side is going to continue to accelerate some of that discussion, and it's going to be part of the human adoption sides of it. So we are positioned, and that's part of my role, is how do you continue to bring this onto the state? How do you bring it onto our roads? How do we collaborate with all of the jurisdictions that are out there? And how do we make sure that we protect people? So the idea behind RoadX and what we're doing is it's not just one whiz-bang on let's talk about self-driving cars and nothing else. It is about a holistic system that really looks big picture at how we do this as a whole. So one of the efforts that we did last year actually was in a challenge. How do we protect those bicyclists and pedestrians that we have on our roadway? How do we let the system, even the self-driving system, know that there's someone there? We put out a challenge similar to the X Prize challenge. We had 2,000 people worldwide submit ideas and concepts that they wanted to implement, which they are currently doing. How we protect those people, how we alert them with either lighting or connections through data environments and the like, how do we alert people to what's going on? Other things that we are seeing and working on, how do we make our roads smarter? And of course, smart's the ubiquitous word, right? And interestingly enough, when we went out and we talked to the public about all of this, we asked them a couple of questions. We asked them, one, do they want CDOT to be involved in this kind of stuff, pushing forward? And you know what they said? Universally, absolutely, we do. And you'll hear when I talk a little bit about things like Hyperloop and others, in fact, one of the feedbacks that I get is how proud they are that Colorado is positioned as one of these leading states. So this innovative culture that we have as a state is really carrying itself through. Just finished a public survey, actually, where we were asking just big questions. And you know what they said the most important issue in transportation is? And it's like safety and congestion and fixing our roads and, you know, how do we do potholes and the like? The number one item, which sort of surprise, technology was the number one item on our survey from the public. Now, technology can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, so I'm not going to try to presume that it's always this, but it's fascinating. So this is technology is even a little old. How do we make our ramp meter system super, super smart? Those are the lights that let you onto a highway. And our friends in Australia have actually done this first, and basically what they do is they sensor the entire road, and they use algorithms behind the scenes to govern how people come on and off the roads. The equivalent of that, when they do that, is it has the ability to add what could be up to a full lane, new lane, worth of capacity on our highway. I like to try to imitate an Australian accent. They're like, yeah, mate, we have the ability of increasing the capacity by 40%. We're like, was that 4%? And they go, no, no, mate, 40%. And we're like, holy crap. For us to add a lane on I-25 through the tech center from about Broadway down to Ridgegate would be about $800 million. This project, which we're just getting the bids in for now as we get going on this, will be $8 million. It's going to be a pilot for us. We want to see if it works. We don't know if we can add as much capacity as the Australians did because the Australians are rule followers. And they pay attention to things like lights and stuff like that. Americans are a little different, so we're expecting a little less just because of some of that. But how we talk to the public and engage with them and say, if you sit at a light for 30 more seconds, you're going to save 20 minutes here. So how do we have that conversation with the public as we go along? One of the other things that we're building, and you guys will appreciate this given your world, is a brain. So you see lots of arrows there, and they mean absolutely nothing. But let me tell you what they mean. So you know those stats that I showed you earlier about the fact that we can reduce crashes by 80%? That actually wasn't statistics that are coming from self-driving cars. Those are statistics and assumptions coming off a significant amount of research on what is called connected vehicles, where cars have the capacity of sharing information back and forth to each other and with the infrastructure. So in other words, as you're driving in your car and it's plugged into the vehicle in the car, and this is something the feds have been working on, that auto manufacturers are starting to deploy. In fact, Toyota just last week said in the next 2 years, they're putting all of this into all of their new vehicles rolling off the line. Volkswagen's just announced the same. And what they're saying is, let's share this data back and forth. So as I'm driving and my airbag deployed because I've hit a crash, it immediately sends a note instantly, and I'm talking fast now, like second fast, to the vehicles behind you saying, crash, crash right ahead. Or you're coming into a heavy turn and it's icy and we know it's a sharp turn and our infrastructure sees you and says, you're coming in too fast, slow your vehicle down right now. So as a human driver sharing that information with you and then ultimately into that driving system. That's the idea behind connected vehicles. What does not exist is the Internet of Vehicles. And that is actually what we're building. We're building that in partnership with Panasonic, and we're essentially building it the world's first commercial grade system that has the capacity when we, let's say, have 3 million cars on Colorado roads that are connected, and that would happen in the next 10 years, sending 2 billion data points every hour. That's what it will do. How do you do that? That's what we're creating, is that Internet of Vehicles. It's fascinating work. It's incredibly powerful, has the ability to transform the system that we live in. How we connect that, though, of course, depends on connections with fiber and the like, which is why things like statewide fiber, which you can all talk about given the communities that you're in and the like, matters. But what if you're not a fully connected community? And what if we don't have fiber running down your road? The pavement can maybe tell us. So one of the things you'll see us also doing is actually asking the pavement to tell us what's happening on the roadway. So up on 285 here in a couple of months, we're going to be installing pavement that has the capacity to tell us if vehicles have left the road. Especially up on our mountain passes, if people have left the roadway, the only way you're being seen is if some good Samaritan happens to see that someone has gone off the road. It's a matter of life and death sometimes, how quickly we can respond and help you. This pavement will actually detect that and share that information back to us. Those are the kinds of things that we're starting to look at. The roads, though, have the ability to do some other things. What if the future of our roads is talking about not only autonomous cars, but electric? And we know that that's where things are starting to go. Anyone here have Tesla? A Volt? Thank you for paying no gas taxes into the system, but continuing to use our roadways. We totally appreciate that. But you know, it's an interesting thing when you start talking about that. That will continue, the price points will continue to come down. Part of the idea of electric and why not everyone has them yet is A, they're sort of expensive, but B, range anxiety. What if I get out there and I lose my charge and then I'm stuck? And as we go through this, and the state of Colorado is very advanced in how we're thinking about electric charging stations and what we're doing and partnerships with other states. But I say this also. Why recreate a 20th century model of how you fuel your vehicle? Go to where the vehicle is, on the road. So one of the things that you'll see us start doing is actually the ability to dynamically charge your vehicle as you are driving over our system. We're going to be entering likely into a partnership with Denver International Airport where we're starting to test this. This is very out there stuff, you guys. But think about that future. And then what that means even for a future of a DOT. What have we ultimately become? A PUC, right? I'm not going to give away our energy for free and our electricity for free, nor maybe will we give away to electric vehicles how they use our road. But it starts changing the model of how people interact with transportation. And it's sort of a fee for use, right? Hey, I'm going to charge you for the amount of time or the miles that you've driven on our road. Hey, I might charge you for the electricity that you pull off our system. Hey, if you're using Wi-Fi or data as you're driving along because your car is driving for you, maybe there's a part of that. And it's not to gouge or anything like that, but it's really just to pay as you go. Gas tax was a perfect model, a pay as you go model back in the 20th century. It just doesn't work so well in today's world. So how do we continue to invest in our system and also look at changing models? I did have it in here. But as we go, we talk about roads, we talk about cars. Let's talk about something else.
Colorado, one of the few places is named to just as easily refer to a state of mind as it does a destination. Perhaps no place exemplifies America's pioneering spirit and passion for adventure as the Rocky Mountain State. Our vivid landscapes are as vast as our ambition and thirst for discovery. Embracing innovation has always been imperative to Colorado's growth and success. Now, through Hyperloop, we stand at the precipice of innovation, one that will change both how we travel and how we move goods. Hyperloop presents an invaluable economic opportunity to redefine mobility between Colorado communities and enhance connectivity between the region's highly diverse economic industries. Hyperloop would connect some of the fastest growing regions in the nation to one of the busiest and most economically vibrant airports in the United States. This will create immense potential for not only shipping the high-value cargo entering and leaving Denver International Airport, but also attracting new industry. Working in tandem with other emerging transportation technologies, like CDOT's RoadX program, Hyperloop will deliver a next-generation era of intelligent mobility to individuals and businesses alike, resulting in radically improved commute times and vastly improved freight efficiency.
I like how we showed the driverless truck on that video.
And 12 times faster than conventional rail or bus options. These travel time savings could dramatically shift the transportation mode of choice to Hyperloop, significantly reshaping travel patterns in the region and boosting our competitive edge. With thousands of available acres of flat, open land extending from Denver International Airport to Greeley, the Front Range of Colorado is perfectly suited to accommodate accelerated and efficient Hyperloop construction, while minimizing environmental and infrastructure impacts. Colorado has a history of aligning its policies, resources, and regulations to ensure inventive transportation projects become a reality. Our approach of managing emerging technologies and transportation strategies
So imagine traveling from Denver International Airport to Vail in 10 minutes. Or Fort Collins to Colorado Springs in 20. That's the idea behind Hyperloop. And so let me talk a little bit about this. This is where you start going, God, they're crazy. What are they doing over there at CDOT? The idea behind a Hyperloop is not actually radically new. It's magnetic levitation train. Maglev, if you guys are familiar with it, basically uses the power of magnets plus an electric propulsion engine to sort of pull a vehicle forward. And it can go pretty fast when it does that. The idea behind Hyperloop is you wrap it in a tube and make it sort of a near vacuum environment so there's no friction. So it goes really, really fast, like 700 miles an hour fast. And that's the idea behind Hyperloop. You know, Elon Musk posited it a few years ago. He said, hey, I think we can do this. And as classic with Elon Musk, you know, he took someone else's idea and sprinkled some fairy dust over it, and everyone's like, oh my God, we should do this. And you have seen another off to the races happen, with multi-hundreds of millions of dollars being invested in Hyperloop-like technologies. Hyperloop One, who was just recently invested with Richard Branson, and so it is now Virgin Hyperloop One, believe that they also can transform the transportation system. So then the question is, oh, okay, well, if you do that, then you don't need anything else. It's just like back in the day. We had trains, and we had automobiles, we had interstates. Trains didn't go away. It created one more layer to the transportation system, and that's, I think, part of the idea behind Hyperloop. The question, of course, is how do you actually build this? And the question, of course, also is, does it work? So let me show you a little bit of whether or not it works.
All right, all parties ready for tests?
Some very nervous engineers.
Fire.
The first test. So their first test of Hyperloop, which was last summer on their test track, quarter-mile track out in Nevada desert, got them to about 150, 160 miles an hour. Next test got them up to 250, almost 300 miles an hour, and then they just did flat run out of track. As you know, Colorado was selected as one of the first global partners with Hyperloop One to start looking at how we build this. And when I get asked about this, one of the things I say is it really is going to take 3 things for Hyperloop to become a reality. The technology has to mature. And you know what, folks? I actually think that's probably the easiest thing that's going to happen. They're going to build it. They are building it, and they will be able to do this. And it's not just they. There are 2 other Hyperloop companies out there, the Boring Company and some others who are doing this. But the regulatory environment is a big piece of it, and this is why the partnership with Colorado makes such a difference. How do you actually build this? What is that? Is it a train? Is it a road? Is it a pipeline? How do we do that? How do you build it? How do you create that? What happens if we're building it in our infrastructure as CDOT, or we're doing a green space build that we go out? Those are the things, regulatory-wise, from an environmental side, but then also safety side, that we're starting to work on with them extensively. Obviously, we're not a safety regulator, and so that's where the federal government's going to become part of this. But we have actually pulled together a coalition of states who are all looking at this technology, seeing whether or not it could be something that we could do. The third thing is money. Back to money, right? But the money side, we've also said, folks, we're not going to be the pockets for this necessarily as we go. It's equivalent costs, you know, to building a train or something less. We were looking, you know, at a sort of a Fort Collins to Colorado Springs route that would be, you know, upwards of $25 million, about comparable, $1 billion to, which is about comparable to what a train kind of build would be in those environments. So where the dollars come from? Not to dislike the railroads from back in the day. The dollars came from a couple of things. Private investment, and it's there. People who can play this long game and how they think about transportation and infrastructure, and land development. And that is one thing that Colorado does have. We're not East Coast or West Coast where you have the densities in the environments to have the cargo and the passengers, enough density to be able to fuel it just from there. But the way the railroads were created, when you think about it, was that people brought them to them. Denver, the reason Denver is here today is because you had businessmen who formed the Chamber of Commerce and with the sole purpose of bringing the railroad here and not Cheyenne, Wyoming. And here we are. I think we're going to have a similar kind of discussion in race, and in fact, we're going to have a similar discussion with the state of Colorado here in the next month or two to actually talk about that. What does it take to create a portal, an environment, and how do we create a public and private and private partnership to actually bring something like this to fruition? But you know, what if it didn't look like that? What if it looked like this? So this is a Revo. A Revo is another Hyperloop-like technology. And a Revo has decided to make an investment in the state of Colorado, and they are actually building their test tracks here. $15 million worth of investment, their R&D center and their employees and the like. Their system, as you can see, is embedded within the transportation system. It's a little different than the Hyperloop One technologies because instead what it does, it actually does not have a fully enclosed, it's an enclosed environment to protect the vehicle from the elements. But you have a vehicle pod that your car comes onto. It comes onto the pod then lifts in and goes into the system, traveling about 200 to 250 miles an hour to its destination, and then exits the system. It also can carry cargo pods and the like, and Hyperloop One is sort of talking about similar things. What if that were our future? So now think about how you would address congestion on the I-70 mountain corridor. Would you build a train? Or would you build a lane? Or would you build something like that that has the capacity of integrating in with our system? So the interesting part of the Hyperloop technologies, and one of the things that we've been able to do over the last couple of years through the RoadX program, is position Colorado to the place that people want to be. And so Revo is coming here, and we will start that process with them as well. So of all the sisters who are dealing in Hyperloop, we are dancing with all of the sisters at the dance right now. Hyperloop, The Boring Company, Revo, HCT, and one other. So pretty exciting stuff that we're doing, and pretty exciting with the transformative. When do they want to have their systems on, Revo and Hyperloop One? 2021 is when they want to start construction. 2021 is a big year for a lot of people. All right, so let's just finish this up and talk about this. The least exciting part of transportation technology, but the most important, is how do you plan? How do you plan for this? How can I go right now and start a study and looking at what you should do to I-25 without taking this future into account, right? So one of the things that we've done is we've actually created a system. Just as there are levels of automation right now in vehicles. So, you know, we talked about who has a Tesla. You have auto drive. You have your autopilot. Other people who have cars right now that stop for you. Does anyone have Mobileye and Subarus? Your car stops for you, parallel park for you? Yep. Maybe keep you in your lane or beep at you if you're going out of it. Folks, you are in autonomous vehicles, so just a slightly lesser level and are on the continuum. In fact, when I talked to Volvo actually a few years ago, I said, hey, we want to bring a self-driving car in, do some demonstrations. What should we do? Should we bring a car in from California? Go, oh, no, no. Just go grab an XC90 off the lot. We'll upload it with the software, and it'll be self-driving. So they're there. They're building towards it. They have that level 5 that I told you about, the one without the steering wheels and the brakes. That's level 5. So we created levels of road. How do our roads get ready for this kind of investment? What kind of fiber investment do we need? What kind of infrastructure do we need? How do we do that? And how do we create the planning process? How do I model this? This is where actually Dr. Cog comes into play heavily. Right now, how do these roadways work? How do these vehicles work in this system? So those are the kinds of things that we're starting to look at and plan. And that as you guys in your communities start thinking about that, and as you start thinking about the interactions of your traffic systems and the data that you have and how this feeds in, that's what I want to close with. This future is not the purview of CDOT. It's not the purview of the RoadX program. It's going to be the purview of the communities that you all represent, the kinds of data environments that you represent, the kinds of infrastructure that you have digitally that interacts with this future. We're hoping to create the platform, and we are looking for you guys to continue to join us on that. So thank you very much. Are we doing questions, or did I already run my time?
I think we have a couple of minutes for quick questions.
Sounds good.
You have a question or two?
Now, Flo, you raised your hand a hundred times. You got to see me with a question. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Thanks for a very interesting talk. At the county level, I think one of the challenges we have, and I'm from Arapahoe County.
Yep.
Is as the county is expanding, we have a demand to literally pour more concrete. And the question is, as we look forward 5 and 10 or 15 years, how much do we invest in concrete today when we may not need it in 10 years?
It's an excellent question. And for the audience, I'm just going to repeat, since I'm on mic, it's with Arapahoe County. And the question is, how do you actually balance the investment that the public has and demands that they have of pouring more concrete and transportation infrastructure when you're seeing me put up Hyperloop videos and wondering what's going to be happening there? That's why we're trying to do a couple of things. One, we're actually trying to start modeling this future, because actually what governs your investment in that are those models and those traffic models and the assumptions that come behind them. And we can't operate off of those old models. So that's number one. Number two, it's about flexibility. CDOT is not saying that we are no longer investing in concrete, because we know that I-25 corridor, the I-70 corridor, still have need for capacity. We are a growing state, and we will continue to grow. So it is a question for us on the balance, and then also creating environments that have flexibility in how we transition them. Our biggest investment, frankly, for this future, fiber. That is our biggest investment. The fiber investment will allow us to continue that data connection that we were talking about. It will feed the autonomous vehicle system. It will also allow us to have the capacity to do more as we go into the future. The other investments that we are going to continue to make, again, is on that modeling side and how we create flexible lane environments. So if we do add concrete, maybe I lay in an Arrivo system over the top of it in the future. So those are the things we're thinking about. And I know Arapahoe County is starting to think there too. Other questions? Here we go. Well, you guys, I appreciate your time, and certainly happy to answer questions. And feel free to reach out to us as you guys are going through this, because we are going to be coming, especially for those of you who are in rural communities and others, and things that I did not talk about. How do we do with rural road safety, and how do we approach technology in those environments? How we partner with you and your transportation planning regions to truly make this future one that is today. Thank you.
Well, again, I want to thank Amy Ford for a fascinating presentation. It was terrific, and for being such a great speaker when technology doesn't work exactly the way it should. Thank you so much. Here is a Colorado water bottle to use on the roads that you are traveling throughout Colorado. Thanks again.
Or my kids will steal it. So thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Let's welcome her again. Thank you. Okay, if you check your schedule, we're right on schedule as our agenda shows us. We're about to take a quick break. I want to remind you that goodies are still available in 1C. Pick up your vendor bingo card, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
larger company called NIC, one of the largest providers of e-government services in the country. So we have 29 subsidiaries across the country that we build technology for state and local government and the federal government as well. We have our recreation.gov team is also here in Denver. I want to introduce Eric Jernigan, who has worked for our Mississippi interactive company for the last 3 years. And he's been the sort of designer and implementer of a couple of award-winning pieces of technology that you might have seen coverage on out there. One is the Ask Missy, which is the chatbot they use for Mississippi government. And then also the Alexa app, which is the Ask Mississippi Alexa tool that's out there. And today he's going to talk a little bit about how to build chatbots for government, some of the use cases, and how to make it happen. So with that, Eric Jernigan, welcome. Oh, and I also think it's awesome. He told me that from Mississippi, he'd never woken up before with snow on the ground.
Yeah.
So he's been here for about 36 hours, and he's experienced three different Colorado seasons.
That was a first. And actually, the good news is I got the email notification today. We are now in the Google Home. So that's awesome. So thanks, Fred. Like Fred said, my name's Eric Jernigan. I am the manager of application development for Mississippi Interactive. Though I have developer in my title, I pinky promise that I won't show any code and bore y'all. So let's get started. So first I want you to think about what types of applications you use in your daily lives. You know, that might be Facebook or Slack or Skype, or my personal favorite, the Domino's Pizza Bot. And then how can you take those applications and move them over to where they can be used by your own customers and assist them in reaching out to them. And as you can see, people using web-based chatbot platforms or applications is increasing every year. We need to start thinking about how you can reach and interact with those customers more and more. And the cool thing about chatbots is that you don't necessarily have to build a new platform or a native application in order to introduce your products and your services to those customers. It's just a web interface, and it's you can just upload it within a matter of minutes. Here's some potential use cases for chatbots. You might want to build a FAQ bot like Missy, or you might need a solution for your office administrator to free up his or her time in answering phone calls about the same FAQ question, then free up her time to answer more important calls. Or you might want a password reset so you don't personally have to call the help desk to get your password reset every 10 minutes. Or a bot that I personally built that looks up Bitcoin prices and buys and sells them. So what actually makes a great bot? You know, a great bot is something that easily solves users' problems, something that can reduce frustration on the user's end. It gives them at least simulated choices in a dialogue, so you can, meaning you can direct them to the appropriate answer or question. It's intuitive and it's easy for the user to use if they know how to do a conversation. They probably know how to use a chatbot. And then something that solves a very specific customer problem. You want to try and aim for 80 to 90% of a machine learning confidence rating, so that anything below 80% will actually kind of wind up frustrating the user, and anything above 90 is really just kind of hard to get in teaching your machines. And there's really no learning curve for the customers. It's just a conversation. If they can type and talk, then they can use a chatbot. So when we first started designing Missy, everybody in the office kind of made fun of me because I started actually referring to Missy as a third person, like she was actually an employee of the office. I would say stuff like, she should do this, or I want her to respond to this question. And in saying that, that made it a little easier to try and create a personality around the bot, and that's okay. You know, you want your bot to be creative and approachable, and it's okay to use a regional dialect. Like in Mississippi, we obviously have y'all and gonna and let me go do this and stuff that is uniquely Mississippi. We included that in some of her dialogue and conversation outputs. And then you need to decide what you want to do with your bot. So what is your bot's job? Is it a God bot, or does it do and see all things, or is it sole purpose in life is, and my favorite show is Rick and Morty, but is it sole purpose in life to serve butter? You know, I would lean more towards doing the specialist kind of bots, because the God bots are a little bit harder to maintain and build everything around. Okay, so that's kind of the beginning part, so now we can kind of get into the weeds. You know, there's several different types of frameworks to build your bot. There's the Rasa Core, there's the third-party Dexter app, I think is the dexterapp.com. And then what Mississippi decided to go with was the Microsoft Bot Framework. We chose the bot framework because it was easy to build one bot, one code base, and host it in the state data center, and then all while publishing to all of these different channels of Slack or Facebook or Twilio or whatever. And in your first few design sessions, we wanted to see how Missy her conversation would flow. So we built a whole bunch of charts and graphs and flow charts of different conversational outputs, essentially a tree. And then we found a third-party service called botsociety.io that would actually mimic Missy's conversation with a fake user conversation. I'll show you that in a second. I would always lean towards creating an eject button, because no matter how many times somebody might ask for give me a human, they really want to talk to a human. So build that kind of functionality into it, either by using a third-party service like Slack or I forget who we do for our chat agent. And then when you're signing off, always think about trying to have a rating system in place, so that way you can improve your machine learning and your, you know, you get instant kind of feedback of, was this question helpful to the customer? I'll show you the Bot Society thing real quick. And this is what we use to mock Missy. This way you can get a real good feel of, you know, what kind of questions you would like to ask and what kind of answers you may or may not receive. Yeah, so y'all get the point. Okay. So when you're actually starting to get into the language part of the bot, the sentiment analysis and trying to figure out what a user wants to say, that is the very, very hard part about getting your bot right. Us humans know the answer to this question, you know, king is to man as queen is to woman, but it takes a bot an incredibly long time to figure that out. And then whenever bots can't figure out what it is, I have a hard time believing that the Terminator is going to happen. So in the act of trying to teach your bots about the language and the human text, that is actually called natural language processing, or NLP for short. And specifically, that's taking your sentence structure and having the computer figure out what the nouns, the pronouns, the adjectives, the verbs are part of your text. And like 2 years ago, it was really tough on developers because there weren't really any natural language processing frameworks out there, so we all had to do it on ourselves. And since the bot craze, and they've been sprouting up like mushrooms, there's been a massive movement of hundreds of third-party libraries that do your machine learning and cut your development time in half, which is really kind of awesome. And here's some examples of those platforms. The Lewis.ai is through the Microsoft Cognitive Services Program, and that's through an Azure application. The Ask framework by Alexa is your Amazon. That's how you build your Alexa skills. And it was API.ai. Now it's called Dialogflow. That's how you build your Google Home. And then recently, I've been trying to port over all of Missy's internal language processing over to this RASA NLU, Natural Language Understanding, because we want to kind of keep all of our PII and our database queries in-house, and that's what the RASA NLU gives you. All the other stuff is third-party services where you send your data over to. So if you don't feel comfortable sending your PII data over to Amazon, then there's alternatives to that, personal information. So when you're building your NLP structures, there's two types of ways you can classify them. There's your casual intents, and then there's your business intents. Your casual intents are simply your small talk. And those can be broken into positive and to negative affirmations. So, your hi, your bye, your howdy, your yes, your no. And this is your best place to be personable. So, this would be a great place to put your welcome message and tell and kind of let the user know that they are actually talking to a bot. You can be as witty as you want or as serious as you want. I lean towards more the witty way. And then the second type is your business intents. This is what are you actually trying to do with your bot? This is your core process. It's connecting to your databases. It's connecting to your data structures. When building your business intent, try your best to make your developer happy by naming them appropriately. They will thank you. If you look at, we can take this intent that I wrote, for example, what's the score of the Broncos game? A great way to name that would be get scored by a team. It's just a way of classifying it and organizing your intents. Okay, so inside of intents, you now have your variables and your properties. Those are the things that you want to map. So using the previous example, what is the score of the Broncos game? You're obviously looking for the variables of score and Broncos. So that way you can query your libraries and go find a score of the Broncos game from ESPN or whatever. And the process of finding those entities is called part of sentence tagging. And probably the best POS tagging software out there is from the Stanford University. They do a really good job of their natural language libraries. And naming, intent naming, always be kind to your developers and name them appropriately. Okay, so I'm gonna get a tad bit more complex. You have variables, and now you can have variables that have variables inside of them. But if you look at this example, it may make sense. Find me a red Ferrari convertible. So your intent would be search for car. And then your variables would be something called car detail. And inside car detail, you could have your make, your model, your color. And we, as developers, just use that to simplify our data queries. So that way we can write one query against all of our tables and make it snappy so the customers don't have to wait. So now that you know kind of what an intent and an entity are, you need to actually take those package them up and take those over and then ship them off to your training engine. And then your training engine, its whole purpose is to improve the confidence rating of the machine learning. So that way users can, when they have a question on their chatbot, that it will confidently return the answer and you're not given bad data. And my simple rules for training is you can never train enough, always be training. Just, it doesn't hurt anything. So when you're training, you want to, the best place to get your training information is from real life scenarios. So use your Facebook posts, your Slack conversations, any logs that you may have in your back-end systems. Heck, there's even like a 1 petabyte file online that you can download that's every movie script ever written. That's a great way to get a question and a response, because typically it's two people talking with each other. And if you don't have that, it's okay to bootstrap your information. You typically want 5 to 10 utterances per intent. And yes, it is I intentionally misspelled stuff and had poor English, and that is okay. You should really see some of our Missy chat logs. How else is it going to learn? Okay, so when you're training, you typically have 2 ways to train it. There's supervised and then there's unsupervised. So your supervised is typically your step 1. So you take that pre-made data with your intents and your entities and the sample utterances, and you pass it through your machine learning process. And then once it's done with the machine learning process, you start step 2. The machine learning will send back and it'll say, okay, well, I think these are what you're trying to look for. And it's probably going to be horrifically wrong the first few times. Training takes a long time to implement. We were really rushed in building Missy using our training, so we actually kind of had to step back a little bit and build like a fuzzy text because we didn't have enough time to train. But we've been running parallel with our training engine, so at any time whenever the confidence rating gets high enough, we can switch it over and return actual correct answers. Okay, so in step 2, your machine will return your unsupervised training. It's probably going to be wrong. Step 3 would be you confirm or deny, say yes, this is what the intent or in the question that I wanted to answer, and this is answered correctly. Or you could say no, this is way off. And then you take the no's and then you pass them back in through another round of unsupervised training. And you rinse and repeat until your confidence level of what your bot is actually trying to return is acceptable and it's not giving off-the-wall answers. Okay, so wrapping up, this is kind of what I believe what we're already starting to see will happen with bots in the next few years. Your speech will solely be your operating system, and you're seeing that now in Alexa and Google. There is no interface except for the Echo Home. And the lines between online and offline will blur, meaning there's things called session states that you can return back to your bot, and you can actually build proactive bots of, say, tracking a tracking number through the USPS. And those bots can return tracking status whenever it gets updated, and it can push it to the user. And then 3, I'm guilty of this. I've been asking Alexa more and more cooking questions instead of going to my phone and trying to find a random recipe. So we're starting to rely less and less on traditional search engines. I think a cool story that I heard from one of our partners is that he uses Alexa to read to his elderly mother the books feature. And so she likes to listen to Alexa read to her. So that means that, you know, anybody between the age of my 4-year-old daughter and an 80-year-old mother can use these devices. And I think that's really cool, a cool part of technology. I know I was probably pretty quick, but I will be in 1A, I think, all day. I'll be living there. So if you have any specific questions, if you want to get specific or generic, I'll be in there to answer questions, and then I'll be here all day. So thank everybody, especially SIPA, for inviting me out here. It's a unique opportunity, and I'm very grateful for it. So thank y'all.
I'd be interested if folks in this room have sort of thought out use cases within your own agencies or your own entities to look at where you might use
Good morning. I'm Catherine Kunst. I'm SIPA's COO, and it is my great pleasure to introduce Ashish Kashyap.
Yes, got it.
He is the Director of Insights and Data for Sogeti USA, a global business and technology consulting firm. He's been at Sogeti for 10 years and has consulted for some of the largest healthcare and financial services brands in the nation in data science and big data. He recently helped architect a big data platform designed to ingest 1 million files per hour from devices implanted in human hearts. He resides in Chicago, Illinois, so we're really lucky that he was willing to come to Denver on one of our least beautiful spring days so far. And he's going to talk to you about machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence, and why these technologies have become so popular. So please join me in welcoming Ashish. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the introduction. Glad to be here. Heard some fascinating talks this morning, around transportation, chatbots, and I think, this is a good segue into the back end of everything, right? Machine learning. right? And how does that work? So the topic of my talk is demystifying machine learning. There are so many buzzwords thrown around in the industry these days: machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics. What do these mean? And are these the same? Are they just should be used interchangeably, or what are the differences, right? So we'll talk a little bit about those things. We will then talk about some of the types of machine learning that are out there in terms of predictive and prescriptive analytics. The process behind a machine learning engagement or a project. Some of the common challenges that you see in these projects. And then, we'll talk about a few applications of machine learning in the public sector, right, to make it relevant to the audience here. So, as with, to demystify something, you first need to understand what it really means, right? What truly its definition is. So, the definition of machine learning, according to Wikipedia, is science of getting computers to act without explicit programming. And the words without explicit programming are underlined here for a reason, right? We have been programming computers for more than 70, 80 years now, right? We can code complex rules in these applications, and the computers work accordingly. But machine learning allows us to not code these computers and let them learn on their own. So, and that's the differentiator between what we have been doing so far and what has happened in the past few years with machine learning. So let's try to make it a little real, right? So what does it really mean that a computer would learn on its own, right? Let's take a simple example of predicting home prices, right? So for example, if you are given this data that a particular house or home has a living area of 2,000 square feet, it has 2 bedrooms, it can park 2 cars, and it does have a finished basement, along with tons of other parameters that a house may have, such as its zip code, school district, tax rate, etc., etc. Right? I mean, there are hundreds of parameters. And you are asked to predict the price of this house, right? There are 2 ways of doing that. One, the traditional way of somebody who is well versed with the housing market, going in and coding the rules in a computer program. He would say that give the most importance to the living area of the house, right? Parking space, in this locality, it's okay to be able to park 2 cars. 1 is also fine, so not too much of importance to that. So such rules can be coded in a computer program, and the computer would spit out the house price of a given house, right? But is this model scalable? If you have millions of houses, right, and if you want to democratize the usage of house price data, is this model scalable? I believe not, right? So for example, if you go out to Zillow.com and you put in your house address, it would give you a Z estimate of that house, right? A person has not done that. There are millions of houses across the United States. It's impossible to do that. So that's where machine learning comes in. And how does it come in? Let's say we have the historical prices of millions of houses across the United States and across the world. And here are 3 examples of those million data points, right? So we have houses with different living areas, different number of bedrooms, different parking spaces, finished basements, yes or no, and hundreds of other parameters. And we have collected these data points across many years. We have access to them. If there is a way to throw this data out, to a computer and let it figure out what the patterns are, what in a given zip code, what takes the most precedence in terms of determining a house price, whether it's the living area, whether it's number of bedrooms or something else, right? Let it figure out. So let it figure out the patterns, the correlations, the relationships, the weightages to different parameters, and if it can come up with a home price, given this historical data, that would be awesome. And that's exactly what machine learning is, right? So it makes our models scalable, and it makes them more intelligent, because there is so much intelligence embedded in historical data that it's a human being cannot imbibe. So that's a motivating example of machine learning, and it's a simple to medium complexity example. This morning we talked about self-driving cars, right? And we also talked about chatbots, right? So self-driving cars, again, you can approach the problem in two ways. One is based on collective human knowledge and experience, you code millions of rules that are out there which a driver has to follow, both voluntarily and involuntarily, into a computer program, and then let a car drive based on those rules. But that's not possible. That's not scalable, right? So how does a self-driving car work? How is it trained? So basically, what happens is there are a bunch of humans driving a car, and a computer watches while the driver drives, right? And when I say watch, I mean the actions. If there is a pedestrian in front of the car, it gets recorded. The action of the driver gets recorded. If he has to make or she has to make a left turn or a right turn, that action is recorded. What happens on a stoplight, everything gets recorded, and the corresponding action gets recorded, right? And then all this data, millions, billions, trillions of data points are then fed into a bunch of computers, and I'll talk about the scalability aspect of learning a little later. All this data is fed into a bunch of computers. It crunches through these data points and comes up with a model, right? And then you hand over the car to this model and hope that it will drive well. Right now, you may ask that, how is it possible that all different kinds of traffic conditions get recorded, in a training setting, right? And that is a true statement. It cannot be. So this is a motivating example. Machine learning in this case, in case of self-driving cars, get appended or get augmented with rules given by humans as well. So this is a motivating example only. Any questions so far? All right. So, the term artificial intelligence and machine learning was coined back in 1959, right? And it's been, over, close to 70 years since that has happened. So why the hype now? What has happened in the past few years that these technologies have taken off? That can be answered by looking at this graph here. Right, so the traditional machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms that we have had for over past 60, 65 years follow this pattern here. And what this suggests is that if you give these traditional algorithms more data, they asymptote, or they stop learning, or they stop improving after a certain data volume, right? Even if you give it more data, the performance or the improvement does not happen beyond a certain point, right? So those are traditional machine learning algorithms that you may have read, talked about or read in your undergraduate, graduate, or graduate studies, such as regressions, support vector machines, and things like that. right? So these algorithms have had a basic intrinsic problem that if you throw more data at it, it doesn't know what to do with it. It doesn't improve beyond a certain point. The modern, what has happened in the last 10 years or so is we have come up with a few modern algorithms. And actually, these algorithms have existed in the past as well, but they have been, we have been able to use them much more in the past 10 years. I'll tell you why. That now have this capability of keeping learning as you throw more data at it, right? It doesn't stop learning. It improves as the volume of the data increases. And I'm talking about neural networks here, right? So these algorithms can really scale out as the amount of data increases. And for these algorithms to work, you basically need two things. One is the data itself, right? So, and in the past 5 to 10 years, there has been an explosion of data all around us, whether it is from our cell phones, social media, and web analytics, web blogs, and so many different systems are producing so much data that there is no dearth of it for this to be leveraged, for these kind of algorithms to be leveraged. The second important thing that has happened in the last 5 to 10 years is the advent of compute technologies such as GPUs, right, graphical processing units, and the ability to cluster machines together and have them compute in a synergistic fashion the amount of data that you throw at it. So that goes in terms of the cloud technologies, Hadoop-like technologies where you can really cluster machines and have them crunch the vast amount of data that you throw at them. We did not have these technologies, until 10 to 15 years back. Cloud is a recent phenomena. So basically, it's the amount of data and the computing power that has really helped machine learning and artificial intelligence to take off in the last 5 to 10 years. That's the bottom line. When I say the modern machine learning algorithms, that red line, they are modern, but they have existed, since 1990s, but we have not been able to leverage them because we did not have the computing power or the data, right? So, we talked about what machine learning is, why it has taken off in the past few years. Now let's talk about what are the different techniques and use cases of machine learning that exist today. Right, so broadly speaking, machine learning use cases can be divided into two categories. One is predictive, and the second one is prescriptive, or we also call them optimizations. Right? So when we say predictive, it's self-explanatory. You would try to predict whether a given email is a spam email or not, for example, right? Or you would try to predict whether how much revenue you would make in this given year, or how would your inventory levels look like for a supply chain logistics company, for example. So that's all predictive side of it, right? And you create models in machine learning to achieve that. But that's not where we stop in machine learning. We take these predictive models and then try to prescribe solutions to optimize outcomes. So for example, it's not just enough to say that my revenue for the next quarter is going to be XYZ, and these are the various factors that play into it. How do you tune these parameters to maximize your market share, for example, or your stock price, right? How do you optimize the various dials that you have in order to achieve or optimize or maximize your desired KPI, to say. Right? So that's the prescriptive side of it. Now within predictive, you talked about in your chatbot presentation, there are two kinds of predictive models. There are supervised predictive models and there are unsupervised predictive models. And basically what it really means is in supervised learning models, you throw labeled data or labeled historical data at your machine learning algorithms. And what I mean by labeled is as follows. So for example, if you want to predict whether your email is spam or not, right? You can have, millions of emails from your past and tag each email as spam or not and throw it at your machine learning algorithm, and it will learn on its own. So the important point is that each of those emails is tagged as spam or not, and that is the basis of supervised learning. In unsupervised learning, there is no tagging. You just throw data at a bunch of computers, and it will come up with insights. So one example that comes to mind here is you throw customer data at these algorithms, their demographics, their buying history with a retail company, their financial information, and it would try to segment these various customers into different groups. And it won't tell you what these groups mean, but you can look at them and say, these look like my good customers who don't return stuff to me, for example, right? And these customers are my bad customers who always complain, right? So you can look at these clusters, but the bottom line is that you threw data at these algorithms without tagging them, and it is able to cluster them into different groups, right? And so we talked about supervised, unsupervised. So within supervised, there are again two different types of supervised learning. There is regression and there is classification. In regression, the output is continuous. So home prices, for example, is an example of regression-based supervised learning, because your home prices can range from 100K to $1 million or more, and it can take any value in between, right? It does not take discrete values, whereas on the classification algorithms are algorithms where your outputs take discrete values. So for example, an email being spam or not is a classification problem, right? It is either spam or not spam. You don't say that it is 0.5%, 50% scam or 50% not. So it's either or, right? Or it can take more than two discrete values. If you are trying to look at images of 10 animals and trying to decipher whether it's a cat or a dog or an elephant or something else, you have 10 different animals to choose from. So that's classification. And some examples of each of these types, so under regression, we talked about house price prediction. Stock price can also take, continuous values. Demand prediction. In classification, image classification, email, tumor classification is becoming a big deal these days. So radiology jobs in the next 40 years will diminish quite a bit because we have been able to detect tumors in an artificial intelligent way. Fraud detection, whether a transaction is fraud or not is a classification problem. In unsupervised learning, we talked about customer segmentation, document classification. So if you get a resume, right, and you get a bunch of resumes, you can classify them as data science resumes or clerical resumes and things like that, right? So it can do it automatically. In prescriptive, inventory optimization, truck route optimization, retail store assortment optimization are a few examples. And again, usually optimization problems follow predictive algorithms. You first create a model, and then you use it to simulate and optimize. Any questions so far? All right, so again, a different view of the same thing. Here I've listed some common algorithms in each of these types of machine learning algorithm. I'm sure many of us have read about linear regression, logistic regression, but the one thing that stands out here are neural networks. I think they have really invigorated the market and have pushed us towards using these algorithms. And they are, as I said, very data hungry and very compute hungry, and we have both today. All right, so again, we talk about machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics. There's so many terms. What are they related? Are they the same? So there's a lot of confusion that I see at many different places where I go. So let's talk about the three terms, right? Deep learning, machine learning, and AI, or artificial intelligence. So deep learning, which usually stands for neural networks, is one way of doing or performing machine learning. There are many different algorithms. There are regression algorithms, SVN, k-nearest neighbors, and so on. But deep learning is a set of algorithms within machine learning. Okay? And machine learning is one of the ways of doing artificial intelligence. There are, and we'll define artificial intelligence in the next slide, but you can achieve artificial intelligence via machine learning. It's one of the applications, but there are other ways of achieving artificial intelligence. So one is a subset of the other. And so let's define these, right? So let's talk about the outermost box, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence basically means techniques that enable computers to mimic human intelligence. Now there are different ways by which you can achieve that. You can throw data at a bunch of computers and expect it to mimic human intelligence, and that's machine learning. But you can also code different rules in a computer program, and if it behaves like a human, that's artificial intelligence too. But it's not machine learning, but it's artificial intelligence, right? So there are different ways of achieving artificial intelligence. Some of them, if then else rules, decision trees, robotic process automation, that's a buzzword these days, and machine learning being one of them, right? But if you go back to the previous slide, you see that machine learning, the sizes of these bubbles in the Venn diagram are indicative of their strengths, meaning that machine learning forms like 90 to 95% of artificial intelligence these days, right? So that's artificial intelligence, and we already defined machine learning. Machine learning is basically, it's a subset of AI techniques, so it's a subset based around the idea that we should just be able to give machines data, and we expect the machines to learn from the data on its own without explicit programming, right? So that's machine learning, and deep learning is a subset of machine learning techniques where the expectation is that machines would do higher level human stuff, like image recognition, speech to text translation, sentiment classification in a text or in voice, language translation. So these are the things that are really coming up, and they're all deep learning based. They are all neural network based, which again, I'll emphasize is very data hungry and very compute hungry. So you need GPUs, you need cloud technologies, you need Hadoop-like technologies where clusters of machines can work on a given problem in a synergistic manner. All right. So, talked about what is machine learning, different types. Let's talk about how a machine learning process works. What are the various, how do we go about it, right? So at a broad level, these are the various stages in which we would approach a machine learning problem, right? So the basic underlying ammunition of a machine learning problem is data, right? So you have to have data because that's what it uses to learn from, right? So that's the production data. It consists of your relational databases, your NoSQL type databases, web logs, and everything under the sun, right? So that's your source of data, right? And then you get your data into a centralized data store where you integrate it so that your machine learning algorithms can start working on it. So you get it into a data warehouse, or these days there's the buzzword of data lake is going around. So you get it into a data lake where both structured and unstructured data at high velocities can be ingested, right? So there are 3 V's of big data: volume, velocity, and variety. So you get the data in, you analyze the data, right? And that's a big part of overall machine learning, right? You would do some exploratory analysis of what the distributions of data look like. Does your data look like a normal bell curve, or is it more skewed? How does it look like? Because those assumptions are very important in choosing the right machine learning algorithm, right? And then you would use that predictive, exploratory knowledge to now create your predictive models, right? You would test them like you would do. You would test any other software that you build, and then you deploy it to your production systems. Now, what is very important in this cycle is that it is iterative. Once you deploy your model into your production systems, if you leave those models alone, they become stale very quickly. And when I say they become stale, what I mean is their outputs, they don't make any sense after a year or two, for example. And why is that? Because market conditions change. Macroeconomic conditions change. Your industry in which you are operating may change. So it's very important to keep these models fresh. And how does that happen? That happens by the data that you keep collecting here to go through the cycle over and over again in a periodic fashion. So a feedback loop, as it is called in machine learning world, is absolutely a must to continue to have credible results of your machine learning algorithms. Any questions here? This looks like an SDLC, a typical SDLC cycle, but a feedback loop is something that distinguishes a regular software development life cycle from a machine learning development life cycle. And to dig into, so the two areas where I would like to now zero in are the analysis of the data and building the predictive models, and that's what the next slide is. So we'll double click on that. So this is the analysis piece where you explore your data and prepare it. Most of the data in our production systems is unclean. There are null values all over the place. There are incorrect values that are typed in by humans, right? So there's a lot of data cleansing that needs to happen up front before you actually start using it for machine learning algorithms, because otherwise it's GIGO, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So data preparation is important. Feature engineering, what it really means is figuring out what are the variables that impact your outputs, right? So if your output is, for example, detecting spam email, what are the various features, what are the various independent variables that would help you determine whether an email is spam or not? So for example, too many capitalized words, right? That's a feature to determine whether an email is spam or not. And there could be others, right? So that's feature engineering. One point to note here is that this is the plumbing that needs to happen before actual machine learning algorithms are built, and that's where a machine learning specialist spends 70 to 80% of his or her time. It's all the plumbing work, that's where the time is spent, and all the where the real work happens, it's only 20 to 30%. And basically, how we go about modeling the data is we first divide our data into a training set and a validation set, right? So the reason for that is that you would train your algorithm on a given set, but you would not test it on the same set. You would want to test it on an unseen data set, right? Otherwise, your model would be biased. It would give you, higher accuracy rates than it actually is. So you would first divide your data sets into 3 sets. Then you would train the model on the training set. You would evaluate your model on the validation set, and then choose the model that is performing the best. Now there are, today if you want to do supervised learning on, again, I'll take email classification as spam or not, there are at least 20 different algorithms that you can use. Until a few years back, when we did not have the compute power, the data scientist would, based on his experience and statistical knowledge, he would or she would choose the best algorithm and then train on the data. These days, since we have a lot of compute power, we usually take a brute force approach, where we train all the 20 algorithms on the training set and then choose the one that is performing the best, right? So the intelligence part of the human intelligence is now taken out of the entire equation these days. So that's where you choose the best performing model, and then you would test. Yeah, go ahead.
Just curious, given that on the left it's 70 to 80% of the time, and I suspect that there are ways to automate data cleansing.
Yeah.
How do you know when you're done?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? So again, it's an iterative process. So you don't know when you are done. You get to a point where you think that this data is clean enough. You run your model on it, right, or train your model on it, test it, and if it is not giving you good enough results, you go back, right, and then keep doing it until you get good enough performance, hopefully. So it's everything, it's very, very iterative. A good question. All right, but the other good point, though, the other point that I would like to highlight here is that even this part is being automated these days, right? So we are using machine learning to do the initial data cleansing as well. So if you, for example, give a machine historical data sets and tell it that what the human did when such an anomaly was found, it would detect patterns and do on its own. So that's happening as well. There are many tools like AlterX out there in the market that does that for you. Any other questions?
Can you name one of those tools that you're talking about?
AlterX. ALTERYX. AlterX is one. Talend, TALEND, is another one. Datamir. I mean, there are quite a few out there. Yep. All right, so we talked about the process, but there are, as with anything else, there are challenges, right? And let's talk about some of those challenges, right? So I started this talk by saying that data is all around us, and that is what has enabled us to take these technologies to the next step, right, into our daily lives and applications that we use daily. But still, I have been in situations where there is not enough data, right, especially for chatbots, right? It's hard to get the amount of data that is needed to train a chatbot and to get it to decipher the intent correctly. And that's where we use, there are various techniques to get around that. For example, in chatbots, we generate data, right? Also or we can use crowdsourcing, for example. So you can, have people all across the world typing in and asking questions and gather all that. So that's one way of doing it. In image classification, something that I really like is, so for example, if I'll take a very simple example. If you want to classify an image as an image of a dog or not as a dog, right? Simple thing. But let's say you don't have enough dog images, right? So what do? You can actually take the images that you have, and blur some of them, or rotate some of them by 90 degrees, right? Or take mirror images of those images, right? So you can generate some of the data by yourself, and that's called genesis or data genesis. So or data synthesis, sorry. So that's something that we see as a challenge, and so lack of data is one, but lack of labeled data is another challenge, right? So for example, I was at working for a client who they are in the business of auto salvage. So they get these cars that are semi-totaled or totaled, and they have a decision to make whether they want to sell the car as some of its parts, just dismantle it, or repair it and auction it, right? So they take, for every car that they get in their lot, they take 10 images of the car. And 10 is a good number and they have millions of cars. So their objective was to build a machine learning algorithm that would look at these images and tell them whether it should be totaled, whether it should be sold as scrap, or whether it should be repaired by giving a dollar cost for repair. So they had millions of images, but the images were not tagged, meaning that it did not say that this image is taken from the front from this angle, and this is what the dollar cost to repair this car was. So it is hard to run supervised learning on these kind of data elements, right? So there are again techniques around that. What we did was we first ran unsupervised learning to cluster these images into different segments. And then, visually we saw that, okay, this segment looks like cars having frontal damage, and this is the amount. We worked with the business to see this is the amount that they spent to repair this car, these set of cars. So there are ways around it, but this is usually a challenge when we don't get labeled data to solve to train a machine learning model. And I touched upon it, poor data quality. Your model is only as good as your data. If you have poor data, you will get a poor model. It's garbage in, garbage out. So, and typical reasons for any organization to have poor data quality are manual data entry, right? Double data entry, you enter a data element here and the same data element in a different application, and of course there are bound to be discrepancies, right? Lack of consistent data dictionaries is something that I've seen all over the place, right? So what that really means is a certain, let's take, customer, for example, the customer data element. It would mean different things for different people in the same organization. Who is your customer is a very difficult question, believe it or not, to answer in most organizations, right? So if you have different interpretations of your primary data entities, then when you model around that, you will have different interpretations of the model also, right? So the lack of consistent data dictionaries is something that's a challenge. That's a reason for poor data quality. Inconsistent entries by different users, we talked about that, and then system integration issues. Even when data entry is automated, but when you integrate data into a common lake or a data warehouse, there are implementation challenges where you see system integration issues and therefore bad data quality. And how do you fix that? Automation is definitely one of them, right? And a good data architecture. And the third point, which is hidden from here, is implementation of good data governance policies, and that goes with defining and coming up with a consistent data dictionary across at least a business unit of an organization, if not across an organization. Any questions? And so another challenge that is, and this is more getting into the nitty-gritties of machine learning. without getting into the mathematics of it, is a problem called, or an optimization problem called bias and variance. It's also called underfitting or overfitting a model. And I have examples that I'll show you in the next slide. So just hold on to that. Stale models is another thing that I alluded to in one of my previous slides. If you leave your models alone, they will get stale and they will start spitting out conclusions that will harm you more than they will benefit you, right? So it's very important to keep your models fresh. And how do you do that? That is by building a continuous feedback loop of data going back into your algorithms, training them on a continual basis, and keeping them fresh. That's absolutely important. And then unbalanced data sets. So what I mean by that is, I'll give you an example. So let's say you are tasked with identifying, with looking at a picture, or looking at an X-ray or a picture of a mole on somebody's skin, and determining whether the mole is cancerous or not, benign tumor or malignant tumor, right? So if you get if you look at your historical data, more than 99% of your data would be benign tumors, right? Because most of us thankfully don't have cancer. So your data set is highly unbalanced. It is 99.9% balanced towards benign tumors, and only 0.1% is malignant. So let's say your model that you produce always says that it is that your image that you show to it is a benign tumor. What would the accuracy of that model be? It will be 99.9%, right? But it is a useless model. It always predicts that it's a benign tumor. It's a useless model with an accuracy of 99.9%. And that's what an unbalanced data set can give you, right? So there are techniques to take an unbalanced data set and make it balanced. You can again synthesize data. You can take off benign tumor data from your data set so that it becomes balanced and things like that. So there are ways to do that. So now let's touch upon how much time do we have? 2 minutes. Okay. All right. So let's. So this would be my. Instead of that, I'll just talk about some applications in the public sector. Right. So fraud detection in your payment platforms. Insider threat detections in your DMV applications. Deployment of resources. We talked about transportation quite a bit this morning, right? So having your police workforce and your traffic cops deployed in an optimal fashion across the state by determining where your hotspots of accidents and fatalities are, I think that would go a long way, right? And readiness, there is a startup that is doing readiness for adverse events like earthquakes and forest fires. So they have mapped out the entire country of the United States, and they have created hotspots of what will happen if an earthquake of a certain Richter scale happens in a certain locality. So how do you deploy your resources across those regions? Education, something that I am working on these days is automatic grading of student papers and answer sheets. So if you give millions of papers, handwritten papers, to a machine learning algorithm, and also and in the same breath tell the algorithm what an actual teacher graded that paper at, B+, B, A+, whatever, it can learn on its own, and if you give it a new paper, it should be able to give it a good grade. Not good, but appropriate grade. And detect cheating in tests and plagiarism. That's something. Process automation, we talked about chatbots, is definitely one. Deciphering the sentiment and mood of citizens calling into a government agency, call centers, how they are feeling. predictive analytics around reincarceration rates. So, I was reading somewhere in the United Kingdom, 45% of prisoners who are released are reincarcerated. So how do you, that's a big problem. How do you predict and how do you prevent that, right? And then predictive maintenance is something that is big these days, where a stitch in time saves 9, right? So you would look at your heavy equipment and see what is going to fail and when, and do predictive maintenance. Right? All right, that's all I have time for. I had a couple of other slides, but I think.
Yeah, I apologize, but we are out of time.
Yeah.
Because we have about 7 minutes before you'll be back in this room for the keynote at lunch, which you can get outside those doors. If you need a bio break, down the hall to the left. But please join me in thanking Chap for his wonderful presentation.
Yep, thank you. All right.
Everybody's had a full 10 minutes for lunch. So, the only constant in life is change. And all of us in technology, whatever your interface with technology is, we oftentimes are agents of change in addition to dealing with technology. So we're going to talk a little bit about change. It's my privilege to introduce our speaker for you this afternoon. Tim O'Shea is our next speaker. He's a dynamic presenter with a unique background. If you haven't seen his appearances on Comedy Central, Showtime, or The Tonight Show, well, it's because he's never had any.
Unfortunate but true.
Tim O'Shea is an award-winning keynote speaker with a background in HR and organizational psychology. Really interesting background. During his corporate career, he was laid off 4 times, survived 6 different mergers, and held 11 different job titles. That's why he works for himself now. As the agent of change, Tim explains people's behavior for a living. In addition to his background in business management and applied psychology, he's also trained with law enforcement professionals, Secret Service agents, and officers from the CIA. He speaks at conventions and conferences internationally, helping organizations thrive during change. Here now to provide insights on looking at change in a lighthearted and not so scary way, please welcome with me the agent of change, Tim O'Shea.
There we go. Thank you. How about a round of applause for Jack, because he doesn't get enough. That's an important thing. All right, thank you very much for having me here. You guys are actually my 3rd government agency that I'm presenting to this month. I travel all over. Has anybody heard of the town of Leavenworth, Washington? You have, okay. So I've been all over to the world. I've been to London, Toronto, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, and it was fun to be able to say, where are you going next, Tim? I'm going to Leavenworth. What did you do? Yep. So I know that it's been a long morning. You've been at this conference all day today. There's a lot of information that you've been taking in. So I want to be fair to you. I want to begin by explaining exactly what kind of content I am going to cover today. Statistics, data, analysis, spreadsheets, user resources, project management, and business improvement processes. These are all things that will not appear in this program. You can applaud. Thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at overcoming resistance to change, and I'm going to give you a tool and a technique to help you reframe some of your emotions when you're experiencing it. So we're going to do a quick warm-up just to start things off. This is going to be really easy where you're sitting in your chairs. Hopefully you'll be done chewing by the time I get done with these instructions. I'm going to count to 3, and on 3, I'd like everybody to say out loud their first name on 3, okay? Just your first name on 3. Here we go. Take a swallow. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Now, let's take it up a notch. This time I want you to say it loudly, with enthusiasm, as if you want somebody to know who you are. Your first name. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Now, let's change it up. This time, your favorite color on 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Now the town where you were born. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Now the last 4 digits of your credit card and your mother's maiden name. Go. Good. Glad to see you're all following security protocols. I appreciate that. So we're going to talk about overcoming resistance to change here, and I want to introduce you to the idea of something called short-term thinking. This is a concept that I learned about from highly skilled, highly trained U.S. intelligence officers. More on that later. Short-term thinking is something that we all get caught up in when we're experiencing change. Now, before I tell you what short-term thinking is, I want to show you short-term thinking in action, an experiential demonstration of short-term thinking. So to accomplish this, I'm going to get the help of somebody from out here who can help me up here for a couple of minutes with this demonstration. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come out here and pick somebody from the room, and I just start scanning the room, and I look for a fun, friendly face. of somebody who might be helpful, who can come up here and help me for a couple of minutes with this demonstration. All right? Just by way of a disclaimer, I have not been given anybody's names ahead of time. I really do this at random. I just scan the room and look for a fun, friendly, helpful face of someone who might be willing to help me out up here with this demonstration. Now, what I like about doing this is that everybody immediately avoids eye contact with me, as if that makes you safe from being selected. I like the logic. Well, if I can't see him, he won't be able to see me. Let's see. Would you consider yourself to be a helpful person? Yes. Yes? Okay. Reluctantly. Good, because I could use your help. Would you mind helping me? Would that be all right? Okay. Give her a round of applause. Welcome her up here. Let's go. All right. What's your name?
Erin.
That's correct. Now, Erin, come on over this way here. Stand nice front and center here. So thank you for your help today. This is an important part of making the point of the program, okay? So we're going to do a demonstration of how short-term thinking is something that we all get caught up in by default, okay? So what I've got here is I've got a little red spongy ball. I'm going to place it in my left hand here, get it in there nice and tight, give it a puff of air. Give me a puff of air there, would you? And it's gone. So where did it go? It was in my jacket, okay? So let's try this again. Get it in there nice and tight. Give it a puff of air. Give me a puff of air. Excellent. And it's gone. All right, so where did it go? Now, here's the thing. Everybody in the room knows where the ball is right now. Just nod your head if you know where the ball is. Okay. Well, this time it was actually up my sleeve, okay? So let's try this again. We're going to put it in my hand, get it in there nice and tight, give it a puff of air. Give me a puff of air, and it's gone. Where do you think it went?
I have no idea.
All right, well, I've got another one here in my pocket. Let's try this again.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to put it in my hand here, get it in there nice and tight. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to check the inside of my jacket for me to make sure there's nothing there. I don't want you to not trust me.
Not anything
okay?
in there.
There's not anything there. You want to check up my sleeve as well?
Sure.
Nothing up there? Okay. Give me a puff of air. So what are you doing?
I'm looking at your hand.
Yeah, I know, but you're making it disappear.
Oh.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
I don't know.
Now, here's the thing. Everybody in the room still knows where the ball is. Just nod your head if you know where the ball is. Okay. So I think what's happening here is that everybody can see that you have a lot of particles around you. So actually, I'm going to take some of these particles here off of you, and we're just going to gather them together, put them here, here, here. Oh, look at all this stuff you've got in your hair, all this red spongy material here. Okay. So let's see if we can conjure something up. Oh, look at that. You're surrounded by all of this red spongy particle stuff. So that's where it came from. Do me a favor, examine this ball, see if there's anything strange about it.
There is nothing strange.
There is nothing strange about it. Okay. So let's do this here. Let's put it in your hand. Okay. Grab it nice and tight there. All right. Okay. Hold it. Okay. Now I've got another one here in my pocket. I'm going to place it in my hand here. All right. Okay. Now, how many balls do I have in my hand right now?
I saw one.
You saw one? Okay. Well, there's none.
Okay.
How many are you holding?
One.
Okay. Open up your hand.
Oh my God.
There's two. Now, what are you doing? How is this happening?
Making them appear? I have no idea.
Okay, well, this is not me doing it, it's you doing it.
Okay.
Okay, all right. There's just something very weird and strange. Do me a favor, examine these two balls and see if there's anything strange about them.
I don't see anything strange.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to place them in my hand now. Everybody knows where the ball is right now. Just nod your head. Look at everybody's agreement, okay? They're in your hand. All right, now they're not. Where do you suppose every ball went?
I have no idea.
Okay. Expand your horizons a little bit. Turn around and look over your right shoulder on the floor. Very nice. Give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, Erin, for helping me out with that. So, Erin, if you would please just describe in a word or two some of the emotions that were coming up for you.
I was baffled.
Baffled, okay.
And a little bit frustrated.
Frustrated is a very common one, and I fully support you in that, okay? All right, what else? You felt kind of stupid, and I think everybody in the room agrees that you're not stupid, okay? I think we all agree on that. So discomfort is probably a good word to encompass all of that. Would you agree with that? Yes. Okay, great. So discomfort, that's the feeling that we often experience when we are facing change. We have that feeling of discomfort, all right? And let me look at my slides here and see what okay. So I know that there's a lot of changes coming up here for the state. Motor vehicle is getting a system-wide $95 million upgrade. A lot of the counties are still operating on their own systems. I actually spoke a couple of weeks ago to one of the counties here locally, and they are still using the same MS-DOS system since 1981. Just to put that into perspective, here is some of the high-tech computer technology we had back in 1981. I don't know, do you think it might be time for a little change, perhaps? Maybe we could upgrade? Maybe we could upgrade at least to Nintendo? So this is something that we all have to deal with, and short-term thinking is something that we all default to. The definition of short-term thinking is exactly what it sounds like. We're not thinking far out. We're not thinking far ahead, okay? And the problem with short-term thinking, because it's our default, we experience that when we are going through change. That's what we default to. Short-term thinking can be beneficial in certain situations. For example, if you're in a crisis situation, short-term thinking is actually to your advantage. If you're in a building and it's on fire, you want to be focusing on getting out. You don't want to be thinking, who should I invite to the funeral? That's not how far out you want to be. Short-term thinking is beneficial there. Also, short-term thinking is good for goal setting, for example. It's a lot easier to focus on short-term goals, little pieces at a time, rather than the entire big picture. And it's a lot easier to stay optimistic if you're just focusing on trying to get through the next hour rather than the next year, for example. But when we're dealing with something as abstract as change, short-term thinking is actually a disadvantage. It works against us. The problem is it's also our default. This is what we do automatically. And the problem is that when we are in short-term thinking, we start making assumptions. We start assuming things that may be based on something real, that may not be based on something real. Let me give you a nice example from my own life of how short-term thinking and making assumptions got me in trouble. Let me take you to the briefing room here. All right, so this is an X-ray of my left hand from last year. Take a look at a close-up here. Do you see that spherical object in my left middle finger? Looks like it's about the shape and size of a BB, doesn't it? If it looks like it's a BB, it's because it is. Let me tell you how it got there. So I have a BB air gun pistol that I like to use in my backyard for target practice, recreation. I set up a cardboard box. I do not shoot squirrels or cats or rabbits with it. Animal lovers, I'm okay, I'm on your side. I don't shoot anything that's alive, all right? Just cardboard boxes and soda bottles. So one day, I noticed the air cartridge was running low on air, and I felt that the air pressure was running low. So I thought, oh, it needs a new CO2 cartridge. So I put a new CO2 cartridge into it. The phone rang, I set the pistol down, and then I forgot about it. The next day, I had to get up very early because I was going to the airport that afternoon. So I got up, I see the pistol on my desk. I don't want it there, I need to move it to a safe place. Now, remembering that I had changed the CO2 cartridge, I was like, oh, I wonder what it feels like now with full blast air power. So I put my hand in front of the barrel. Please let me finish. Shooters, don't get ahead of me, all right? I put my hand in front of the barrel and pulled the trigger. Well, instead of air, I felt excruciating pain, and there was blood everywhere. Well, I had forgotten that when I put a new CO2 cartridge in the BB pistol, I had forgotten that I had also loaded the frigging thing. So I shot myself in the hand at point-blank range with a BB pistol. Fortunately, there was an urgent care facility up the street from my house. Didn't take long before I had to go to the airport. I'm at the facility. I had to fill out the form. You have to fill out a reason for the accident. So it says cause of accident, and I really wrote this on the form. Cause of accident, reason, I put stupidity, because that's how I was feeling at the time. So it ended up being fine. No permanent damage was done. They took it out, and I'm okay. But that's a mistake I will not be making again. And what I learned from that was I was making an assumption there. I assumed that that pistol was not loaded when it was. And because I didn't check first to see if it was, it got me hurt, quite literally. It caused me pain. So That's what we're going to talk about today, is how to check your assumptions against what you might be perceiving to be true, and how to navigate through this short-term thinking that we often revert to when we're experiencing change, all right? So I'm going to give you a tool today, and the tool for managing short-term thinking, I'm going to give you a preview of it here, is one word, reframe. That's it. That's the tool that I'm going to give you today. All right, so reframe is the tool, and I'm going to ask you about this at the end. So I'm going to say, what is the tool for managing your thoughts, your emotions when you're going through change? And the answer is reframe. That's what you're going to say at the end. I just gave you the answer, so you should get it. If you don't get it at the end, I'm afraid I can't help you. All right? Now, also, another benefit of reframe is that it helps you change your mindset about certain things. For example, Aaron, you talked about some of the discomfort that you were feeling, those emotions. Also, what if I told you that I had a special power to do what I was doing just there, those tricks with you? What would you have to say in response?
I would have told you that I didn't believe you.
That you didn't believe me, and I would fully support that.
I needed more information.
That you needed more information. Good, thank you. And I fully support your premise in that. So they say that a magician never reveals their secrets. Aaron, I have good news for you. I'm not a magician. And later on, I'm going to show you exactly what I did. And I'm going to tell you how I did that. And hopefully that will reframe some of the emotions of discomfort that you might have been feeling. Okay? All right, so more on that ahead. So reframe is the tool. We live in a world right now where we're surrounded by shiny objects. I'm sure none of you have been on the internet in your daily lives. But if you are, sometimes you might be on a web page reading an article or a news item, and you'll see these icons at the bottom of a web page. And it's usually sensational. It's called clickbait in social media and internet vernacular, clickbait. It's pictures and icons at the bottom of a page designed to get you to click on them, usually leading you to some sort of marketing scheme, all right? And the headlines or the pictures are usually sensational, usually provocative. For example, you'll see a picture of Jennifer Aniston, and it'll say what she secretly wants in a man, you know. Or you'll see the head of Miley Cyrus on the body of a chicken with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a credit card in the other. The biggest mistake you'll ever make, and you're like, I gotta go find out what that is, okay? So it's clickbait. It's designed to lure you into, and they trick you into getting into that short-term thinking. There's a lot of things that we can be fooled by. For example, it might be a magic trick, such as the one here that I did with Aaron, or it might be an optical illusion. Now, there are some things in our society that we have been trained not to be fooled by. For example, I don't think anybody responds to an email from a Nigerian prince anymore. But there are still things out there that take advantage of this default system that we have of short-term thinking in our psychology. This is why infomercials still work. Infomercials play on this to get you to do things that you would never do in your right mind, like buy a blanket with sleeves, okay? Or exercise devices that don't require doing any actual exercise, and then to get later made fun of on Saturday Night Live. Or this one here, this is the most appalling and worst one that I found, a putting green that you can use while you're on the toilet. Now, if you play any kind of golf at all, you know this is not good technique. You cannot practice stance in this position. But these things are out there, and they take advantage of us. It also takes advantage of our tendency to want a quick solution. We want a quick fix for something. You'll see commercials on television, which I'm about to show you one. It's not a real one, but it's one I made, but this is an example of some of the things that are out there. Take a look.
Stress, tension, depression, anxiety.
I just want relief.
Allergies, indigestion, dandruff, bad dandruff. Is there any relief in sight?
Is there any relief in sight?
Traffic, computer problems, bills, the obnoxious guy at work.
If only there were a cure. If only there were a cure.
Well, now there is.
There is?
Introducing Omnizac, the new miracle medication that cures everything.
Everything?
Everything. From insomnia to tennis elbow. From constipation to bad credit. All you need is Omnizac. Omnizac is the one-pill cure-all for everything in life.
I used to suffer from hay fever and narcissistic personality disorder until I got Omnizac.
Now that I take Omnizac, not taking responsibility for my actions doesn't bother me at all.
Omnizac allows you to live your life carefree so that you don't have to worry about anything.
So how do I know if Omnizac is right for me?
OmniZac is specially designed to deal with anything that happens to a human being, so if you breathe air and have a head, you may be a good candidate for OmniZac. Do not take OmniZac if you are pregnant, nearsighted, or just recently won the lottery.
It's an agitation reducer.
It's a mucus exfoliant.
It's a co-regulative binomial theta-zeta gamma blocker.
It's everything you need.
OmniZac.
OmniZac.
OmniZac, the one-pill cure-all for being alive.
But until we have something like that, we have to rely on our abilities to take an additional cognitive step to look at situations objectively. When we're facing change, we get caught up in short-term thinking, which is reactive. We're just reacting to something. So this begs the question, why do we do this? Why is this our default? Well, the short answer is it's our biology. It's how we're wired. For tens of thousands of years, human beings existed in these smaller bands of hunter-gatherer societies of maybe a couple of dozen people. And the world wasn't as complicated back then as it is now. So it was really easy to just make an assumption about something and not be wronged in some way. The problem is that our modern world is much more complex, but we still have similar brains. Let me show you a picture here of the modern human brain. And here's what the brain looked like 50,000 years ago. They're identical. There is no difference. Anatomically, our brains are the same as they were 50,000 years ago. And that's the problem. Our brains are tens of thousands of years old. Our modern world is only a couple of hundred years old. So we don't have a process in place to check our assumptions. That's why we need a system to do it. And there's two things that we do when we get caught up in short-term thinking. We look for patterns and we look for meaning. When we look for patterns in things, that's our natural tendency to make connections between A and B. Many times A and B are connected, and it's good to know when those patterns occur. That's how we learn. The problem is a lot of patterns are also false. A and B are not connected, and that's where we can get tricked, okay? So we look for patterns in things, and this is a common thing that we all do. We all do it. There is a Harvard engineer by the name of Tyler Vegan who came up with a website and a book called Spurious Correlations. And what it does is it demonstrates how we as human beings make connections to things that seem like they are related, but actually they are not related. For example, this is just my own analogy. If you eat a ham sandwich and then 2 hours later you might be feeling a little stomach-y for some reason, what are you going to assume? That it was probably the ham sandwich that you ate, yeah. And most likely, that's what it was. Might not be, but most likely that's the scenario. However, if you eat a ham sandwich and 2 hours later you win the lottery, well, obviously, eating the ham sandwich didn't cause you to win the lottery, but what are you going to be doing a lot more of from that point forward? Eating more ham sandwiches, exactly, because we put 2 and 2 together. All right? And spurious correlations, there's a couple of charts here I'm going to show to you. For example, there's a direct correlation between the number of people who have drowned by falling into a swimming pool and the number of films Nicolas Cage has appeared in the last 10 years. As you can see, the lines match exactly. Obviously, though, those things are not connected at all. So if Nicolas Cage ever comes out in a film, don't go near a swimming pool, is what most people assume. All right? There's a direct correlation between the divorce rate in Maine and the per capita consumption of margarine in the United States. Okay? So this is what people do. They put 2 and 2 together. The problem is we often put 2 and 2 together and we come up with 17. There's a correlation between people who drowned after falling out of a fishing boat and the marriage rate in the state of Kentucky. All right? And also, there's a correlation between the US per capita consumption of cheese and the number of people who died by getting tangled in their bed sheets. All right, so as you can see, these things, I mean, and you would look at a chart like that and you would think that one would cause the other, and it's obvious that it's not. But this is what happens when we get into short-term thinking. We react immediately, and we start looking for patterns, and we start looking for meaning in things. We're talking about meaning for a second. We look for meaning in everything. So, and if there is no meaning in something, we'll fill it in, even if it's just white noise. So that's why we will look at a sink from a certain angle and instead see a face, okay? This is also why we see faces on vegetables or on a pair of shoes, for example. Maybe one day you'll be having breakfast and you'll look down at your pancake and you'll suddenly see Charles Manson Enjoy your breakfast. This one here is my favorite. It's a coat hanger, and somebody writes underneath it, "Drunk octopus wants to fight." Okay? So we look for patterns, and then we attach meaning to those patterns, all right? The problem is it's very difficult to tell when we're making an assumption versus what the actual truth is. Sometimes when we're making an assumption, often it's based on something real. Just as often, it's not. And the lines between truth and assumptions get very blurred. So let's do this. We're going to play a little game now here called True or False. I'm going to put a statement up on the screen that's a commonly held societal belief, knowledge, or factoid. And I want you to tell me if it's true or if it's false. Quite easy, all right? So just say true if you think it's true or false if it's false. So let's start with an easy one here. The North Star is the brightest star in the sky. True or false? If you think it's true, say it's true. If you think it's false, say false. All right, for those of you who said false, you are correct. This one is false. Now, here's the thing. I'm no different, okay? When I'm talking about all of this stuff, about short-term thinking and being a human being in the world, myself included, I do this too. This is one that I have been walking around thinking was true even up to just a year ago. My whole life, I've been walking around thinking that the North Star was actually the brightest star in the sky, and it's not. The real story is the North Star is actually only the 49th brightest star in the sky. It's not even in the top 10. And when I heard this guy talk, he's the one who straightened me out, okay? Let's try this one here. An undercover police officer is required to answer truthfully if you ask them, "Are you a cop?" If you think this is true, say true. If you think it's false, say false. All right. For those of you who said false, you are correct. The real story behind this one, law enforcement officers are not required to disclose that they're working undercover. In fact, the whole point of them working undercover is to catch people doing crimes. And if you ever hear somebody say, "Oh, if you ask, they're legally bound to tell you," that person might be doing something they shouldn't be doing. Let's try this one here. We only use 10% of our brains. Say true if you think it's true. If you think it's false, say false. False. Okay. For those of you who said false, you're correct about this one. The real story is we actually use 100% of our brains 24 hours a day. When we're sleeping at night, we're dreaming, the brain is still functioning, we're processing unconscious, subconscious thoughts also, the heart and lungs are going. So we use 100% of our brains 24 hours a day. Now this might not be true of some of the people that you work with, but that's another conversation. All right. But if the 10% brain myth were actually true, brain damage wouldn't matter. Brain damage wouldn't be a problem. You could just miss a whole chunk of your brain and still be the CEO of Uber and walking around functioning, all right? So we use 100% of our brains 24 hours a day. How about this one here? Caffeine in coffee dehydrate you. Say true if this is true. True. Say false if this is false. Okay. For those of you who said this one is true, sorry. This one is false. And this is one that a lot of people think that is actually not true. What's the main ingredient in a cup of coffee? Water, exactly. So how can something that is mostly water dehydrate you? Also, caffeine is not a dehydrator. It's a diuretic, which means it makes you empty your bladder more, okay? Which is a great way for your body to rid itself of toxins. Also, the antioxidant benefits of coffee are well known, so you do not need to be worried about being dehydrated by your coffee. Drink up. Right, I hear you, brother. All right, thank you for the thumbs up. We're connecting. Okay. How about this one here? This is a fun one. Betty White is older than sliced bread. Say true if this is true. Say false if this is false. This one is true. I was astonished to learn this one, actually. In fact, here's the story. Sliced bread was invented in 1928. Betty White was born in 1922. In fact, Betty White is also older than the electric razor, the trampoline, the jukebox, the garbage disposal, rubber tires, stoplights, and the ballpoint pen, okay? So Betty White is older than all of those things. So it's difficult sometimes when we're making assumptions to distinguish between fact and fiction because we're making an assumption about something. It's also very difficult when we're feeling that discomfort about something to say, I was wrong. Nobody likes to admit that they're wrong about something. It's very difficult to say that. But let me ask you a question. Just raise your hand if on this list just now there was at least one thing that you've been walking around the whole time thinking that you were wrong about. Everybody in the room raised their hand, okay? And that's fine. It's normal. It's part of being a human being, all right? So in case I irritated you, I just want to show you I'm on your side. This is a picture of my dogs. These are Pembroke Welsh Corgis. They're my children, all right? So I'm on your side. You might be feeling some discomfort, so I want to let you know that that's not the case. When you're in your job and you're trying to accomplish things, often we get made a lot of promises, and we start assuming those things will help us. Often we look to outside resources for this, usually in the form of the latest best-selling business book that's out there. There are a lot of titles out there. It gets hard to keep track of, so I put together this fun resource that you can use to keep track of the latest best-selling business book trends. Have a look.
The following is a paid commercial advertisement.
Is your industry going through constant change? Do you
Feel like you've got to keep up with the latest best-selling leadership, management, or success book you're expected to read, but you don't have the time?
Well, now that's not a problem with the Flavor of the Month Book Club.
Each month, you will get the latest best-selling book everyone is talking about, so that you can stay on top of the latest trends you are expected to know.
You'll get titles like How to Steal Friends and Dominate People, Building Success Through Power and Manipulation.
Or The Sipping Point. Most successful business decisions are made during happy hour. With Flavor of the Month Book Club, you'll get a best-selling book title every month.
In January, you'll get Geekonomics, How the IT Department Can Make Your Life a Living Hell.
In February, it's the 365 dysfunctions of a team, because you're dysfunctional all year long.
And in March, it's Who Poisoned My Cheese, because you can't be a mouse in the rat race. With Flavor of the Month Book Club, you'll always be up to date on the constantly changing buzzwords you're expected to know.
But don't take our word for it. Let's get a testimonial. Here's Flavor of the Month Club member Diane Jones.
I was always having to do more with less, but now I'm ahead of the curve. Thanks, Flavor of the Month.
Flavor of the Month Book Club gives you the latest and greatest with titles like The 7 Habits of the 1-Minute Manager During the 4-Hour Workweek, or Dummies for Dummies, Understanding the Idiot in the Cube Next to Yours, or the best-selling New is the New Old, and the sequel Old is the New New, and the sequel to that New is the New New Until That Gets Old Too. Get excited about reading books you would otherwise ignore with Flavor of the Month Club. In the summertime, we break out even more great titles, such as The Accidental Manager. You did what you were good at, then you got promoted, and now you're clueless.
And in August, it's 1,437 ways to simplify your life.
With Flavor of the Month Book Club, it will be easy for you to stay on top of your industry's constantly changing philosophy.
And if you act now, you'll get this handy reading lamp. So every page will be brightly lit, and you won't have to miss a word.
And finally, wrap up the whole year with the best-selling The Samsung Way. Fire up your team without lighting a match. With this great book club, it will be easy for you to be successful in your career.
So order now. Flavor of the Month Book Club.
Because if you're not ahead,
you're behind.
Okay. By the way, you're now my favorite audience this year because you laughed at the Samsung Way more than any other audience. So I appreciate your support in that. Thank you. Let's move now into the second half where we're talking about reframe, okay? So before I, just like with short-term thinking up front, before I tell you what it is, I want to show it to you. So before I tell you what reframe is, I want to show it to you. So Aaron, we talked about your feelings of discomfort and frustration. That was, and I'm glad you shared that with me. Thank you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to reframe those emotions of discomfort and help you feel better about it, okay? And I'm going to show you exactly what I did, all right? So here's what happened. Actually, can I borrow you for a second? Is that okay? All you have to do is be a model. You're a good-looking guy. Come on. All right. Right here. And what's your name?
Tom.
You're right. Okay, Tom. Appreciate it. So you don't have to do anything, and you know what's going to happen.
No.
Well, yeah. No. I mean, turn around. You're going to pretend, Tom, that you're Aaron. Okay. All right. So here's what happened, Aaron. So I had the spongy ball, and what I did was I placed it in my hand like this, and then I pretended to close it. But while I closed my hand, I slipped it in my hand here. All right. And then I gave it a puff of air, and then it was gone. So that's what I did the first time, and I had it contained here in this hand. And then I just made the illusion that I pulled it out of my jacket. The second time, I did the exact same thing, put it here, concealed it in my hand, puff of air, puff of air. Now, while you were doing a puff of air, that was distracting you, and I did that. Okay, I did it behind your back. All right, and then it was gone. Then I pulled out one from my pocket while you weren't looking, and did it from my sleeve. Okay. Then the third one, let's see. I had you examine the ball. all right, and there was nothing wrong with it. And then, now I forgot what I did. See, short-term thinking. I don't know what I did. All right, I do it too.
2 in here.
2 in here? Well, oh, that's coming next. Oh. The first one was the particle one. So what I did was I reached into my pocket, and I pretended to place these particles, all right? So my hand was empty, and I'm giving you the illusion that I'm pulling things out of thin air. And on one, I snuck it in my hand here and put it in there, and that's how it appeared, okay? Then I handed it to you, asked you to examine it. While you were distracted, I pulled another one from my pocket, and when you handed it back to me, I said, and I concealed it in my hand here, I said, all right, let me put these in your hand, and I had you close your hand without telling you that there was 2, and then I pulled one out of my pocket, put it in my hand, did the same thing, it was gone. That's how it flew through space magically, and when you opened your hand, there were 2, okay? And then the whole time, every time I had you look at the audience, that they were nodding where they knew where the ball was, I threw them behind your back, okay? All right, thank you, Tom, for your participation, I appreciate that. Oh, and he cleans up too, that's the next one, I appreciate that. Okay, so that's how I did it. So tell me now, what are some of the emotions you might be feeling now that you know how that was done and now you know the truth?
I feel enlightened.
Enlightened? Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting something so grandiose, but all right, I'll take that. What else?
Competent.
Competent? Good.
Yeah,
Okay, good. Here's the other thing I did. I also used the psychological tactic. I told you that it was you doing it. So I used a psychological tactic to get you to second guess yourself, okay? You know, I said, it's not me doing it, it's you. This is something that people with personality disorders do. If you've ever worked for somebody who's a sociopath or a narcissist or a psychopath, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, you're the psychopath, okay? This is what they'll do. They'll get you to doubt yourself, all right? And you know, I've encountered these same personalities in my profession and in my work life, and I'm trying to put a stop to it, and I can't. I'm working on it. All right. So that was another tactic I did, was also I got you to second guess yourself. So with a combination of talking fast, distracting you, and then psychologically just making you doubt yourself, all of those things put you in short-term thinking. All right. So with Reframe now, I've told you exactly, I've disclosed everything, I've told you the truth, now you feel competent, now you feel okay. That's Reframe, all right? So what she now has is a different perspective on doing this. Perhaps you can even do those tricks too.
My nephew would love it.
Your nephew would love it? Okay. I've got news for you. Like I said, I'm not a magician. I bought a DVD and just learned how to do those things in a couple hours. Okay? There was no special power. That's all it was. Just sleight of hand and psychological tactics. So that's what Reframe is. Okay, so we just reframed Erin's emotions by giving her a different perspective on a situation. Let me tell you about my work with spies now. Otherwise, it would have been really cool. It's usually much cooler than that, but now I'm feeling incompetent and frustrated. But anyway, you get the idea. So my background is in HR and organizational psychology. So for just shy of a decade, I interviewed and did behavioral assessments of job applicants and job candidates. For the past few years, I've been immersing myself in law enforcement training because it turns out that there are a lot of parallels between the modalities in organizational and behavioral psych that are also used in law enforcement regarding interactions with people that I found to be very helpful. This included training with a couple of guys who were among the top 2 security officers in the CIA for decades. And I learned a couple of important things from them that I'm going to share with you today. One is, did you know everybody lies? Everybody lies. I'll prove it to you. By show of hands, who in this room has never ever told a lie? Exactly. By show of hands, who in this room vows to never do it again? Thank you. We all lie. And you're raising your hand. You're lying. Okay, you're lying. You're doing it right now. You're lying to me in front of everybody. You're doing it. Okay? So we all lie every single day. In fact, this may surprise you, surprised me when I found out about this. The average person lies about 10 times a day. Does that surprise you? Now, before you break up into groups and start accusing each other of things, Most of these are just, you know, they're the social lies, the little white, you know, white social polite society ones that we tell. You know, for example, have you ever told somebody who invited you to a party that you had other plans when the truth is you simply didn't want to go? Well, you're a liar. All right? Have you ever pretended to be really glad to see somebody you couldn't stand? You're a liar. Have you ever told a police officer you had no idea what the speed limit was when the truth is you knew exactly how fast you were going? All right? Everybody lies about something. And that's the point, though, is that it's most of the time it's to avoid some sort of harm. You don't want to get into a conversation about something, or you just want to avoid some sort of conflict. Very rarely are you going to be lying about anything like, where did you bury the body, or anything. It's not going to be anything like that. The other important dynamic that I learned from these officers was we all have a bias about something. In particular, we have confirmation bias. There's many different types of biases. We have cultural bias, emotional bias. Confirmation bias is a special one, though, in regards to dealing with change and making assumptions and short-term thinking. Who in the room knows what confirmation bias is? Anybody, just shout it out. You don't need my permission, just go ahead and say it. What's confirmation bias?
You believe what you search out things that reinforce your beliefs.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. What's your name?
Allison.
Allison. Thank you, Allison. You got it exactly correct. You look for reasons to confirm something that you already think is true. You look for reasons to confirm something that you already believe. All right. Another way to phrase confirmation bias is it's also called emotional reasoning. All right. So what we try to do is fit facts to. We try to shape facts to fit our feelings. And believe it or not, that's how we make most of our decisions all the time. We like to think of ourselves as logical, rational people who will make decisions based on all the evidence that we lay out on the table in front of us and then make our decisions based on that. Often, that's not what we do. We do the opposite. We make our decisions first based on emotions, and then we look for reasons to confirm it. So, for example, let's say I'm walking around. Let's say I have a great idea about something, and I go tell, what's your name? Kelly. Kelly. I go up to Kelly, and I tell him about my idea or thing that I heard, and I think I'm excited about it, I like it, but I tell Kelly about it, and he doesn't really like it. It's not what I want to hear. In fact, he doesn't agree. What am I going to do next? I'm going to go talk to somebody else. So I'll go to Tom here, and I'll tell him the same thing. He doesn't agree. What am I going to do next? I'm going to go tell somebody else. So by the time you get to person number 137, who finally says to you, yeah, you know what, I think you've got a point there, and you say, see, I was right the entire time. That's confirmation bias. That's emotional reasoning, okay, where you're trying to fit the facts about something to how you feel about it, okay? So that's what we all do, and that is our default. So how do we do this? How do we manage this, this dynamic that we have of bias, emotions, and short-term thinking? So the tool, like I mentioned at the beginning, is reframe. The simple definition of reframe is to change the way you look at a situation, which allows you to shift your emotional state, such as what we did with Erin here just a few minutes ago, when I showed her exactly how I did those tricks that caused her to be frustrated and feel upset. Now she feels more competent because she has a different perspective that she didn't have before. That's what reframing does. Many times when we're looking at something from a certain perspective, we get tricked into seeing it for not what it really is. That's why reframing is an important tool. Have a look at this photo here. Do you see all the black camels there? All right, let's reframe this one. Take a look at it up close. When we examine it a little more closely, we see that the black camels are actually shadows of the real camels there that are standing up there in brown and white on the sand, okay? So this picture is a perfect example of how we make snap judgments about the world and how it's really easy to make assumptions about something that can trick us. How about this one here? Which line looks longer, the yellow one or the red one? Yellow one, right. If your brain is working, the yellow line looks longer, okay? Now, when we reframe it, I know after a day like this, it might be petering out a little bit. That's all right. So when we reframe it and I put the lines together, we see that they're exactly the same size. Now, here's what's interesting. Even after I've shown you I've just proven to you that the lines are the same size. When I put them back in their original position, the lines, the yellow line looks longer again, all right? That's your brain doing its job. Your brain's job is to protect you from harm. We have these 50,000-year-old brains that have an automatic system for perceiving a threat. That's why we react so strongly to change. We get stressed out by it because we perceive it as a threat. Our ancestors would be out hunting in the fields, and if they heard a noise out in the grass and it was a tiger coming to eat them, our ancestors, who assumed that anytime they heard that noise out in the grass and then jumped into the nearest tree, lived longer, and here we are. The ancestors who didn't assume that assumed it was nothing, are no longer our ancestors, okay? That's why we react the way we do, because we perceive it as a threat. So we need a process to reframe our emotions. So reframing provides you with a new perspective, thus providing you with a new emotional state. And the formula for it is to change your perspective, which changes the meaning behind what's going on in the situation, and that's how you change your emotion, all right? Now, this might sound ridiculously easy. Here's why it's not. Because our default system is to make an assumption about something. And due to confirmation bias, once we think something is true, it's very, very difficult to change our mind about it. And it takes an additional cognitive step to step back from a situation for a minute and look at it and go, okay, what's going on, all right? So what you're doing with reframe is you are changing your emotional state by changing the meaning behind that situation, all right? Another way of putting this more simply is just flip it around. Look at it from a different angle. That's what we did with Erin. You know, she had one perspective. I flipped it around. I let her in on the other side, and now she has a completely different point of view. I got a really nice example of flipping it around and changing your perspective very quickly when I got my certification in tactical and executive protection driving at a high-performance driving facility where I trained with law enforcement professionals and special ops guys. So I was out on the course one day, and I had just learned this. I handed my phone to the instructor, and this is what I did. Take a look here. You reframe, you're changing your perspective by changing the meaning behind the situation, thus being able to change your emotional state. So if you want to reframe something, it requires looking at a situation from a different perspective, okay? So sometimes we might see a situation and immediately assume it to be a certain way, but then when we reframe it, we might get an entirely different story. Okay? So if there's a change happening, you might be reacting to it emotionally. You might feel like you're hanging on by a thread. Flip it around. Look at it a little bit differently. Once you do that, it provides a different emotional state, okay? But we see some weird things from different perspectives sometimes. Sometimes it's just weird. This is a good one. I like this guy. It looks like he's floating in the air, doesn't it? When you expand the picture, it says how to float. 1, pour water on ground. 2, step away from water. It's just a guy standing next to a puddle of water and it looks like he's floating, all right? This one's just weird. I don't know what is going on here. I think it's a third person sticking their head in a hug of two. But this is why we need to look at things from a different perspective, because often we will see things that aren't really, from our angle, they're not reality. And sometimes it requires looking at something a little bit differently. So this is why we have to change our perspective, look at things from a different angle, and we can see something different and have a new emotional state. Gives a whole new meaning to hot yoga, doesn't it? All right, so here's why reframing helps. Reframing helps you because we often make assumptions which may or may not be true, and we tend to make decisions based on our emotions rather than on evidence. So here's the method to reframe. This is the other thing I'm going to ask you about here at the end. We're almost done. The method for reframing. So this is the method. So reframe is the tool. This is the method. Remember the acronym NAC, okay? NAC. NAC stands for Notice, Ask, and Check. So here's the method. Notice. You're going to stop what you're doing, notice what's going on. If you're doing this for yourself, it most likely will be to check an emotion that you're feeling about something. Notice how you're reacting to something, all right? Then ask a question about your perception, and then check the evidence. Check for it. Make sure that BB gun is unloaded before you pull the trigger and put your hand in front of it, you idiot, all right? So notice, ask, and check. For example, this happened to me a few years ago. I was at the office and I had just been doing, working with some candidates that morning, and I checked my messages at home, and there was a message on my home line that said this: "This is Detective Garcia with the Denver Police Department Computer Crime Division calling for Tim O'Shea. Please call me at phone number, hang up." Why am I getting this phone call? What's going on here? So I'm immediately starting to panic. I'm just nervous, all right? I'm feeling very, very uncomfortable. I'm like, I thought that site that I went to was fairly soft. I don't know what, you know. So I'm just panicking. So I started asking myself questions. Okay, well, what is this about? What could it be? And I checked for the evidence. I had no idea. So if you arrive at the checkpoint, that's when you start over. Notice again, how are you feeling, or what is going on? Okay? Ask a question. So that's what I did. I said, what could this be about? Could this be about something else? And I thought of something. I was like, what could this be about? And I thought about it, and I thought of something of what it could be. Turns out it was good news, all right? And there is no bad news. A few days earlier, I was checking my bank account and discovered that there was a PayPal purchase in the amount of $500 withdrawn from my bank account. And it was for a purchase that I didn't make. So I called the bank, and then I called PayPal, and I had PayPal reverse the charge and take the $500 and put it back. And that, I thought, was the end of that. Until Detective Garcia called me. And so I called him. So before I called him, I thought of this, and I went, I bet it has something to do with that. But I don't know the full story, so let me call him and check. But as soon as I arrived at that answer, I started to feel less panicky. Okay? So I called him, and he said, yes, I'm calling you about a transaction that was reversed. Can you tell me what happened? And I said, yep, and I told him what I just said, and he said, okay, I knew exactly what had happened before I called you, but I needed to hear it from you. I appreciate you sharing that. What had happened was my eBay account got hacked, and sometimes passwords to eBay accounts and PayPal accounts are the same, and they figured it out. So somebody made a purchase in my name from my bank account, and I saw it, and I put it back. The seller reported me to the Denver Police Department. So that's what happened there. I was in no trouble. He said, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Please change your password on your account, okay? Now that I had checked the evidence, I had a nice little reframe for how to feel better about it, okay? So that's the process, is notice what's going on. The first thing you want to look for is an emotion. You might be feeling uncomfortable about something. You can also do this with another person, okay? If you don't do this internally, you can do it with another person. You can do it to check your perception about something that might be going on with somebody. So for example, you, sir, what's your name?
Mike.
Mike. So let's say Mike comes into work one day. Mike says good morning to you every morning when he walks in. Hey, Mike, hey, you know. Well, one morning he walks in and he doesn't talk to you at all. And he just walks by you. And so you try to gauge him, and you go up to him a few minutes later and say, hey, can you help me out with such and such? And Mike says, I'm really busy right now. And he walks away. He just storms off. What are you going to assume? Just right away. That he's what?
Having a bad day.
He's having a bad day. What else? He's angry at you. Yeah. That you did something to upset him. So, all right, so you've noticed this. You've noticed this behavior. So ask him. Ask him what it is. Actually, I'm going to do it right now. Not in the scenario that I just did, but like a real one. Mike, listen, about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, I noticed that you were kind of dozing off a little bit. Either it's because I'm an incredibly boring speaker, or perhaps, and I fully support you in that. Thank you for that. And I appreciate your honesty and your humor. Or maybe it's been a long day, you had to get up early and you came down here. Which one is it?
Late night. Yeah.
Late night, really? What, were you out late night, last night?
Well, just up late.
Just up late. Okay, all right, good. Thank you for that, okay. Because I was making an assumption that it had something to do with me, and it turns out it didn't, all right? So now I feel better about it. I feel better about Mike, and he and I are good, okay? So that's how you do it. You can use this process. Notice, ask, check, all right? Anytime you're feeling discomfort, this is the process you can do. One thing I also want to stress to you is that when you're checking for the evidence for something, let me see if I have the right slide here. When you're checking for the evidence of something, watch your bias, okay? If I don't like Mike, which is not true, despite your misgivings about me, which you voiced, I'm going to look for any reason I can to dislike Mike, regardless of how nice he is to me, regardless of how much he, is nice to me or smiles at me. Let me see how I'm doing on time. All right, we're almost done. So watch your bias when you're checking for the evidence on something. Notice, ask, check. Remember the acronym NAC, all right? Get the NAC. Notice, ask, and check. That's the method to reframe, which I'm going to ask you about here at the end. Finally, here's a nice little reframe I had in my own life. Who in here remembers Mary Lou Retton? Excellent. Or you know who she is. Mary Lou Retton, in 1984, at the age of 16, became the very first American female athlete to win the gold medal for the United States. Let me say that again. She was the very first American female athlete ever to win a gold medal in women's gymnastics for the United States team. All right? Those of you who saw her do it, her perfect 10 vault, it was amazing. But in case you haven't seen it in a while, here it is. Take a look.
There is the green light.
The distance she gets on this particular vault is about 22 feet.
She has 2 vaults, remember. Oh, boy. Yes!
She has done the best vault of her life. She knows what she's done now. Full twisting Sukahara.
I think if they don't give her a 10 here, the judges may fear for their life.
That's right. They will tear the roof apart.
Boy, she landed. There it is.
She did it.
10, the gold medal. The gold medal goes to Mary Lou Retton. Oh, what a party they'll have in Fairmont, West Virginia tonight.
I never get tired of watching that. So she does her perfect 10 vault, takes home the gold. The arena goes crazy, and everybody, she became America's hero overnight. She was on cereal boxes, magazine covers. She got her picture with the president. This is what she looks like today. She's quite lovely. So a few years ago, I was actually speaking at a conference, and Mary Lou Retton was there. Now, when I was in high school, I was the same age as her. I was 16. I was also a gymnast, okay? So Mary Lou Retton became my girlfriend in my head. All right? And I started thinking about that. Well, some years later, this was just a few years ago, I was working at a conference, and it turns out Mary Lou Retton was one of the speakers. And I thought, well, maybe there's a chance that something, So I thought something would happen. I didn't think this would happen. I'm coming up the elevator to my floor. There's 2 elevators on the floor where I'm staying, and right as my elevator is arriving at the floor, I hear the elevator next to me ding, open. And then a second later, mine arrives, ding, and it opens. And I walk out, and guess who's walking off the other elevator? Mary Lou Retton. And she sees me getting off the elevator, and she really does this. She goes... And I thought, well, that's not a good way to get started with your alternate universe wife. So she takes a turn down the hallway, and it's the same way I need to go to get to my room, all right? So now I'm walking behind Mary Lou Retton. And my 16-year-old self is starting to scream, yeah! All right. And then she takes another turn, and it's the same turn that I need to make to get to my room. And the gap is starting to close now. And I'm not like purposely doing it, it's just that she's got these tiny little legs, and I'm a little more strident in my steps. So she takes another turn. It's the same turn I need to make to get to my room, and I'm thinking to myself, this is really awkward. She knows that the guy who just got off the elevator is behind her. It's awkward for me. It's awkward for her. My 16-year-old self is screaming at me, "You'd never thought you would be this close to Mary Lou Retton. This is something you dreamed about all your life." And now she thinks I want to kill her. So I have to say something to dissipate the tension. So I just blurted this out. I go, "I'm not following you. I really do have a room down this way." And she throws her head back and laughs. She's like, "It's okay." And when she throws her head back, she's got that little bob haircut, so when she threw her head back, it's okay, she got the little bob. All right, so, all right, so the next day, I'm down at the conference, and she's back there. She's backstage, and I see her, and she's by herself. So because I made that joke, that gave me an opportunity to go up to her and talk to her and explain to her that we're married in an alternate reality. And so I walk up to her and I said, I was a gymnast in high school, and I didn't go to the Olympics because I was at home busy doing this. So, but I was 4'10" for most of high school. I was a small guy. I was what you call a late bloomer because I didn't go through puberty until I was 29. So I said to her, as soon as I was picked on a lot because I was small, I was an easy target, and as soon as you won the gold and Bart Connor and Mitch Gaylord and all those guys on the USA Dream Team won the gold, that teasing stopped. And she goes, "Yeah, it did." And I said, "Would you mind if I got a picture with you?" She said, "Yes, of course." And she was just glowingly nice and just a wonderful person. And so I got my picture with Mary Lou Retton. Isn't that nice? As you can see, we chose for our wedding colors the theme of black and gold. And our gleaming white teeth match up nicely. So that's how I met my dream girl in real life, Mary Lou Retton. All right, so remember, keep your sense of humor when these changes are coming up. That's the most important thing, and to do that, and I'm almost done, just give me one more minute. I have literally 60 seconds. To inspire you to do this, I'm going to show you an amazing feat by my super dog, Corgi Dog Buster. His name is Buster. Here we go. For managing your short-term thinking and assumptions? Reframe, exactly. What's the method? What's the acronym? And what does NAC stand for? Notice, ask, check. Notice, ask, check, reframe, keep your sense of humor because, hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, somebody else probably will. Thanks a lot for having me here. See you guys next time. Take care. Here's Jack. You know Jack. Oh, let me turn on this for you.
So once again, let's thank Tim O'Shea. Tim, don't go away. We have a special Colorado water bottle to present.
Hey, all right.
I could use one. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Good presentation. All right. We're off to our next presentation. We've got about 5 minutes to get there. We'll see you in a few. Remember, you're still getting your vendor bingo filled out for this evening. Good presentation. Thank you. Enjoyed it. That's all right.
Okay. We were at a good
There you go.
We're going to rip this down quickly. Hello. That's fine. We'll be out of your way here in just shortly. So we'll get you set up.
Thanks again.
All yours. Do you need the lab back? That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Possibly. Oh, yeah, no, you like it. It's not mine. It belongs here.
The building wants it back. So this is number 4.
Oh, there it is. It was in my hand. Goodness sakes. There you go, buddy. Thank you. Perfect. Let me get out of the way. That's all I need to do is get out of the way. I went 5 minutes away. Laptop real quick.
They just have high lessons, and that's the only people in this room, so nobody else could have done it. And I did check with all the other radio guys, so they were laughing and things were going great there. And Jamie and Mike really liked it and they renewed it.
Oh, good. I'm delighted to hear that. Yeah. I picked up the I realized I was running out of time. It depends on the room, and they were laughing. So that kind of expanded my time. And also Aaron was such a great sport. So if I were 20 years younger, perhaps. She was a good sport. Let me get out of the way. That's the most important thing, is get out of the way, and then we'll worry about everything else.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Beth.
Did you go to college and teach gymnastics?
I did not do any gymnastics in college.
Yeah.
So they can show you.
We're, our one problem with Mississippi is that we were contractually obligated to feed all of our web and data needs to stay inside the state data centers. So we can't go to the Azure cloud or I would be building Azure functions and it's not terrible, it's not ideal, but it's not work. You're awesome. It's fast. They take care of our stuff for us. But we leverage the Microsoft Cloud framework that Microsoft provides. So, and all that is just a glorified REST router in here that communicates back and forth with our backend, and then displays it back to their cloud framework portal. Sends a payload response, and then that portal makes the chatbot chat. So it's really kind of ingenious. It's really easy to set up. Sure, it's hard to get getting set up. I wonder that it seems like there might be a place in my culture for that. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. Or separate different.
Yeah. Okay. It'll be SIPA 2018. SIPA presentation 2018.
There's Dexter, is a good one. The RASA core language learning framework.
Putting this wherever you may.
It keeps all your data in-house. So you do all your machine learning and all of your bot in-house, so you don't send that payload over to Microsoft. So worried about security, PI concerns.
Can you get rid of the side? And then how do I switch here?
Just
okay. Cool. All right, cool. Perfect.
You guys are mic'd up and hot.
So,
do you want to give it a minute or something?
yeah.
It's 125.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. So what kind of folks are here? Just out of curiosity.
People from state and local government, a lot of local government people who deal with technology, kind of IT people.
They're IT people?
You know, yeah, pretty techy, I think, although it varies a lot. Some of them might be more procurement, but one way or another, state and local government, probably especially local government, some very small local governments. And SIPA provides some IT services like free websites and things like that for a lot of people, like special districts and just, small towns and so
okay.
that don't have IT departments. They're not necessarily high tech, but relatively tech savvy compared to Chuck Lawton.
Well, more tech savvy than I am.
Yeah. This previous session went a little late, so I just didn't know whether people would do a moment or two.
Oh,
Go to the bathroom and all that.
That's fine. I got plenty of time.
Want to go ahead and start?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
It's a nice ash. One button you press and it's
Good afternoon. Let's go ahead and get started. This session is about cryptocurrency and blockchain. I'm Bill Hobbs of SIPA, and it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker for this session, Jerry Rome, who's the Security Commissioner for the state of Colorado. Mr. Rome has been the Securities Commissioner for about 4 years or so, but prior to that, I think for about 9 years, was the Deputy Security Commissioner as well, and even prior to that, he was First Assistant Attorney General, who was the lead legal counsel for that division, for civil enforcement for the Securities Division. He began his legal career as a prosecutor, criminal prosecutor. He's also worked in the private sector, and he also has a law degree from the University of Denver, a BA degree from the University of Colorado, and has been an adjunct professor at the University of Denver Daniels College of Business, teaching real estate and securities law. Please welcome Commissioner Jerry Rome.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Happy to be here. Happy for the invitation to come and talk about cryptocurrency and blockchain. As you can gather from my short bio, I am not an IT person. I'm a lawyer by trade. But in following up on the previous speaker who was here, you know, a lot of what we're doing these days at the Securities Division has to do with deal with change, and this is a big part of the change. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I know about cryptocurrency, blockchain, and what are called ICOs, initial coin offerings, hopefully it'll provide you some information. A little bit about what we do at the Securities Division. My 10-second elevator speech is we investigate investment fraud. So we go after the Bernie Madoffs of the world. And when I say that, everyone knows what I'm talking about. Ponzi schemes, that sort of thing. And we have a staff of about 26 folks. I was 28 now at the division. And we're divided in half, and half of our staff are investigators, and those investigators are either lawyers or law enforcement, former law enforcement personnel who know how to investigate. We have some auditors who follow the money in our investigations. The other half of the division are what we call our examiners, field examiners, and we go out and examine the financial professionals that we regulate. For instance, broker-dealers, investment advisors, those sorts of things. So that's basically what we do at the division. The reason I know a little bit about cryptocurrency and blockchain is we are seeing a lot of fraud related to both the cryptocurrency and what are called initial coin offerings. So this is going to be a little bit of a primer on what these things are. Some of you with your IT background may know a lot more than I do. Does anyone own Bitcoin here? Just curious? No? There's usually, there's usually a couple folks who own Bitcoin and maybe some of the other cryptocurrencies. If I make a mistake or you can elaborate on a point, feel free to help out. So I don't own any Bitcoin. All my money goes straight into Para. I don't dabble in anything else. In my business, I get too cynical about any investments. We only see the bad deals that go on. So I'm afraid of any deal that is going on out there. So let's get started. Hopefully this will be good. So the three things we're going to talk about are blockchain, which are called distributive ledger technology, we'll explain what that are, is cryptocurrencies and initial coin offerings. So here's a definition of distributed ledger technology. And basically, blockchain or these ledgers are simply accounts that are maintained on unconnected network of computers around the world. I mean, they're not just located in one country, but they're located around the world and accessible to many users at once. And they store unalterable data. And we'll explain what that data really is. It can be accepted, and they are programmed to accept verified data and take specific action in response to someone else's action. And usually this is done without any interaction from any human being. It's all done within the ledger itself. Everything's encrypted. Because of that, it's difficult to attack or corrupt, but not always. We know that from what's happened out there, that some of it has been attacked, some of it has been corrupted, and it keeps track of everything. So, so when we think about a distributive ledger, the first thing we talk about is, you know, how are things run today? And we have a centralized ledger, right? We all have bank accounts in our bank, and our information flows to and from the bank. Everyone's does. And all that information is kept at a bank office somewhere on some computer. And that's what we mean by centralized ledger. With the blockchain, it's on a distributive ledger. So on the left, you'll see the centralized ledger system where everything goes into a centralized port. But on the other side is the distributive ledger, where you have a number of computers located, or mainframes located around the world. They all contain the exact same information that the other computers contain. There's no one centralized place where this information is stored. So when you actually go in and do transactions on a distributive ledger, it happens on all the computers. And it happens all at the same time. So it's just not one place, but a number of different places. So that enables this blockchain to sort of be verifiable and difficult to access and corrupt. So how does blockchain work? So basically what blockchain is a block of information. And what it does, and this is where many of you may know more than I do, but you have this bunch of information, and it's a lot of information, and you use a hash function, and the hash function will take that information and change it into a hash value, all right? And that's basically how the blockchain works, is if you want to do a transaction, you take the information, run it through that logarithm with a hash function, and you end up with a hash value. And so that every time you do a transaction on a blockchain system, that's basically the process that happens. What's key to this is it's not reverse engineerable. You can't, once it goes in, there's no way you can figure out how to get it back out, that sort of information. So this is sort of an example of how that works. So you end up with, hopefully people can see that. So someone requests a transaction. And then we go through that hash function and the information is transferred into the hash value. And then the computer system will recognize that information and then validate it. And then we'll make a slight change to it, and then completes the transaction once it's validated. So if you think about blockchain as a train, with the locomotive being the first block of information, and every time you do a transaction, it'll copy what information has happened before. It'll add some additional information that indicates you want to conduct a transaction, and then it'll add a card to that. All right, so each transaction, so you end up building a chain of blocks. And so the system has to recognize the previous blocks, and then with the slight variation that you put into it, and then that adds onto the chain. And that's where the name blockchain comes from. It's just a long chain of computer code that's built over time. And so what you end up with is a system that you're able to use to do transactions with. And we normally associate transactions with cryptocurrencies. So the first cryptocurrency obviously was Bitcoin, and Bitcoin used this blockchain technology in issuing those cryptocurrencies and doing the transactions now. But what has happened over time is that the blockchain technology has expanded into a number of different areas and is now being used to conduct transactions that go far beyond doing exchanges in cryptocurrency. For an example, there are 1,400 different places where in the U.S. where you can get birth certificates. Which is an amazing thing about the different agencies that deal with birth certificates. Well, blockchain technology can reduce those 1,400 different agencies or different places where you can get birth certificates into one blockchain and conduct the transactions through their blockchain technology through a distributed ledger. The state of Illinois is doing a pilot project using blockchain to record real property transactions, right? So that's always sort of a complicated process. You in fact have to hire a title insurance company to make sure that if you're buying or selling a piece of real estate, that's exactly what you're getting. But the idea is with blockchain, you can eliminate the middleman and do your transactions through a blockchain ledger and verify your title to real estate through the blockchain technology. So there are a number of different ways. Securities transactions, right? So if I want to buy 10 shares of Google, I call up my stockbroker and say, I want to buy 10 shares of Google. He calls up a clearinghouse. They do the transaction. And then I gave them the money, and then the shares end up in my account. So the middleman is the broker-dealer. Well, when you use blockchain technology, you eliminate the middleman. You eliminate the broker-dealer. And so you can do stock exchanges using blockchain without involving anyone else. So you just use the blockchain ledger to keep track of the transactions. So, when you think about what technology is doing right now, it's not really the cryptocurrencies, or we're going to talk a little bit about those, but it's really this blockchain technology that is changing what we do here. I'll save that. So let's talk a little bit about cryptocurrency. And the one we all know is Bitcoin, and we know about Bitcoin because it's been in the news, right? Those of you who own Bitcoin, I don't know what price you bought your Bitcoin at, but it got up to about $13,000 for one Bitcoin. Is that right? Higher than that, 17,000. Yeah. So that's when people started paying attention to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is just simply a digital representation of a coin. It really doesn't exist in it, but the only place that it exists is on this ledger system. And as we talked about, there are encryption techniques using the hash function that enable people to generate the units and to verify the transactions when you want to do a transaction. And most importantly, it operates independently of any central bank, right? There's no bank involved in these transactions. So where did Bitcoin came from? So it came about in 2009, and it was mainly, at least one factor of it was a response to the recession we had in 2008, right, the big financial crisis, all the banks involved, that whole thing. And the whole idea was to remove government and the establishment from involvement and control of currencies. It was all about an anonymous banking system that was meant to reduce fees. And that's really where it came about. You know, there was this notion that we could use it for commercial purposes, like you could go down to Starbucks and buy a cup of coffee with one of your Bitcoins. That really hasn't come about. There are some commercial ways you can use Bitcoin, but for the most part, it exists independent of itself. The term financial tech, has anyone heard fintech before? Cryptocurrency and blockchain is all part of this concept of fintech, using technology in financial transactions to eliminate the middleman, and we talked about that, eliminate the middleman. So for instance, we regulate investment advisors. You have a 401k plan, and you have an advisor that gives you advice as to what you should put your 401k money into, what investments you should make, right? There are programs out there, software programs now, that substitute your human being who acts as your financial advisors, and now it's all just algorithms that help you make judgment calls as to what you invest in. There's a company out there called Betterment that does that. You basically invest your money with Betterment, and they have a software program that operates as your investment advisor. So financial technology, cutting out the middleman, cutting out the investment advisor or the broker-dealer. And that's what these cryptocurrencies and blockchains all about. So that may be hard to read for everyone. Can anyone read that? No? All right. So I'll tell you what it is. This is the current market capitalization of the top 10 cryptocurrencies. So, and by market capitalization, we just mean how many Bitcoins are out there, what the current price is, and you multiply those two together and you get the market capitalization. So for instance, Bitcoin, the current price is right around $9,300, and there's about 16 million of them out there. So there's the value of Bitcoin right now worldwide is $158 billion, $158 billion. Ethereum is next in line. Their market capital is around 70 billion. Ripple's at 36 billion. Bitcoin Cash at 25 billion. EOS at 11 billion. Litecoin at 9 billion. It goes down to Neo at 5 billion. Those are just the top 10. There's probably 1,500 cryptocurrencies out there now, all trading at different levels. Yeah. Today.
Confused because there's this cryptocurrency dash that says it has a market cap of
530 billion? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so I forget where I pulled this off, but yeah. So in any event, there's a lot of money involved in Bitcoin. How do they determine the value of one Bitcoin? Can anyone answer that? So how do they determine the value of one Bitcoin? How do we know it's worth $9,500? What's that?
How much are you willing to pay? I'll sell you something.
That's exactly it. The value is established simply by how much someone is willing to pay to buy it from you.
I hear it's going to be the next hot thing.
Yeah. So in the securities business, we call that pure speculation because Bitcoin has no inherent value. You know, it doesn't. You know, it's a digital, electronic. You can't hold it. There's no coins. And so the only value it has is what someone else is willing to give it you for it. And you know, when we have shares of stock in Google or IBM or whatnot, we're buying into a company. We know that the company has a business, and we're hoping that the business grows and continues to grow. And if that does, my stock, my share of Google grows, the value grows. But with Bitcoin and all these other cryptocurrencies, the only value is what someone else is willing to pay for it. And so, you know, I think someday cryptos are going to go away to a certain extent. But what do I know? But I can tell you blockchain is going to be around for a long time. And blockchain is going to change a lot of the things that we're doing. So cryptocurrencies, we already talked about. It's speculation. That's what it's there for. We also know that cryptocurrencies are used in ransomwares. You know, when someone's computers are hacked and information stolen, and you can get that information back by paying a ransom. Well, the ransom's always in a cryptocurrency, because there are some cryptocurrencies out there that are built just to hide identities of the people who own those cryptocurrencies. So those are ones that are used for ransomware, and that's how you pay to get your information back from the people who stole that information. There's websites out there where you can buy illegal goods, weapons, drugs, whatever you can't buy legally. And you can buy those using cryptocurrencies simply because of the ability to hide your identity. In our business, in our securities business, when we do fraud investigations, they're actually fairly simple because we just follow the money. And when we follow the money, you know, whenever there's a financial transaction, the money ends up in some bank somewhere. And we can follow that. If a check, $100,000 check comes from an investor to a fraudster, we can see that check going into a bank account, and then we can see where the money flows out from that bank account. And so it's really easy to figure out who's doing what in our investigations. But with cryptocurrencies being used, it makes it much more difficult for law enforcement to track money, and makes pursuing illegal stuff more difficult. And as we already talked about, the commercial adaptation has largely failed. I'm sure you can make some transactions with cryptocurrencies, but no one really does that I know of. I mean, it's not, no one goes into Starbucks and buys a cup of coffee with Bitcoin. So, and maybe, and someone wants to tell me I'm wrong. I'm happy. Yeah, yeah.
I bought a bunch of rough opals in Tucson at the gem show with Ether.
There you go. Yeah.
So these are international transactions. These are people who are doing. I don't think I fully intend to pay taxes on those stones when I sell them. So I don't think that I did anything illegal. I just cut out the middleman in an international transaction.
Exactly. So there you go. So how hard was it to do that transaction? Probably wasn't very hard at all. It was you have an electronic wallet, right? And the vendor had the ability to do the transaction on his end too, and so it happens. Yeah. But let me ask you: do you think that the commercial aspect's going to grow or not?
Yes, but I do, because it is so complex to, among other things, undertake legitimate international financial transactions.
Right.
Whereas I have international employees, and they're not really employees because I couldn't figure out how to pay the taxes on their employment if I wanted to.
Right.
But we may switch to cryptocurrency payments next year.
Sure. So there you go. So there's the opposing view. And who knows? I mean, I can't predict the future. So, all right. So what are initial coin offerings? So does anyone know what an initial public offering is? Right? We all know that, right? So I think those are the younger folks here. Spotify did an IPO a month or so ago, meaning that's the first time they sold their shares publicly. And companies do IPOs in order to raise money to grow the company. They want to raise capital. It's a capital raising function. And the ICOs are exactly the same thing. So what is going on with ICOs is you come up with a concept of how to use blockchain, whether it's with birth certificates, real property title, any other way that a creative mind can think of using blockchain. And you have this concept, but you need money to develop the concept. You got to develop your ledger. You got to, there's lots of costs inherent in it. And so what folks are doing is they're going out there and they're raising monies to fund their technology concepts by issuing coins. And they issue their own coins. And there's I don't know how many coins, more than 1,400 coins out there, maybe more than that. And so what they'll do is they come up with what's called a white paper, and the white paper describes what their concept is and what they want to do, and then they'll put it out there on the internet, and then they'll offer their coins to people for a set amount of money, and then the coins will entitle you to usually own a piece of the company, much like a share of stock in a company, and they use that money to develop their companies. So the question I have as a securities regulator are those ICOs securities? And so the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, came out last August with a report saying that they investigated one ICO and they found it was, in fact, a securities transaction. It was like a 20-page report. So I got to tell you the story. So I got a call from a lawyer right after the SEC report came out. And he said, Jerry, would you like to come down on a panel with 2 other lawyers and talk about whether or not you agree with the SEC's analysis that these things are, in fact, a security? And the SEC used an analysis called the investment contract analysis, called the Howey test, and that was developed back in 1946 for these things. So I said, sure. It was over at this place called Galvanize over in the Golden Triangle. And so I read the report, and I'm getting ready, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, you have 3 lawyers talking about a 72-year-old case and whether it applies to an ICO. And I'm sitting there thinking, I bet there's maybe 5 people show up to listen to us. And I went down there and to it, and it was a standing room only crowd. It was amazing. There were a couple hundred people there in a room larger than this, and it was standing room only. And they were all true believers in blockchain and cryptos and the whole thing. And it almost had a religious revival atmosphere to it. It was simply amazing. So I was introduced as the Securities Commissioner, and the person introducing me says, well, we believe Mr. Rome is the first securities regulator ever to participate in a conference like this. And people started cheering. And it was like, and the reason they were cheering so loudly was because I was the first, right? So there, everything is about being the first. And it was that experience where I understood that this, blockchain and cryptos are not going to go away. The people really do think it's going to be a solution to all our problems. I think it's going to be a solution to some problems, but they think it's going to be the solution to all the problems. So, it is here to stay, and it's something that we're all going to have to deal with. So, there are different kinds of cryptocurrency. So we talked about these ICOs. So just so the case that the SEC investigated was a company called the DAO. the DAO, the DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization. That's what it was called, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, the DAO. And they put out this white paper, and they raised, like, in 1 month, they raised like $150 million on their ICO. And they issued a coin called the DAO coin, DAO. And if you invested in the DAO, you got a DAO coin. And then there was a secondary market where you could trade your DAO, sort of like there's a market for the Bitcoin where you buy and sell Bitcoin. You can buy and sell the DAO coins. So it was not only entitled you to part of the company, but it also, you could trade it for value on a secondary market. And what the DAO was supposed to do was, this money that they'd taken in, they would find projects to fund, maybe other blockchain development companies to fund, and then the people would vote. If you owned a DAO coin, you got to vote on whether or not to fund A project or B project or C project. And that's how it worked. And the SEC said that obviously was not only a security, but the secondary market where you traded your DAO coins was an exchange, that, a securities exchange. It's like the New York Stock Exchange where you trade stock, and instead of stock, you're trading DAO coins. So that's one kind of currency, the Bitcoin or the DAO, and I think do we talk about fraud? Yeah, we'll talk about that. The next kind of cryptocurrency is a platform, and an example of is a blockchain currency that allows you to build your own separate blockchain on top of that, and Ethereum is one of those platforms, isn't it? So if you wanted to do an ICO and you had a project, you didn't want to build your whole blockchain from scratch, you could go on to the Ethereum blockchain and use theirs to yeah, that's exactly right. The DAO was built on the Ethereum blockchain.
Are you going to tell the story of the demise of the DAO?
So, well, that's a good story. I'll tell that story. And you correct me if I'm wrong. I'll remember. So they raised all this money, and then someone was able to hack into the DAO blockchain. These are supposed to be secure and not penetrable, but as we know, there's a lot of smart people out there. And someone hacked into the DAO, and they stole about $50 million worth of DAO coins. Disappeared overnight and just gone. And so, which was a big problem. But the folks who put the DAO together looked at it and came up with a fix, and they were able to get the coins back, or the funds back into the DAO. So it worked out all right. The interesting thing was, from a regulator's point of view, the SEC didn't file an enforcement action. They didn't take an action against them. They wanted to issue a report to the folks. They seldom do that. And I think the reason they wanted to issue a report to make public, and it was well publicized. If you're in this community, it was well publicized. But they wanted to send a warning to everyone that the SEC, the securities regulators, we're not only looking at this stuff, we know how to look at it, we know how to talk the language, and we know how to take it and fit it into a securities law analysis. And so that was the message from the SEC to all these people doing that. We see a lot of what's called utility tokens. A lot of these ICOs are doing utility tokens, which means a token simply has some sort of utility. And one way to describe it is like having a coupon. You get a utility token, and it entitles you to like a pound of coffee or something. Or perhaps it enables you to use the software programs on that blockchain. So it entitles you to use their software by owning that utility token. We're starting to see tokenized assets where you have tokens that represent interests, say like in a real estate a piece of real estate. So your one token will be a percentage of or secured by a piece of real estate. We have what's called equity tokens, which I think of those just as being the securities. That's an interest in the company that's being developed. And then the real problem is the hybrids. So if you have a hybrid between a utility token and an equity token, so if you have a utility token like a coupon, but it also entitles you to a share in that company, is it more utility token or is it more security? Should it be regulated by the securities regulators or not? I mean, it gets into some really interesting questions. So let's talk a little bit about the regulation. If you own a Bitcoin, the IRS considers it property for tax purposes. So if I bought Bitcoin back in 2010 for, I don't know, what was it in 2010? Like $10 for Bitcoin, maybe less even. And then I waited till last year when it was up to $17,000 to sell it. You know, I made a profit of $17,000 off that speculation. The IRS will say, well, that's a gain that we tax you on, and you taxes on that gain. Just like if you got, if you own a share of Google and the price of Google went up and you sold Google, then that's a capital gains tax that you owe on that. We talked a little about securities regulations, ICOs, and exchanges. So these ICOs, if they're a security, they need to be registered with us in the SEC, and no one has done that yet. There is a number of issues with ICOs. A number of fraudulent ICOs have happened. 2 weeks ago, the SEC made a big announcement. ICO came out where they were issuing credit cards. The concept was you could use a credit card and debit card to do cryptocurrency transactions like you can with cash. And they marketed the ICO. They raised $32 million. They said they had contracts with Visa and MasterCard. They ended up not having anything. It was just a marketing ploy. They were just basically stealing the $32 million that was out there. And the U.S. Attorney Office in New York filed criminal charges. So you see that sort of thing going on. What about the crypto exchanges, like the Bitcoin exchange? If you want to buy and sell the crypto, how do you know you're getting an honest deal when you sell and buy Bitcoin? You don't know that. And what we're finding out is that these exchanges are not regulated at all. So we're seeing the same sort of fraud we see in the securities exchanges happen on the crypto exchanges. So there's a thing called front loading in the securities exchanges. So if you're on the inside and someone places a big order to buy a big chunk of securities, you know that the price of those securities are going to go up a little bit because you have a big buy order. So you front end it by buying before you submit that buy order. So you buy the stock, then you submit the big order, the price of your stock went up, and you knew it was going to go up. Well, the same thing happens on the crypto exchanges. You see the big order coming in on the exchange, you know that'll drive the price up a bit, so you buy before you submit the order, and you're assured of a profit. Or you have pump and dump schemes where people out there be marketing a certain cryptocurrency, saying you should buy, it's going to go up. It's a big marketing campaign. They own a bunch of it. They're able to drive the price up, and then when it gets a certain point, they'll sell all their cryptos, and the price will come down. So there's lots of fraud in the cryptocurrencies, and none of the exchanges are really regulated. I mean, no one has oversight of these things. The CFTC says that they're commodities. I don't know what that means exactly. Or how the CFTC intends to regulate them. There's some bills across the country trying to regulate cryptos the same as we do money transmitters, like Western Union folks who transfer money back and forth, money transmitters are regulated. So there's a lot of issues regarding cryptocurrencies. It's out there, it's not regulated, but it's not going away either. So I think that's all I have, yeah. So I'm happy to take any questions from anyone. Yeah?
Can you tell us more about the Howey test? How do you determine whether a particular ICO, for example, or something is a security?
Sure. If you look at our definition of a security, and I don't have it here, but it's basically a list of items. It really doesn't have a definition. It says security means note, bond, deed, or trust. I mean, debenture, and so on. The Howey test is a 4-part test that the U.S. Supreme Court developed in 1946, and it's a 4-part transaction. And it simply says if you invest money in a business enterprise with the expectation of a profit, and you're relying on the efforts of others, in other words, you're passive, then that's an investment contract. And in fact, and that makes it a security. So, yeah, so it came out of a case, which is kind of an interesting case, where businessmen from New York would go to the Howey Resort in Florida. At the Howey Resort, they own this orange grove, and they would sell oranges to the businessmen who came down. You could buy a row of orange trees on a business trip. And Howey said, you buy these trees, we'll water them, take care of them, cultivate them, and when the oranges come out, we'll harvest the oranges and sell them for you, then we'll split the profits with you. And so the question was, is owning those orange trees and splitting those profits with Howey, is that a securities transaction? And you think, well, that doesn't sound like a securities transaction to me. But what the businessmen did is they invested money by buying the tree. It was a business enterprise, right? The business of growing the oranges. They expected a profit when they sold the oranges, and Howey did all the work. And so the Supreme Court said that's a security. So it's a really simple test. I mean, a lot of people think securities is hard, but that's a simple test. So on these ICOs, like the Dow coin, you're buying the Dow coin. You could buy it with Bitcoin or Ethereum or something else, but that's still value, that's money. And you're investing in the company. The company has some sort of blockchain technology they're going to use that money to develop the company for. You're expecting a profit, the money, the funds from the coin. You're hoping the coin value goes up so you can sell it for more on the exchange. And you're not doing any of the work, right? It's the blockchain that's doing all the work. And so that's the SEC analysis in the Dow case. And to me, it makes sense. So.
Do you see any type of, I guess for lack of better terms, of FDIC insurance for those types of exchanges that just close up overnight, like Mt. Gox or MidPower? You just
no, that's the whole. I mean, the upside is, and that's the whole idea with cryptocurrencies is you eliminate government oversight, control, or regulation. But on the other hand, you don't have any of the protections either. So if those are situations where they just up and yeah, yeah, and there's no recourse basically. So yeah, and yeah.
So with Bitcoin, here's what I've always wondered: somebody came up with this and implemented it. Where are they making their money? Are they issuing themselves? Are they issuing themselves Bitcoins and then cashing them later?
Where do the Bitcoins come from?
No. Where they were whoever created them, where's their profit? Did they make Bitcoins for themselves and sell them later? Are they nobody wants to. Can't I struggle to?
Well, so the Bitcoins, there's these people called miners, and that what they do is they are able to look into the software, and I think it's really difficult to do, and then figure out how to create a new Bitcoin out of the software that's going on. and they can turn around and sell those Bitcoins. So they're generating new Bitcoins all the time, although it becomes harder and harder. But there's a limited number of Bitcoins, right?
Can I answer that question?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The diagram of the chain of blocks, and each block is a section of transactions. In Bitcoin, it's a list of transactions that made it into this hour's set of transactions. To come up with the mathematical answer to the question, it's a mathematical puzzle you have to come up with in order to put it onto the block. And that puzzle is hard to figure out. It's hard as in it probably costs you a significant amount of electricity and time to figure it out. So the system is just rigged like this. You don't actually invent Bitcoins. If you solve the puzzle, you get rewarded with points. Those points are Bitcoins. Not very much, but you get rewarded with a little bit of Bitcoin if you solve the puzzle.
And the puzzle's solved just by algorithms and
That's right.
servers that are making these transactions, and that's what it all is.
The puzzle is just hard work done by computers, graphics cards. And okay, I love this because actually everybody can understand this. This came out of way back when a group of hackers, cypherpunks they called themselves, wanted to have an anonymous email server where they could send email through this server and nobody could trace where it came from. So they could all talk to each other and Big Brother couldn't spy on their conversations. Only they found that the spammers found their email server. Because of course, it's an email server that doesn't trace anybody. Why shouldn't you just use it to send your Viagra commercials around the world? And they came up with this clever idea. In order to send an email through their server, you had to calculate a cryptographic puzzle and attach it to the email. It took enough time that it caused your PC computer to stutter and choke for a second before you could send the email. And that second of work was enough to make it no longer viable for the spammers to send. And that's what they call the proof of work. I was willing to work hard enough to come up with this number in order to send this email. And that scaled up is I'm willing to work hard enough to come up with this number to add a block on the chain. So there you go.
No one really knows who
One more.
Sid Toshi is, the creator of it. He's anonymous to this day. Yeah.
Yeah, one more question, yeah.
So I think with the original question, that was a great explanation, but the original question I think was people that are coming up with the exchange not the miners.
Yeah, for most of them, they charge a part commission. Yeah, you pay them when you do a transaction.
At the end of the day, they don't want to take home Bitcoins, they want to take home American currency.
That depends who you're talking to.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking time out to listen to this.
And thank you, Commissioner Rome. Certainly, I think it's fascinating to hear how this whole new frontier of cryptocurrency is being addressed by a securities regulator who's trying to protect the public from this. Where it's going, we don't know, but thank you for sharing your thoughts. Really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
Actually, I do not, but I will.
I can do that.
We're one of the basics. Well, you know, very. Okay, yeah.
No.
From the Azure App Dev team. He flew all the way from Detroit. So give him a hand. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you. I heard Mike speak once before, and I was watching it going, this is fascinating. So I hope you have the same reaction I did. It's all yours, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for inviting me out here and giving me the opportunity to speak. As mentioned, we did a hackathon not too long ago, and I spoke there and basically on the same similar topic, and at the end of it I was asked if I would come out here and speak to all of you about the same topic. So hopefully you find this interesting. I know this morning that there was a bot session. Who here went to that session too? Excellent, excellent, good. We're not going to be covering exactly the same stuff. There's going to be quite a bit of difference. But some of this stuff is going to be a little repetitive on a couple spots, so just be aware of that. So my name is Mike Hacker. I'm an Azure App Dev Technical Specialist for Microsoft State and Local Government. I cover the North Central and West regions of the United States, so I have half the country that I cover by myself for all of our state and local government customers. Primarily what I do is work with the customers to help them understand all the different capabilities that are inside of Azure and how to take advantage of that from an application development practice. So this is modernizing applications, building new applications, etc. Now, one of the areas that we talk a lot about is bots, and bots have been kind of exploding in growth, especially in government lately, and primarily because we're looking for ways to better engage with our citizens and to also lower our costs with those engagements. Because right now, if someone has a question, they can go to a website, they can try to search. Search is horrible. It always has been, always will be, because it doesn't understand exactly the context of what you're trying to do. You enter in a couple of keywords, you get your results, you move on, you ask another question in search, and guess what? It doesn't remember anything that you just talked to it about, so it's going to send you someplace else. So the idea of bots is that it's context. It remembers some of the conversations that you've had. It helps you have interactions in a more natural way. The other reason why bots are becoming so popular is because they're 24/7. So we can give easy access to our citizens. Now, one thing that kind of came up out of one of our hackathons actually was a totally different way at looking at the bots than what I had looked at in the past. And it was for a health and human services group, and they said, we need to be able to provide information to people about eligibility, not specifics to their case, but eligibility of certain benefits and general things that they can get access to. But these individuals may be low income. They may not have internet access. How do we get to them? And everybody pretty much has a cell phone with some sort of text service. So they said if we could have a bot that they could text to their questions and get responses to, that's going to open up a huge door for them to be able to reach people that they never were able to reach before. So that is one of the thoughts and why this is so important and why so many different organizations are looking towards bots as helping to reach people that you might not have reached in the past. And so why bots? Well, kind of what I just talked about. There's also many different ways we can interact with bots. Typing is one, so text. Talking's another, so everybody's probably heard of Cortana or Siri or Alexa or those types of things. So being able to have that voice conversation, it seems more natural, it's easier for certain people. Also for people that have disabilities, one way might be better than another way for them to interact, and this could open up another area where people can get access to information and data that they just didn't have access to in the past. So from Microsoft's perspective, here is a listing of a bunch of industry verticals and where we're seeing bots kind of today. Now, on the government side, the number one, citizen or customer service. That's the big one. Everybody that I've talked to wants to do something about citizen engagement, and this seems to be a great way to get started. But we also start getting into some other interesting ones, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. Some of these others aren't necessarily bots themselves, but additional capabilities that you can add into your bots using artificial intelligence and cognitive services to take advantage of some machine learning to be able to return back some information that's valuable to people. So things like audio and speech analysis, surveillance, and also video and photo analysis. For example, I was speaking with some people right down the road at the airport. They were wondering, we've got all these cameras and all these video feeds. How can we maybe do facial recognition across those video feeds for specific individuals that we're looking for, that we know we need to find this person and we believe that they're in the airport? How can we find them? And so we were talking through some different ideas on how that might be a possibility. And we were also talking about other big data and analytics types of things that might be able to be exposed to the citizens to make their experience at the airport better. So what exactly is a bot? Well, a bot is, at the bare bones, is just an application. It's just a little bit of custom code that you write. But it has to have some specific ways of being connected to and the way that it interacts with things. So as you can see on the left, HTTP. So we use RESTful web services as our entry point into our bot. So we have a very standard interface on how we talk to the bot. And this is important because this is going to allow us to connect the bot to many different endpoints, and we'll talk about that here in a moment. Then the bot is going to utilize platform services, maybe some artificial intelligence capabilities, and then also what we call our SDK to be able to provide that full experience. And the SDK itself helps you build out a bot that can be conversational in nature, because building things that are conversational in nature is actually quite difficult. So we have a lot of tools that are around that, and that's where the SDK kind of comes in play and helps out. We also have artificial intelligence tools, which we're going to dive into a little bit today. And then the platform services. Where do you run this thing? So one of the things that we talk about a lot is what we call the bot framework. The bot framework is a collection of tools and technologies and part of the SDK that helps you build that RESTful web service that is your bot. So that's the business logic. That's where it has all the smarts and decides how the conversation should flow. So we provide a lot of tools to help make that happen, and that's called the bot framework. It also gives you tools for debugging and also monitoring and managing your bots, which is really important, especially when you're developing these. In the traditional sense, they can be a little unwieldy at first to try to build and interface with, so we give you a lot of tools to kind of make that a lot easier. We also built a lot of stuff into Visual Studio, so if you're using Visual Studio, there's a lot of components that are built into Visual Studio that will make this a lot easier for you. Now, the bot framework also helps you implement the standards, and the standards are extremely important because the standards are defining the interface. How does someone talk to the bot, and how does the bot respond back? And that's really important, because what we're going to do is we're going to then allow that interface to be connected to from many different endpoints. And these endpoints, we call them channels. Think about it as like a web endpoint, or Cortana, or Bing, or SMS, text messaging, or Kik, or Slack, all these different places where people might want to chat. Your bot can be exposed in those locations, and this interface allows that endpoint to know how to properly talk to the bot and how the bot can talk back to that endpoint. So that's what's important about the bot framework and why we need it. The bot framework also helps us do a couple other things. I mentioned modeling conversations is difficult. It is. And so we provide tools to make that a little bit easier in the bot framework. Also, UI. Think about all the different endpoints. If we're talking about a web endpoint versus a text message, you can imagine there's a lot of difference between the two. So how do we make it consistent that your single bot can communicate to these endpoints and get the data out there and the information out there and have it look right for the device that it's going to be running on? And that's a complicated thing to do, but the framework makes it a lot easier. So that's why the SDKs and the frameworks are really important to be able to build out these custom bots. And then just kind of a best practice, building a bot in itself is actually not difficult. It's adding all the layers of conversational complexity, interactions to the back ends where you start building on that complexity. So you can easily go out and start with a basic bot in probably under an hour. You can have one up and running, ready to go. In fact, I'm going to show you one that I did in under 2 hours. And it's got some artificial intelligence with it. So you can build bots quickly, but the idea is have a grand vision of where you want to go. Don't implement that grand vision on your first go around. Start with something small. Take that grand vision, break it down into saying, you know what, we want our bot to be able to do X for the very first thing that we're going to do. And then we're going to have a roadmap on the other functionalities that we're going to add, because it does take work and it takes a lot of planning and thought to do this, because it's easy to say, or it's easy to think that conversation's something that's easy to do, because we do it all the time. We have conversations with each other. But when you start thinking about how are those conversations actually occurring, how do we carry context from one message that we have to the next message, how do we relate back to something that someone said earlier, all of that stuff becomes complicated. And that's why building bots can get complicated over time. So we want to start simple, add complexity over time. Don't try to do it all at once. So we've been doing a lot of work to improve our bots in our bot framework and to bring a lot of capabilities in the platform. So we've been doing a ton of updates to the SDK. We recently brought all of the bot framework into the Azure portal, so we have a consistent UI experience. So if anybody here is using Azure, or you've ever been to portal.azure.com, you already know what that experience kind of looks like. But basically, we're bringing all of our cognitive services all of our bot services all into a single location to make it a lot easier. We've added a bunch of debugging support and tooling inside of there to make it easier for everybody to get started in building bots. We're adding a ton of new channels for the platform. And this is working with a lot of third parties. I mean, we work with Facebook for Facebook Messenger. We work with Twilio for SMS messaging. We work with Kik. We work with Slack. We work with Telegram. We work with DirectLine. So we've got all these different companies and organizations that we're working with in order to allow their bots to be able to be seen in those locations, okay? And then intelligence. This is probably the biggest area of investment for Microsoft. We are spending a ton of money in research and development under artificial intelligence. In fact, we actually just reorged internally to make that even a bigger priority inside of the organization. And the idea is we need to make machine learning accessible for everybody, okay? I'm not a deep math guy. I'm not going to go in there and create analytical and statistical models, and I'm not going to create speech recognition pattern systems and all that stuff. That's just not what I do. I'm a developer. I want to use those things, but I don't know how all that works. So that's what we're working on really hard on our engineering team, is to make all of that stuff available to us as developers to be able to bring that into these bots. And we're going to see a little bit of that here in a couple moments. So this is kind of funny, actually. Docs. One of our biggest #1 requested feature was we needed better documentation on how to get started. So we've put a lot of effort recently into rolling out a whole new doc system for bots. So it has a, how do I get started? How do I build out bots that are conversationally aware? And there's a ton of patterns and practices out there because there's different patterns for different types of things that you're trying to accomplish. So we already have those built. They're best practices from an architecture perspective. So it's going to really help you get started, and a ton of samples that are out there. And these aren't all in C#. These aren't .NET samples. These are samples that go across a wide range of development languages. So whatever development language you want to work with, you can do that with bots, okay? So you're not limited. So I talked about other improvements, so the new channel. So this is just a bunch of images that show you all the different endpoints that we have. So if you might recognize a few of those up there. But the idea, once again, is that we want to make the bot available where the people are, not make the people come to us. And that's really important. I think for government, I think that's really important. We want to be where the citizens are. If the citizens are interacting already on Facebook, let's let them interact on Facebook. If they are already interacting on Kik or Slack, if they're developers, let them interact through the bots through that way. Another interesting one is, what if you've got a new application that you need to deploy that provides information to your employees easily and quickly? Well, do you build an application, deploy it on everybody's desktop? Do you create it as a website? Or do you create it as a bot and just add it in as a contact in Skype? So now they can go into Skype for Business, add it as a contact, and immediately start accessing all the information via the bot right there. And then they can do it anywhere on any mobile device at any point in time. And then you can also extend that bot to other things like text messaging, et cetera, to make it available in other places. Now, one of the other interesting things that we've done is integrated more with Cortana, of course, from a speech recognition perspective, but also with Bing. So with Bing, makes bots discoverable. So if you're creating citizen-facing bots, guess what? You can have them listed in a directory so people can easily find them by just doing a search on the web, and they'll show up, and it shows them how to add them. And they can look for bots based on different types of things, like show me the top Skype bots, or the top Facebook bots, or the top Slack bots, or just the top bots in general. So depending on the tools and technologies you're using, it can help you find those bots and make them available to your users and citizens. So I mentioned that UI can be difficult, and that's because we have a bunch of different form factors. We've got laptops, we've got phones, we've got tablets, we've got phones that only have text messaging, we've got Microsoft Teams versus Slack, we've got all these different places where bots can show up, and the UI is going to be different for each one. And we want to make it look like it's a part of the platform. So we have this thing called adaptive cards. So what developers can do is write a interface once, and it's going to adapt appropriately for the device. And here's some examples, and I know those are a little small to see, but if we start on the far left, notifications, that's just a pop-up notification in Windows 10. So we can see the black box with the 3 buttons on there for actions. And then we see for Teams and Skype, they also have buttons, but when we get to Android and iOS, there's no buttons. Why? Because Android and iOS, at the moment this was done, doesn't support buttons for responding to notifications. But a bot is text-based, okay? So we don't have to have those buttons there. They can just type what their response is, and the bot is going to continue. But for those devices that support additional, or those platforms that support additional embedded buttons, it makes it easier so people can just tap what their response is, and the bot will continue the conversation. Okay? We've also integrated the ability to do payments. So think about this. Maybe you've got a Parks and Rec environment, and they want to make it easy for you to online buy a park pass, or camping, or maybe permitting. And so maybe it's a way to be able to generate some revenue via a bot and make it available to individuals. So speech, of course, is a really important part of bots. Now, up until recently, I mean, bots have really been around forever. I mean, we could go all the way back to the late 60s, I think, is when the first real bot came out. And, you know, they're very basic. They were all text-based. It's recent that we started interacting with devices via speech on a regular basis. A lot of people probably use their phones. Instead of typing, they hold it down and they dictate to their phone so that they don't have to type on the small keyboard. We're seeing that more and more. And now we're seeing devices like Alexa and the Cortana Invoke speaker and things like that, where the interface is voice. So voice is becoming extremely important. And so the bot framework integrates with all of that. So you can build a bot that also works with these voice endpoints. And then we have something, I know this morning it was brought up, LUIS, Language Understanding and Intent Service. This is the ability for a bot to understand specifically what is being discussed. So if someone types in, what's the weather today in Denver, Colorado? How does the bot know what it needs to do? What are the keys in there? So we can send that statement to LUIS, and LUIS then is going to return back to our bot. It's going to say, well, the intent is to get the weather forecast. And then it's going to say the entities are a date time value, which is today, and a location, which is Denver, Colorado. So now we've got 3 pieces of information. We know what we need to do, and we know the 2 pieces of information that allows us to complete that action. So that's what LUIS helps us do. And so we've made a lot of investments, and this is part of our artificial intelligence capability, so that we can build out an intent engine to help our bots understand what we're asking and be able to parse out that natural language. Because think about how many different ways you could ask, you know, what's the weather today? I could just say, what's the weather? Today is implied, and probably my current location is implied. But then I could say, what's the weather in California? Today's implied, location though is California. So there's many different ways. Or I could say, is it gonna rain today? That's another way to kind of ask the weather. So LUIS helps take all these different ways of asking things and packages it up so that you get back what the intent is and what the entities are, okay? And that's very, very powerful. Because outside of that, your bot is gonna be pretty dumb, because the only thing that you're gonna be able to do is text-based matching, where you can say, if they type the word weather somewhere in there, let's try to figure out if there's a date and time, something else in there, and you can do all this crazy programming, but it's very limited, and it doesn't work well. And in fact, that's how bots used to work. And so things like LUIS is really, really important in the environment, and here's even some more detail on that. So LUIS does support multiple languages too, by the way, so that's really important for many government agencies where they need to be able to assist people from many different backgrounds and where English might not be their native language. So LUIS can actually help out with that. Now, to get started with LUIS, we actually have these things called domains. Domains are basically types of language intents that you're going to be working with, and you can see a bunch of them listed here. Things like if you are working with the weather, or home automation, or calendaring, or contacts, or things like that. We've already got the language model built for those, but building your own language models is actually quite simple. You just go into Lewis, and you basically say, what's the weather today in Denver, Colorado? And then you're going to say that intent is get weather forecast. And then you're going to highlight the word or words Denver, Colorado, and you're going to say that's a location. And you're going to highlight today, and you're going to say that's the date time. And then you're going to put in another statement that's similar, but just saying it slightly different. And you're going to put in a few different examples, and that's it. Your model's done. You've trained it. And now you can call that from your code. You basically pass in the string of text that has been sent to your bot, and you get back the intent and all the entities, and then you can make a decision in your bot on how to best process that. We'll look a little bit into some of this here in a moment. Bot analytics, so what's important is that for your bots is it being used? And so this gives you a good idea of how your bot's being used. Number one, how many new visitors, how many visitors total, and then the chart, it's kind of hard to see there, but basically what that's showing is over a 10-day period, how many people are coming back over that 10-day period. So what's the repeat visitor rate? So if your bot's doing really well, you probably have people coming back and using it over and over and over again to get answers. So I want to show an example, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed that the demo gods are going to be with us today, because I'm going to try doing it live, and I'm using it over a cell phone connection. So we'll see how this works. If we have any problems, I've got screenshots to show. But I put together a bot, and let me duplicate my screen here. I put together a bot that I call the 311 demo bot. Let me refresh this just so that we've got it. Okay, and zoom in. All right. So what I wanted to show is just a very, very basic example. This is not anything that's rocket science here, but I wanted to at least give you an idea. So this is a bot. Now, the web page isn't the bot. The bot code is running someplace else. The web page is just to have the chat box interface. I could easily connect to this bot from Skype or from other endpoints, but for simplicity's sake, I chose to just use this. And if I come out here, the very first thing that we'd expect to be able to do is, just say hello, something like that. And if we've got internet connectivity, hey, there we go. So it responded back hello. So it got a conversation started. Now, the interesting thing about bots, and if we're using some of our artificial intelligence capabilities, is that we can do language detection. So when a person says hello, we can detect what language they said hello in, and then immediately start translating everything else that we give them to their native language. Okay? This is actually being done in bots that are actually out in California today that we've been working with. It's quite interesting that they built that into it right off the bat. Now, what I did with this bot is, and it's kind of funny, I was working with the city of Chicago, and they have a website that has information about parking tickets. And it's just frequently asked questions. What do I do if I get a ticket? How do I pay my ticket? All that kind of stuff. And they're like, can you do anything with that? So I brought this in here, and actually, because I'm going to forget, of course, as you do demos, you always forget. So I'm going to grab a couple of questions that I've got. Now, these aren't exact questions that are in the FAQ. These are variations. But I can say, where's the ticket number? So if I received a ticket, where's the ticket number? And there it comes back, says the ticket number can be found on the ticket that was left on your vehicle, and that's very helpful, right? Not really, but and then I can say, well, if I need to pay for it, what are my payment options? So what payment options are available? And it's going to say I can make a payment online, or I can mail a money order to them. I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Do they take credit cards? Can I pay with a credit card? And then it's going to tell me I can, but I can only pay if it doesn't exceed $1,500 and I haven't used that same card in a 3-day period. Okay, so this is something that a lot of people can do right off the bat, is let's take our frequently asked questions and let's make them available as a bot today, because guess what? The bot's going to be a lot better at responding to people's questions than a search engine, okay? It's going to be a lot better, and I'll show you why. This bot is backed by something called Q&A Maker. Q&A Maker is a simple tool that you can get started with. Just go out to qnamaker.ai, and you can log in with a Microsoft account, or if you already have an organizational account because you have Azure Active Directory, Office 365, something like that that you're working with. You can use those IDs also. But you just come in and you say, I want to create a new service. You're going to give your service a name, and then you're going to give it URLs. One or more URLs of your public website where your FAQ document lives. So it's a website that just has your frequently asked questions, okay? And or, if you don't have a URL, no worries, as it says. You hit select there, and you can upload a Word document, a PDF, an Excel spreadsheet that has your FAQs. And then you hit create. That's it. We're done. So, a couple steps, and we're done. So let me show you what the one from the city of Chicago looks like. This is what ended up coming in. So it's below this gray line here there's their URL, and I know that's really hard to see. I kind of bring this in a little bit. We've got their URL, so that's where it was sourced from, and it pulled it in, and it did a pretty good job. There's a little bit of cleanup that you want to do when you get done, just to make sure that everything looks exactly like you want, and also makes sense for a bot. So you go through and make your cleanup, and then when you're done, you hit the Save and Retrain button, the green button. What that does is that goes off, and it builds the artificial intelligence linguistic model for this set of questions. Then what we do is we go to test on the left side there. This looks like a bot. It kind of is, sort of. But what it is it's for testing. So this is where I can come in, and in this box here, where it says type your message, I can start asking questions of things that I would expect to find in my frequently asked questions. I don't want to ask the exact same question as it was exactly done in the FAQ, because of course it's going to find that. I want to ask things in a way that I would expect people to come to my site to do. So I'm going to type in a question, and it's going to give me a response. And then I'm going to look at that response and give it a thumbs up or thumbs down, basically. Yep, you got it right, or you got it wrong. And on the left allows me to choose that. It's going to say, did I respond appropriately? Yes or no? If I hit none of the above, then it's going to go, okay, I've learned that what the question was asked doesn't match any of the responses. Or it can give you some alternative responses saying, I think this is what you wanted, but I'm not 100% sure. So did I get it right, or is there a better response for this answer? And so what you're doing here is you're training your model. It's very basic, but under the covers, a lot of crazy mathematics and artificial intelligence and stuff that's happening behind the scenes that we don't have to worry about. But it's doing it for us. And then on the right side, there's adding alternatives. So if I've asked a question and I got the right response back, I might go, you know what, there's more than one way that people might ask that is different enough that I want to provide some additional hints. So I can say, here are other ways you might ask that exact same question, and just keep adding those in there. And then when I get done, I can continue checking this out, and once I'm happy with it, I come up and I hit the blue Publish button. So what the blue Publish button does, it takes this, and actually I'll do it so we can see it. It's going to give me an overview of what's changed since the last time I published. I hit Publish, and it's going to give me some information here. If you're a developer, that probably makes sense. If you're not a developer, you're probably going, I have no idea what this is. But what this is basically how you make an API call to this service with your text that you're getting from your bot. And then Q&A Maker is going to return back the results. That's going to be what's the most probable response out of your FAQ, and what is the confidence rating for that between 0 to 100%. And so now you get that back, you're going, okay, I got a response back from Q&A Maker, and here's what its probability is. You can look at that probability in your code and say, you know what, if it's above 85%, I'll give it a thumbs up, we'll let that go. If it's below 85%, maybe what I'll do is prompt the person to say, I'm sorry, I can't help you, maybe clarify the question, or here's a phone number so you can call somebody to get a response for that specific question. Some way to hand it off if your bot is unable to answer that. So very simple. I mean, that's how quick it is. So that's how my bot was able to respond to those questions. I'm not asking exact questions that are in that FAQ. I'm asking similar. And the way that it's doing it is through Lewis. It's taking this and building a language understanding model and understanding the intent of the question that the person's asking, but also understanding the intent of all the questions that are in the FAQ list. Okay? So it's a great way to get started, very simple. So now we can take Q&A Maker and then a very tiny amount of code, put those together, and boom, you got your bot. You got a question?
This cute little simplified version, how do you get things like that link in there, or could you attach things in the response?
You can attach things, so we can't send back files or anything like that, but you can put hyperlinks in there. And all you have to do is just have the URL, and it'll automatically turn it into a link if the remote device that receives that response can actually do it as a link. Okay?
So you would just feed that into the response to the question.
Exactly. So you just have that as part of the answer. So maybe it's a link to go get more information on this. You know, and like I said, what we're seeing is that this kind of scenario for frequently asked questions is actually very popular and works very well compared to people having a long frequently asked questions document that no one ever reads, with a search box at the top that doesn't really ever get them to the right point in the frequently asked questions document. So this is a great way to take that first step into working with bots, and it's very, very simple. This, like I said, I did this in under 2 hours. And to be honest with you, that part of it, I did well in under an hour. The next part of it took me a little bit longer that I want to show you, which is, I think, even more kind of exciting. What if I created a bot that was for the Department of Transportation? And I said, Mr. Department of Transportation person, I want to help you be able to deal with the pothole situation. Now here you might not have such an issue. We got a big problem in Michigan. Our roads are falling apart. They're horrible. So we're always complaining as we blow out a tire and damage our rims that somebody wants to report that back so that it can get fixed. What if we could create a bot that made it very simple for someone to do that? And do it in a way where they don't even ever have to type a word. They don't have to speak anything. They just take a picture, send it to the bot, and the bot figures it out. That'd be great, right? So let's do that. I'm going to say, I want to send it a picture. I've got a bunch of pictures here, and of course they're not going to show up, so I'm going to randomly choose one. There we go. I'm going to choose a picture here. Hit open. We're sending it across, so it might take a moment since it's going across cellular there. There. This appears to be an image of a pothole. All right? Not very helpful. It would probably, if that was me, I'd be upset. Yeah, no kidding, it's an image of a pothole, because I know that. But think about this. What if because now the bot knows what it is. Now the bot can take action, though. So without me saying anything to it, I just gave it an image. It now knows there's a pothole there. Well, gosh, the person probably wants to report the pothole, that there's a problem there. Guess what's also in those images? Date timestamps. So we know when that picture was taken. What else is in there? GPS coordinates from your phone. We know where it was taken. So the bot can do all of that behind the scenes. Instead of giving you a smart aleck response back saying it's a pothole, it could actually say, thank you for reporting the pothole. We have entered it into our system for someone to be able to go and take a look at and repair. And they never had to type anything. And it was quick. They didn't have to spend time trying to fumble for their phone. They weren't trying to text while they were still driving down the road all angry. They were able to just take a picture, and it was done. Let me pick another picture here. Potholes come in all shapes and sizes. And this is interesting. Think about this. Think about how difficult it is for a computer to know what the heck a pothole is. How do you give it a picture and say, this is a pothole? And then how does a guy like me that's a developer that knows nothing about AI teach a computer what a pothole looks like? That's the cool part. And so you can see, this looks nothing like the other one. Us, as humans, we can look at it and go, that's a pothole. Computer, it's a bunch of colors and dots and stuff with intensities and hues. So how does it know that's a pothole? How about this? Another thing we like to report. Graffiti. Appears to be an image of graffiti, and it looks like it could be vandalism. So once again, same idea. We could easily report graffiti and vandalism. But you know what? Not all graffiti is really that bad, is it? Maybe this one's not so bad. Maybe somebody paid for that. And guess what? It says this one looks like art. How do you teach a computer the difference between vandalism and art? Right? It's kind of amazing. And so think about that you could actually create a system where people, without even saying anything, could convey a message that you could then act on and take advantage of. And this might work well for people that can't speak. that have other disabilities that can't talk? What if you can just give a picture that shows what they're trying to do and it figures it out and it's able to help them? So very cool. So how does this work? Well, this is very similar to Q&A Maker. My bot, all it does is takes that uploaded image, sends it off to a service. The service sends back, says, here's the different tags that we believe are associated with this image, and here's the probability for each one of those tags. And then my bot can go, oh, okay, now I can figure out what I want to do with that. So let's look at how that works. This is through something called Custom Vision. Custom Vision is an amazing, absolutely, it just blows my mind. I don't know how it works, but it's amazing. Our research and development group did a great job here. Basically, you go to customvision.ai. Anybody can do this, okay? Everybody here can easily do this. Go out to customvision.ai, log in, say create a new project. Once you create a new project, you start doing what I did here. Let me actually click on that so it opens. I start loading pictures. So I went out and I grabbed a bunch of pictures, samples. Okay? And I'm going to zoom this in just a little bit and slide this over because I want to show you. Over on the left, see the tags. So what I decided is my bot needs to be able to respond to these types of things. Art, graffiti, pothole, sinkhole, and vandalism. These are things that my bot's going to deal with. So I created tags. And then what I did is I just started uploading a bunch of pictures. I just, random search on the internet. You got to be careful with random searches on the internet, by the way. Yeah. Especially when you're searching for vandalism. And anyway, so I had to be very careful on what I picked. But I uploaded those images, and then all I did was start tagging them, like this one. Click on it. There's the picture. I tagged it graffiti and vandalism. Let's see here, because there we go. Of course, this one is a sinkhole because it's bigger than a pothole, but it looks like a pothole. Then you've got, of course, your potholes and stuff like this. So I just uploaded a bunch of images, and I tagged them. And each image can have one or more tags, okay? Now, in order to properly train a model, you have to have at least 5 images for a tag. That's the bare minimum. The more you have, the better off your model's going to be. But you just go through that, and then you hit the green train button. And then once you've done the green train button, guess what it's going to do? It's going to give you another endpoint, just like you saw on the other, which is a RESTful API service. And then you just have your bot call out to that. And so you didn't have to know anything about vision, computer vision, artificial intelligence, any of that stuff. You just uploaded a bunch of pictures and just said, here, just go do this. And see how simple it was. If I can do it, you guys can do it, trust me. So this is easy. And now we have a bot that's able to understand images. And I can upload images and have it detect them. And then what I haven't put into this yet, and what I probably should get around to doing to make it a full demo, is to do the pulling out the GPS coordinates out of the image and a little bit more on that to just kind of demo that instead of just smart aleck responses. But you get the idea. Think about how powerful that is. Yeah?
Other than the confidence interval, how do you know if your bots are working? So earlier I saw, like, you can see in analytics, let's say 2,000 people use my bot. How do I know I wasn't a dumb bot maker and those 2,000 people are just angry right now?
That's a very good question. You don't have a good understanding except for the fact that you need to test it repeatedly and probably put in some sort of a feedback loop into it. Because if it comes back and tells me that this looked like it wasn't art, it was a pothole, that's a big problem. And so I would want to have a way that the person could say, no, it's not a pothole, or no, I didn't want to do that, or whatnot, and then I can capture that. The other thing that we look at is if a bot can't if it doesn't understand what you're trying to do, let's also capture that. Let's log it someplace. So now we can go back and look through our logs on a regular basis, because that's, number one, going to tell us, are we being effective? Are we answering the questions for people? Are they getting frustrated? Because the other thing that we haven't introduced here, how about sentiment analysis based on the text? So if a person types in a statement that is, I hate you, you stupid bot, I want you to die, you know that's a very negative experience they're having. So why don't we take that and flag it someplace to say X number of people had positive statements and X number of people had negative statements. And you can log, I mean, because we're doing all this, depending, once again, you got to think about privacy in this world. You got to think about privacy, but you could log a lot of this information and then go back and review it to iterate on your bot to make it smarter and better. Okay? There's also something else, and I want to bring this up because I think this is really important. So let me go to here from this slide. I'm going to jump forward to the Azure Cognitive Services slide. There is, once it loads, there we go. Here's a list of all the different AI and cognitive services you can tap into when you're building your bots. Huge list. The second one down, extremely important if you're building a bot that's going to be citizen-facing. Because if you are doing what I just told you to do, is log things, there's certain things you don't want to be logging, right? There's a lot of trolls out on the internet. So first of all, let's talk about text. People can say some really nasty, hateful things on the internet, and we don't want to be putting that into a database and subjecting our employees to have to read that. So what we can do is put a content moderator in front of it that understands, I can't remember, it's a ridiculous number of languages, but it understands what offensive language is. And if it's offensive language, guess what? We don't deal with it. The bot could even just tell them, sorry, I'm not dealing with you because, you know, until you can say something nice, I'm not going to work with you, kind of thing. But we don't want to log that into a database someplace. The other thing is images. We're going to allow people to upload images of potholes. You can guarantee somebody's going to upload an image that they shouldn't be uploading to your bot just because. So the content moderator will look at the image and say, is it racy? It's kind of just a little borderline. I mean, a pothole shouldn't be racy, but somebody put something in there that's a little racy. You want to capture that and maybe not run it through your whole system. The bad one, adult content. Is it really inappropriate? We don't need to be dealing with that. So let's just stop it before it gets any further in the system. So content moderation is huge to really help you do that. We have a lot of other things. I was talking about sentiment analysis. We can do emotion APIs. We can do sentiment analysis on text. So we can understand what's kind of the behavior of the person that's interacting with this. We can even do things, and I don't have a good example on why you would ever do this, but let's just say for whatever reason you need a person to submit a picture of themselves to the bot. If they did that, you could run it through a full face API to understand, number one, do they seem to be happy or sad or upset or whatever it happens to be, so their emotions, but also other types of things such as you know, their gender, what they're wearing, things like that, that might apply to helping you identify how all of that's going to work. So I know that this was a lot of stuff that we covered here in a very short period of time. But if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to me. My email address is right there, mhacker@microsoft.com. Okay? And I'm more than happy to help out. I might not have all the answers. I might not be the right person, but I can get you in contact to the right person. Also, you have Microsoft account reps. We've got Julie here that's with me today. We're going to be around for just a little bit after this, so if you have any questions, please come up to us and ask. So thank you so much for allowing us to run through this, this spot framework and talk a little bit about this today. All right.
Did you guys learn anything today? This is the second time I saw it, and I learned more this time than I did the first time. Thank you, Mike, for doing that.
No problem.
For you, here's a Colorado water bottle.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Don't fill it up when you get to the airport.
They won't let you out.
I commonly call him Mr. Google, along with his Google friends down here. He brought the Google platform up at the state when the state transitioned to Google, and has since moved on to Eagle County.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
And,
we'll talk a little bit about
he's
that.
He's got a lot to talk about, so there you go, Brandon.
Cool, thanks. Nice. So I brought my own cheering crowd here. Actually, it's been really cool. It's been like a family reunion coming down and seeing everybody. Yeah, so, you know, I was starting to think about how to present, because when I first talked to Mike about coming here to present, I've had this really unique experience that I think most often we just don't get the chance to do, which is when I came down to the state, I came down from Lake Dillon Fire Rescue up in Summit County. So I had worked in local government, and then I had this opportunity to come down and work in the State Emergency Operations Center, and then State Public Health, and then went to Governor's Office of Information Technology. And a good friend of mine got a job and took over as the Public Health Director in Eagle County. And he gave me a call last fall, and he said, hey, if you had the chance with what you know now to go back and do at local government what you've always wanted to do, would you take it? And I said, I'll be there on Tuesday. And there's a couple of others that have also been pilfered and taken up. And we've got this, almost like this little nice hippie commune building up in Eagle County of former state employees that are now coming together to break stuff that we always wanted to be able to break. So, and I'm very happy to have some of them up here in the audience today. And so I was thinking about how to kind of start, because I've had this perspective from the policy perspective, from the technical perspective at the state level. Prior to that, I was with the feds working arms control and non-proliferation, so one small part of a big wheel. And then looking at local government from before state experience and now to state experience. And so I was thinking about how to actually present this. So this is Kate. Kate obviously is a skier. She's on Team Summit. And she didn't choose the alpine route, she chose the freestyle route, and she's a big mountain and mogul competitor. This is Annika. So Annika is not into skiing as much. She is much more into reading, bookish, great student. She's the hiker. She goes out and was happy to spend an afternoon laying on a rock. This is Olivia. Clearly a cyclist, also a very good student. She's also on the gymnast team. She was a gymnast and also an active volleyball player. So when I was thinking about how to explain the main differences between state government and local government, Olivia came to mind. The first two, Kate and Annika, are both mine. On February 7th, Olivia became mine. She also became a lot of other people in the communities. Because on February 7th, when my daughters got dressed, they got ready to go to school, and they left, so did Olivia. And in the middle of the day, she left school. She went home, she went into her living room, and she committed suicide. And in an instant, working in public health, our job went from trying to figure out how we were doing the day-to-day business of environmental health inspections, and it switched. And my job at that point was to help the school district write a letter to parents and children to explain what had just happened. Chris Lindley, our director, went over to the school district and started to organize the mental health crisis response team that was going to help bring crisis counselors into the school to explain to Olivia's friends and teachers how to cope with the grievance. Our community shifted into a response mode, and we started pushing out information to help Olivia and her family do fundraising so we could bury her. And at the state, I worked in technology, I worked with numbers, I worked with agencies, and I worked with programs. And I was really proud of it, and I was really felt like I had a high level of impact. It's nothing compared to the connection of the work that I have in local government. Nothing. And so each day, what I've been doing at Public Health is trying to figure out how I tap into the technology that we already have in Eagle County, how I work with the employees and staff in Eagle County to remove technology as a burden so that they can get the important job of helping their friends and community members done. Lots of stark differences. And I think we intuitively know a lot of these. Certainly I've addressed some of the proximity to issues and the people served. When the people you are serving you also run into at the city market while shopping, it brings a different level of understanding of the complexities of the problems and how hard we need to work to overcome some of them. The multiple hats thing cannot be understated. And this has a lot of influence on some of the downstream stuff we're going to talk about in this discussion around access to data, working with state agencies, and how we best position to apply for grants and be able to move our projects forward. But the multiple hats issue is we have 37 people in our public health department. That's spread across environmental, public health, also emergency management. We also have the reach and expanse across a county that varies hugely in terms of demographics, but also in capabilities and opportunities, dominated by Vail Resorts. I'll get into some of the demographics as we go, but our multiple hats span departments, they span programs. You're constantly switching from what your job is that's in your job description to responding to the school district, to helping a family, to working on a mobile resource center, to bring services into the community rather than expecting them to come to us. One of the things that I knew before when I was in local government and was shocked to find out how much has changed even in rural Colorado is the technical knowledge and assumptions of the of the program side staff. IT and programs are simply closer because we have to work together more closely at the local level, deeply embedded in program decisions and where we're making policy efforts. IT is one of the first ones consulted. But more importantly, I think, is the capabilities of the program side staff. When you take a community that is primarily rural-based and you insert something like social media and these tools, and I'll go into this a little bit, you see it take on a different flavor and a different power. And the capability, anybody who lives in Eagle County is there because they want to be there. They have made a choice to go live there in a community that's a hard place because of pay structure, because of opportunities. And as a result, you get this incredibly creative team of dedicated people who are working in government for common purpose. And it's much different than some of the diversity that I saw in the state in terms of commitment to programs and willingness to adapt to technology. I've found at the local level a much more rapid acceptance of new technology and openness to that kind of change. I'm going to talk a little bit down through the slides about funding. Particularly in a public health nexus, our funding is not increasing from the federal level, it's not increasing from the state level, and we are having to increasingly look at grants and being creative to go outside the system to get funding for projects that we want to do. By the very nature of the grant system, that is a risk-averse system. It is a system designed to give funding to proven programs that have been proven time and time again with very little room for flexibility. And so we're having to get more creative with the kinds of data points, the kinds of arguments we're putting together. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how some of the data points that we need from state government are adversely impacting our ability to do that at the local level. The partnership landscape, one of the biggest differences. The nonprofit community is an extension of government in local communities. That is how we get things done. Oftentimes we are a pass-through, but the nonprofit community and our private sector partners are much, much closer than I ever experienced at the state level and are an indispensable part of our organization and are considered as so. And then I'm going to talk about social media and the influence. In fact, well, I think everybody knows. Does anybody not know where Eagle County is? If you cross over Vail Pass when it's passable, yeah, and so you do the slide down Vail Pass on I-70 on the far side, and it starts in Vail, and that's a shockingly, amazingly little Bavarian entity that has lots of money, Vail Resorts, lots of activity, and then you keep going. And then the county gets different. And the service community that keeps Vail Resorts running and some of the surrounding communities is located all the way across that I-70 corridor, all the way over to Glenwood Springs. Now, the county actually stops right before you get to Glenwood Springs. Interestingly, if you take a left, you cross right back into the county, and you're now in the, Basalt, El Jebel, some of these smaller towns, and you have this huge economic disparity, but you have a totally different business approach and business platform. You've got ranches, you've got a much more rural economy than some of the densely populated areas around Vail. So we have this huge span, both geographically, but also in terms of complexity. One of the things that I was most surprised by, pleasantly, is when I got to the county and I logged on. I already knew that we were a Google shop, which made me very happy, and very cutting. It was instantly easy so we could actually take some cues at the state level from the entry, because I was able to log in the moment that I sat at my desk and did it. But I was really, really impressed by the way in which Scott and his team had selected an array of tool sets that were right for the needs of the county staff. They were already there. In many ways, what I found is if anything, they were underutilized. And being able to put together teams and shadow IT teams to basically expand the tool set that was already there. I have not found yet one instance where I wished I had another tool that wasn't already present that I could reach into IT and get. And instantly close, instantly accessible. I already talked about the strong talent pool, just an array of caring and creative people that kind of locate there, again, to this little hippie commune that we've got going. I think one of the things that we're starting to see evolve and where a lot of our work is going right now is in the learning styles and learning needs from the county staff and our associated partners in asynchronous learning. Because of those multiple hats, more and more what we're seeing from our state partners, from our external partners, is hopefully a migration more towards video that we can jump on, that we can see faces, but that also archive those videos so we can get to them later. Like I said, the day can change instantly at the local level, and you will be working on issues that are not related to your job description, and it may take some time. So being able to come back and have learning tools that are asynchronous that we can come to and do at our pace, at our instead of a preset determined, here's the hour next Tuesday, and that's the only time you're going to be able to do that coordination, is really important. So things like meetings and being able to archive those so that we can get to them later would be great. So Buzzword Eagle, for those of you that were part of Buzzword at the state, we do have an Eagle branch now. And really, this is the opportunity to expand and bridge that gap if it exists between the tools that we have, the IT approach from a security perspective, and tapping into the shadow IT knowledge base and resources in order to do pilots, to be creative, and put these tools to use. So we've started off every single, what I found was we had an amazing Google platform that many people really hadn't explored the collaborative features within Drive, within some of the other tool sets. And so being able to set up on every Monday at noon, I'm in the Emergency Operations Center when it's not being occupied, and hopefully it won't be for fire season this year. But every single Monday from 12 to 1, we do 101 classes. They're drop-in. You can learn how to use platform tools, whatever it is that week. We video those, we archive them, we post them up onto a page that if you had to miss that session, you can come back and start to generate some of that that basic knowledge of the tools that we have. In time, we're going to be doing much more advanced classes and doing pilots. As I say that, Scott starts shaking like a lab rat over and over. Social aspects. So all of these business tools that we've got have got some type of collaboration feature. I mean, obviously that's being built into almost everything we do. One of the other things that I was shocked to find had grown so much since I left since I left local government, was the rise in social tools amongst the population. I brought this up, and you can see there's 21,321 members of this Facebook group. It's called Eagle County Classifieds. Below is our census data from 2015. Can you imagine a group where over 40% of Colorado was a member of a single Facebook group, and what the power of that kind of communication tool is? So I started wondering, why is this, right? And it was a natural fit. It's a rural, dispersed population. They primarily went to go buy skis and sell skis back and forth, but what instantly happened was a replicant of what happens every single day in the city market, which was discussions over local political events, discussions over policy issues, sometimes heated exchanges over what's going on in the community. But in an environment where 95% of your media outlet is run by something like the Vail Daily, which is the only newspaper that is available in the community, having channels like this as other alternative places to go to have these conversations was something that organically grew up from the population. This was formed by somebody who just wanted to sell stuff back and forth, and it formed a political action committee and place for discussion online. This had a direct impact on something that I'm about to tell you about. But it's been fascinating. We've actually got several groups like this. We've got the Eagle County Classifieds. We have Vail Moms. They are as impactful and as influential as traditional media, in many ways, much more so. And so from a local government perspective, it's incumbent upon us to be direct participants in this, to engage in those platforms and have open discussions, be willing to have rocks thrown at us and be able to answer questions. So the face-to-face with your customer base is insanely close. You're going to yell at them online, and you're going to see them at the city market. So it changed a lot of the way. It's okay, I'm used to places where alarms are going off. Yeah, okay. All right. Usually I'm being asked to leave, so right on. So how does that influence us? Well, at the Public Health Department, when I got there, I was surprised to find we didn't really have a social presence. We weren't taking advantage of some of those communications opportunities. So the first thing we did was create a Facebook page, right? Really simple. But it brought us closer with the community instantly. And we've found out through trial and error that increasingly what is being demanded is to see faces, to have real conversations about policy issues that we're considering, about programs we're rolling out. And so we're doing series. This is Chris Lindley. He used to be the Director of Prevention Services at CDPHE, and he also got plucked by the gravity of Eagle County to go up there and work. And so we're doing them at locations. This is fundamentally changing the way government thinks about communicating with the citizens. This is not being done in an office. We went to Yeti's Coffee Shop in downtown Eagle, and we filmed this sitting at a place where everybody goes to get their coffee. We associate it with a place they're familiar with. They get to see the faces of the representatives of their government that's trying to provide programs and assistance, and they get real information from us directly. It's a live feed, and then we archive it online for them to get to. A lot of this grew out of an experience. When Chris and I talked last fall, one of the main drivers that I wanted to go back and participate in, because it's something that's very important to me, is mental health. And at that time, Chris said, we're going to do something unprecedented and pretty cool. We're going to, outside of our normal government business hours, we're going to run a campaign. We're going to run a ballot initiative. And we're going to tax recreational marijuana in order to fund mental health. Mental health doesn't get a lot of funding. It's kind of surprising when you dig into it. Mental health does not generate dollars in the private sector. It's not. It's a long-term commitment. There are very few medication answers. It's a long investment. And mental health is something that we constantly struggle with in order to address. There's not a lot of people moving towards it. There's a lot of people talking about it, but we wanted to fundamentally change how we were delivering mental health services. Bring that into a government sphere where we're having conversations across multi-sectoral partners and be able to deliver that. So what you're looking at was the result of when we sat down and we said, all right, we're going to do this ballot initiative. We sat and we talked with traditional political entities here in Colorado, and they said, okay, you're going to do a local ballot initiative. Here's what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to go to a place and fill out postcards and send postcards to everybody in your county. You're then going to need to organize teams, and they're going to need to knock door to door. You're going to need a lot of money for this. And everything that we were told, we were like, we looked at Eagle County Classifieds. We've got 40% of the population there. It seems like we could pull some of this off cheaper. So we did. So we created a Facebook page that was Mental Health Eagle County. We did not spend $1 with those political consultants to go out and do the door-to-door knocking. We put all of our efforts, what little money we actually had, and we put it into Facebook geolocation, demographic, targets, graphic images that were specific to kids that were in schools that could influence their parents on Instagram. We did an entire social campaign, just a handful of us. And they told us that if we didn't put the money in, we were never going to see more than 50% positive results for the ballot initiative. We ended up getting 75% positive results, and the issue passed. And so starting in January of this year, we started taxing recreational marijuana. That includes both sales as well as growth and distribution. So this summer, we have a lot of that activity up in the mountains. I know it's going to come as a surprise. And so, so we're already looking at a significant accumulation. So what are we doing with this? So once we pass the ballot initiative, we've started using the social campaign tricks that we used during the ballot initiative, started using that on the public health side for all of our other programs. But we also wanted to make sure that we stayed consistent with the, this is actually just the hub website that we use. That video down there, so that's Chris talking about suicide stats for last year. And that was 3 minutes worth of effort. We just had Chris standing in front of a whiteboard talking about the images and talking about the actual numbers to inform people about the lack of mental health services and the impact that that's had on rising suicide rates in the county over the last several years. When we posted that, it immediately went into the classifieds, and I think we had something like 5,000 views in the first 12 hours to be able to educate the community. It cost us nothing. It was 3 minutes worth of work on a phone. So we've stayed committed to that. We helped reform something that was called the Total Health Alliance, which was this mix of private sector, nonprofits, and basically what they'd been doing for several years was getting together on a quarterly basis in a room and saying, my program did this, my program did this. There wasn't anything really concentrated in effort. So we stripped away all of the extraneous committee work and objectives. We reformulated the Total Health Alliance. It has 45 member organizations, around 100, 115 people routinely show up to the meetings. And we designated it specifically to have one focus, and that was mental health. So we created an oversight committee within the Total Health Alliance that is responsible for administering the funds that we're collecting. Every single meeting is posted on our website pages. Sometimes these are multi-hour meetings. I'm not thinking that anybody sits down and watches all of it, but it shows a commitment to transparency and openness in local government that a citizen or anybody watching has equal participation to be able to come onto Facebook and ask a question the same way that Vail Health does, the same way that MindSprings does, any member organization. So they're open and we invite participation. We also, anybody familiar with Trello? Huge fans of Trello. We wanted a way of being able to make sure that the citizens who voted the ballot initiative into place were keeping up to speed with the decisions on what was happening with those dollars that they authorized to spend. We created a Trello board. We made it public. And you can see we have the meeting information, we have the kind of footprint information on what the current mental health services are. We then have gaps that were identified through a brainstorming process that we did at one of the early THA meetings. Ideas, we solicit those from any citizen, organization, member, et cetera. Those go into a queue. We then have the oversight committee and the group actually rank and put a prioritization on what those programs are. And then our county commissioners will consider which programs specifically and how much each of those programs will get. It's a fully democratically participatory, you know what I'm trying to say, participatory. I'm running dangerously low blood caffeine levels right now. Yeah, right, exactly. Most of the mountain community was surprised that it passed because they were like, I thought it was legal for like 50 years. That was, but we post everything in these Trello boards so that anybody can get to them and do a deep dive on what the proposed programs are, how they can participate, and what the adjudication on the prioritization of those programs are. So we also, obviously, mental health is one of the bigger issues. We have a lot of issues that, like other communities, we're facing. And thankfully, there are a lot of great state programs that are out there that we can tap into for information. Now, increasingly, There are more and more applications, more and more data that we can get to, more and more options that we can push out. And here's one specifically for childcare options. Anybody ever gone to this? This allows you to go through and actually see what daycare options are available within a local area, and then gives you some information regarding those. Awesome. You type in your zip code, it comes back with a list of the child care facilities, and you can go and find one that best fits your needs, unless you speak Spanish. There's a Spanish option. You can go and look, but since last December, when you do the search in Spanish, it comes up like this. So we had somebody from the program who was a participant in the December meeting when we raised this and said, you know, your site's not actually working here. I mean, it looks like it, but it's not. I pulled this just a week and a half ago, so it's still like this. So what we did was we started getting curious. Was this data available somewhere else? So having been at the state and knowing John Gottsagen and the cool work that they're doing with data.colorado.gov, went out, was able to find, filter, and get the same exact information that was providing the support for the CDHS application that didn't work in Spanish, to be able to isolate it for the same information that we needed for our community meetings as we're considering child care options. So I was able to grab that, couple of minutes, threw it into Google. It was actually done during a meeting. We just needed to have a visual on it. And so I threw it into my maps. I was able to map it really quickly. This data is updated on a weekly basis and gives me the ability to instantly check and be able to provide that data. So when I was thinking about the main challenge that we've got, and I know this is where Katie shakes like a lab rat, because we're going to talk about grant opportunities. Katie works in Eagle County Public Health. She actually runs our mobile resource center and healthy communities kind of stuff. Well, anyway, so we were talking about seeking out grant opportunities, having to get more and more creative, more and more data points, more and more arguments in an increasingly competitive environment to actually get money to go do programs that we want to do. And oftentimes we have to go to the state to do it. So the Department of Public Health and Environment is one of our biggest areas, obviously, that we go to get information from. And they have an incredibly robust set of data. And you can go search it by topic. You can go to CHED. You can go to the health indicators, the vision system, the COHID system. There are a lot of ways to go into their dashboards to get information. That's great, except that when you have multiple hats, and you have limited time and resources, and more demand to go do these grant-seeking opportunities, and we don't get paid for those. We only get paid once we secure a grant. With the amount of resources that we've got, these dashboards oftentimes, unfortunately, are built so that there are multiple levels to drill down to the specific data element that you need. Great. Once you get there, you cannot extract, I mean, sometimes you can extract the data as a single snapshot, but in some of these Tableau and other setups, there is no unique URL for that drill down that you're going to. So now you can't bookmark it, you can't go back to it when it's being updated. There's no notification process that says that it's been updated. You have to spend that time to go back to that system, check that data point, see if it's been updated, and go through that drill the entire time. Because when you go back to the URL, it takes you to the landing page where you then have to type in your information, go through the drop-down menus, go find it again. That takes a lot of time when you're talking about 30 or 40 grant opportunities, 50 or 60 different data points that we're doing each time. It's accumulation of time. I understand why it's being done, because it is a really good user experience to find that one data point. But when you look at how it's actually being used by some of the users, it makes it very, very difficult with this cumulative kind of, it's not killing you by one knife, it's killing you by lots of millions of little knives. It's not just a issue, and I don't mean to pick on CDPHE with this. This is something that we're seeing replicated across a lot of state agencies as more and more familiarity is growing with data visualization tools, taking the data, wanting to make it open, wanting to make it accessible. There is some conversation that needs to happen between the consumers of the data that's online, how we're actually finding it, and how it's being presented online. At the very least, what I would love to have is to have agencies like CDPHE take the raw data streams, make them available in data.colorado.gov. So I've got one place to go We can go parse it ourselves. We have data scientists, we have epidemiologists. We can go hammer through that information and get it easier. We have, though, been working very closely with Chris Wells, Jeff Scott, and the team at CDPHE. Also, the GIS team at CDPHE has been incredibly receptive to being able to update some of the maps with some unique needs that we had, particularly regarding federal poverty level and adjustment of the percentage that we're looking at by neighborhood. And so we've been able to generate, working with our state partners, simply reaching out to them, explaining the need, and they've gone through the difficulty of actually creating some of those dashboards for us. And that's been an amazing experience. So we do have some efforts at the local level to do some data. And when I got to the county, I was brought into the InGear team, which is kind of a data team that was put together to kind of help nonprofits and government agencies start to build kind of an open data set, open library for Eagle County specific information. This is the website that was up. And what I found was a great, great initial effort, but lots of PDFs, annual report type stuff that wasn't consumable, wasn't really in a platform that was digestible, that could be consumed in an application-ready format. These were great links, great traffic cop directors, not necessarily consumable. So we reached out to John Gottsagen, and that's Kate. And John, we enticed him with a nice hike up above Sylvan Lake after the meeting was over. If you haven't been there, it's beautiful. And so reached out to John primarily because of data.colorado.gov. And what John and I talked about, and this is something that any local government can tap into, we didn't have access directly to a Socrata or hosting environment, right? We were building that other site on WordPress and just doing kind of a link out of reports and stuff that we're making online. We called John. John said, I'd be happy to. Why don't we just put it on data.colorado.gov? How about we work with you to identify a navigation that would be unique and distinct to Eagle County data that could be easily parsed, and we'll give you editing rights so that you can upload your own data sets at the local level. We have a lot of agencies that are generating data. In fact, we took the first step from a data governance perspective to tie the money that we were passing through as grants to require reciprocal data provision to the group, so that when we gave money for a program, we actually guarantee that we actually get the raw data back. Now, working with John, we've started the process of having a place within data.colorado.gov that would be unique to Eagle County. We're working on the navigation, and we're collecting the data sets so that we too can benefit from the Socrata platform, but also make that data available to other state agencies or anybody that wants to get to it, so that you have this seamless experience between local and state information. One of the other things, obviously with public health, this was not one that I took. I had to go find one because I didn't take a picture on the health inspection I went on. But one of the other work areas that we do with the Department of Public Health and Environment is obviously health inspections. Okay, got it. So in the area of health inspections, there's a tool, and it's called Acela. And Acela is primarily a database tool. It's accessed through the laptop. And it allows you to be able to update, information regarding the health inspection, come up with an adjudication or the next steps of the process. It syncs, obviously, with the state database, and it's a wonderfully designed and intuitive program. But it's also on a laptop. So if anybody ever worked in a restaurant? Yeah, right. Did you ever try to carry a laptop and type in that environment? I mean, when the fryer's going and people are screaming and you're in the weeds and everything's going nuts, right? It's not the type of environment that's most conducive to using a laptop. Worse yet, when you're using a laptop, what do you have to do? Take your eyes off, look at the keyboard, make sure that you've got it. What it does in an environment when you're working at the local level and you know the business owner and you're delivering messages saying, hey, by the way, your cooler's not working correctly, so you're going to need to take all of that potential profit and you're going to have to throw it out right now by the inspections. And then they break down crying because the economy is already rough because we don't have snow, and they've been waiting for people to come in, and they're just off the airport, but there's no flights coming in with people because you're going to see them at the city market. You're taking your eyes off that person and you're becoming a bureaucracy. You're proving every single thing about government that they already believe. So we reached out to Brian Young, and based on this was a slide that I put in to show the YouTube videos, but the reason why is because we reached out to Brian Young at CDPHE, incredibly talented individual, willing to listen to user experience concerns, and he went out of his way to be able to help us seek a solution and do some pilots. We talked to him about two things in particular. One, creating a set of YouTube videos that were short that taught people how to use the system. I've got health inspectors that aren't necessarily technologists, and so while they're gotten comfortable with the system, they could be better. But they didn't have time to watch live hour-long videos. They needed short burst stuff that they could go to, watch the videos, and pick it up along the way. So he started doing that. He also talked to me about the Acela mobile application. This is something that was kind of in a downstream phase, but we talked about opening up this as a pilot so that we could start to get our health inspectors in a position where they could still work with the same database, but on a mobile device or on a tablet, where they can quickly swipe, tap, and keep their eyes working with the business, making sure that we're reassuring them, coming up with alternatives, and being able to have a much more intuitive operating tool for the environment that our health inspectors are working in. It was a remarkable experience. I'm super excited about it, and all it was a phone call. It was calling up the state agency that was responsible, talking to the person that actually runs the tool, and practicing what we all know, which is relationships are more powerful. But he was amazing, and I also threw this one in. So this is the state Google team, if you haven't worked with them. But the reason why I threw this photo in is that if this is not your experience with state government, then you are talking to the wrong people. My experience in state government is the same that it is at local government, which is there are incredibly caring, talented people that will go out of their way to listen to your experience and change it. There's a lot of them that are retired in place and don't want to change and are not going to respond. If you get that second one, you're talking to the wrong people. Call the state Google team, find out who the right person is at the agency. They will route you to the person who can respond and assist. And not to blow up your phones, but that's where you start. Just as a case in point, we're looking at some consideration of going from one level of Google to another level of Google. And we reached out to Lilo and talked about, look, when we're looking at the enterprise tool set, how did we approach it in state government that justified a jump to the enterprise level? And Lilo turned around really quickly, and it came from CDPHE, which was an analysis specifically of one of the elements that's part of the business tool set, which is the dial-in to Hangouts. And they had already done an Excel spreadsheet that did a cost comparison under different scenarios on what constituted savings versus what the existing tools were. Instantly, he was happy to be able to share that and help a local government with that technology decision. Certainly didn't have an obligation to do so, but incredibly powerful stuff. If you can reach out, I think you'll find a very receptive group at the state, particularly within IT, that will reach out and help. I just want to mention this as something where we're going next, and we're looking forward to being able to share some of this. So if you have children, you've done this search, right, online, or a broken nose, or why is blood spurting out of their double nose? And so it's really good when you do searches for medical information on Google. It's bringing up these information cards, right? And it tells you, here's what you should be worried about, here are the responses, here's where to go for help. Now, if you look up suicide, right now, there's an info card on the right-hand side that isn't as directly informational, but it does prompt you for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, and it gives you two options, to dial in or chat. I can tell you that the experience at the local level, we get a much higher response with a local recognized entity that is in the community, who understands the community, understands, let's say it's a student doing a search. Most of the kids don't intuitively know how to make nooses, so they are going online and they're doing searches on how to make a noose, or they're looking on YouTube, how do I make a noose? What we are working with Google on is how do we intercept? How do we come up with a data set of terms and be able to intercept those searches at the point in time that those searches are happening? And instead of giving the national suicide hotline, be able to geolocate the searches within an area and be able to provide specific information to tools that they recognize that are in their community that speak their language. And language is a key one there, because we have a very large service industry. We have a very large Latino population that speaks multiple dialects of Spanish. And it's not textbook Spanish. When you're looking up a noose, you're not usually looking up in the same terms that you're going to learn in your high school Spanish class. There are different variants, different dialects, and so we're collecting information from all of those different populations in the colloquial slang language to be able to share with Google and start to think about how do we do these multiple intercepts across multiple languages, geolocated, so that we can provide services at the local level better. I think it is an amazing opportunity, and we're designing it with the intent to be able to share how to do it. So that it's very similar if you were here in September 2013 when the floods happened around Boulder. We worked with the Google Crisis team. We set up the crisis map. We had the talking points from Boulder's emergency management as well as the state's emergency operations center. If you were in the Front Range at that time and you did a search for flooding or emergency or disaster assistance, it automatically brought up an info card with directions to the Google Crisis map, directions to the Disaster Assistance Center, and the talking points. What we're talking about doing now is expanding that to be able to reach out for opiate, substance abuse, suicide, suicide prevention, mental health issues, digital awareness, cyberbullying, and issues like that. So we're really excited about that. I think it's going to be something that I think we can all benefit from. So and I think that's, yep, the last little bit. I'm sure I'm already over time.
No, you got 2 minutes.
Good, all right. So I threw together just one last slide that was just kind of my whining. So simplifying the access to the data, putting it in one place, preferably, we'd love to see it in data.colorado.gov where all agency information was there, searchable and accessible, instead of these little silos across the agencies. Where possible, making it easily searchable by location. What we're directed by is geographic, and not all the data sets are set up to easily do that. If it is possible for agencies to consolidate your email and listserv registrations, that'd be great. The multiple hat thing is really rough for us to do, 27 clicks to go find out the email registration for one particular program within one agency of the array that we need to get information from. Collaboration groups. If you can look at business social networking tools, that would be great. The ability for us to reach across groups and work with not only program staff, but also state agency shadow IT, where that experiment and where that creative stuff is coming from in your agency. I think there's an opportunity here where we're not talking from local and state as well. Video trainings, huge demand for this. If you host a meeting, put it on video. We like faces. Please archive it so we can watch it later. If you do a video call, everybody who is on that call is actually registered, so you don't have to do the attendance thing. There's some etiquette that we can work through. Also, email. This is a big one, and we get it from several different agencies. We're Google, the state's Google. All of our emails encrypted. As long as there's a TLS handshake in place, that email is encrypted. I understand there are secure email systems that are specifically designed to pluck emails where that TLS handshake is not taking place. But when it's Google to Google, we're encrypted, we're fine. Stop telling people your email's not encrypted. Just from an agency perspective, that's something that we get routinely at public health from health agencies. Yeah, if you got any email questions regarding the encryption, talk to state's Google team. That's really it. Thanks.
No, it's fantastic, Brandon, to see how you and Eagle County are solving real-world problems.
a panel discussion. The panel has had the questions for some time to think about it, but I think we're also open to any ideas or thoughts folks might have. This is a really interesting panel. If you do not know these folks, first I'd like to introduce Ann Terry. Ann Terry is the Executive Director for the Special Districts Association, certainly a very unique aspect towards government. Second, I'd like to introduce Henry Sobanet. Henry is either your buddy or your enemy, depending on how you look at it.
We call him the Prince of Darkness.
Henry is the Director of the Office of State Planning and Budgeting and has lots of interesting data for us. And finally, Irv Halter. Irv, many of you know, he's the Executive Director for the Department of Local Affairs. So a lot of local government folks know Irv. Irv sits on our board, and we appreciate the great work that he does with SIPA. I think I saw Louis. There's Louis. Louis Lago is on our board as well and is this year's chair of the board. So ask Louis some interesting questions at the end of the presentation. We're going to use our Chief Information Officer for SIPA to be our moderator. So I'd like to bring up Mike Watley. He's still upright and standing. I think he's been here since about 6 o'clock this morning.
Not as long as Beth.
Beth is not upright any longer. But please welcome our panel and our moderator, Mike Watley.
Well, as Jack indicated, he introduced these guys. I'm going to give you just a little bit more of an introduction. So Irv is a current board member. Henry was a previous board member at SIPA. I'm not sure how long ago, but a while ago.
1912.
And Ann doesn't know it yet, but we'd like her to be a board member. So we're glad you're here. Thank you so much. As Jack indicated, we've shared the questions already. We have 3 questions. The format we'd like to take here today is I'll read the question to these guys. They're going to answer them however they choose to answer them. But we'd like to really save a little bit of time for you to interact with them with some questions as well. So the first question is one that all of us recognize, and that this is an election year for both state and local government, right, Irv? I know that shocked you. So what do you think the greatest challenges and opportunities for newly elected officials, both at state and local, may be?
Okay, I'll start. One, thanks for this is a great event here. It's my 3rd year coming, and I really like being on the board, working for Jack. No, Jack actually works for us. But so, you know, here's the situation, and if you're a local government person, I'm not telling you anything you know. For those that you don't, especially out in the rural areas and the smaller communities, as we've well established, Colorado's got a great economic engine. Things are coming along great. You don't how many cranes you can count in downtown Denver, and some of that has spilled over into small communities. But the fact is, and this is true not just in Colorado but across the country, in this particular recovery from a recession, smaller communities have not come back the way they normally do. And that's had a lot of other effects, and those effects really are significant. And those are things like lower tax intake. This is partly because, and I know this is Ann's favorite subject, issues regarding Gallagher and Tabor and that toxic mix in our beloved but quirky Constitution and a whole bunch of other things that Henry knows a lot about, and I've been studying him for a long time because he tells me things that I didn't know, which is a whole bunch. But I tell you that because they're reducing services. There are counties that only have 3-day-a-week services now available to customers. There are reductions in schools. A lot of schools have gone to 4-day weeks. Some of them like that, some of them don't, but a lot of them went to it initially because the finances just aren't there to keep going 5 days a week. And so there's a series of things here. So I tell you that if you are somebody that is seeking elective office or you're coming along, a lot of the things that you're facing aren't going to be easily fixable. We cannot wave a magic wand, because if we could, we would, to fix the Gallagher-Tabor issue. We're thinking about all kinds of things, but eventually it's going to take a vote of the people, and that's not going to be an easy vote. So in the interim, you know, I don't know, I'm a former military guy. One of the things they did in between World War I and World War II, the military had no money. And so the famous quote was one of the generals in about 1930 said, okay, gentlemen, we have no more funds. Now we are going to have to think. And what they did is they basically laid in place in the early 30s the war plans and the procurement plans that would lead to victory in World War II, because they knew it was coming, but they just didn't have the stuff. We are really at that point where money's not going to fix everything. And so the micro grants that we get, we're going to give out more today, things like that. Those are the things you look for leverage to use small amounts of money to really do IT work and other things that might help get you to a better position, unfortunately sometimes with less people. And of course at the state level, and we could talk about that later, a lot of things are going on regarding the different apps and things that we both work with SIPA and OIT on to try to make sure that you as citizens can get to things easier, which then affords you a situation where you don't have to have all your offices open all the time. So I would just say that the opportunity here is when you don't have a lot of money, that's when you have to think, and a lot of thinking has to do with the IT services that are available to you through SIPA and other opportunities.
Great, thanks, Herb. Anybody else?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Please. All right, well, again, thank you very much for having me. I would be honored to be on your board. Conversation for maybe over cocktails, which I'm sure you all are waiting to for as well. Years and years ago, I was just leaned over to Henry and I said, I think I lobbied this bill for the state because I used to work for this state. And the charge that you all have and the things that the users do in the world of cyber and technology is pretty dang important. However, the challenges for our newly elected, at least at the local level officials, is they're going to be drinking from a fire hose. And how do you teach them about what's important? How are you going to spend time communicating with them? Because they are now fiscally responsible for a district or a municipality or a county. They now have to figure out how to act and react in situations where they have to be a board or a body. In other words, they have to own the vote of the board. I think that two big challenges, I mean, Irv hit the number one, my biggest soapbox right now is the residential assessment ratio. And what are we going to do is the question. There is no silver bullet, no magic wand. It's going to require a lot of conversation. Henry and I were around during the C&D campaign, and that was difficult and had some success, but difficult. Some would have said impossible for a time. But that's going to be one of the biggest challenges they have. How are they going to be funded? How are they going to look for funding? If you're a fire district, property taxes are it. That's it. That's what you get. Some impact fees, but that's really small. The other piece that I think we always need to take a look at is civility. Right now, we have people reacting and acting in a way that is not civil, not the way we were brought up, not what you teach your kids. Teach your kids not to bully, and yes, we turn around and we, as a global society, use social media, or let's just call it an interactive media platform, because there's nothing really that social about it. So you've got civility issues. How do you treat each other in your community? How are you going to treat each other as an elected official? And all of you as users, I think it's important for you to be able to spend some time communicating and educating with the elected officials about what you do. And finally, and you're going to hear me say this again, is cybersecurity. Local government is rich with data. When we get hit hard. We don't have those resources yet. We don't know how to build those resources yet. And when I mean we don't know how to build them, not technology-wise, money-wise. So how are we going to be able to protect our data and our constituents' data into the future? Because it's getting worse and worse. And then my husband lives in the technology world, works at Lockheed Martin, and one of the things he said to me is that while everybody is afraid of chemical warfare, it's not going to be chemical warfare. It's going to be data, and it's going to be technology warfare. And he said, and there are things that will take us down so fast. And I don't think that he's wrong. We saw that with Atlanta. We saw that in Ohio. We've seen that here in our own state. So I think those are some big challenges that really are going to be about you all talking and communicating with your local elected officials.
Thank you, Henry.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Thanks for inviting us back this year. From where I sit, I think you know, the new cabinet for the state, as well as significant institutional memory leaving the state legislature, is now kind of a semi-permanent feature of state government. And I would highlight, in addition to the things we've heard about, one, understanding where the economy is in the context of the current expansion. It's relatively late in the expansion, and that doesn't mean it's about to end. It just means that there aren't a lot of long-tenured expansions in the post-World War II era. So some countries have had long expansions of 20 years of slow growth, and that, you know, there's a bell curve of possibilities there. So being ready for when times aren't as good as they are now, and there's a lot of recency bias. So, you know, everything's fine, it's going great, until it's not. And are you ready for that and looking ahead? The other thing that's going on is there's a lot of demographic issues that people don't understand as well as they should. The aging population is an incrementally changing thing. And so every day somebody turns 60, 65, 10,000 people turn 65. And that's been happening for about 10 years. And that's going to continue for a little bit longer. But 65 isn't as big a deal as when all those people start turning 80. And that change in society is happening slowly. And transportation system, housing systems, and decision-making around policies have to be made through that lens because it's going to affect taxes. And then third, I think I would like to echo something Ann talked about, which is just the complexity of all the systems they're coming into against the overlay of this, you know, horrible discourse. There's a famous comedian, his name's Dave Chappelle. He says the ear of the public is brittle. And I can't say anything more about that joke because it's a family event. But the point is really spot on. The conversation, the tone of the conversation has just taken discourse to progressively new lows. And so newly elected officials are going to come into a situation where it's hard to do your work. And they're probably going to come into their work completely misunderstanding the job they just got elected to because it's been described in 140 characters or rants on Facebook. And then they arrive at the office that they're working in and it's not all staffed by demons. So that disconnect is what public employees have to work with.
So kind of a related question, I'll throw this based on your responses. As career public sector employees, how do we best support incoming elected officials in that regard?
Well, we've had a lot of fun learning about the lean management system. You know, started with the Toyota production system. And we've expanded it now to almost every state department, and we have hundreds of projects and a few thousand employees who've been exposed to this now. And everything there wheels off of the concept of a customer. So internally you can have customers and externally you have customers. And customer service is a nice question to make as your guiding question. If you're in a rotten meeting and it's taking too long, ask who the customer is. It'll accelerate the meeting pretty fast. So I think treating the new people like customers and manifesting a service mindset, that's helped me as an advisor, and it's the advice I give people.
Thank you, thank you. So we've touched on this briefly, although I suspect it's going to be a central theme. So the state budget constitutional constraints, and I'm looking at you, Henry, continue to challenge Colorado government, not just state, but also local. What are the potential immediate impacts to state and local, and what's perhaps a short-term and long-term? I know Irv talked about a vote of the people. That's one avenue. Any other thoughts on that?
How long do you have, Mike?
So happy hour. Henry, you just got $1 billion this year. It's no problem.
Right.
That's what it said in the papers.
Well, there's more money this year. General fund revenue grew 13% this year. It's tremendous, and we're able to do a lot for transportation. There's a bill to shore up the para fund, and there's notwithstanding the big march on the Capitol this week, at the end of the week, there's a substantial increase in school finance. But fundamentally, our Constitution doesn't make any sense, and it's not a big government or small government issue. It's simultaneous tax cuts and spending increases, all in the same document. And so when Warren Buffett says when the tide rolls out, you can see who's been swimming naked. So the tide's in now, and there's a lot of money sloshing around. You can't really see all the problems. But school finance is fundamentally broken. It doesn't make sense for the nominal goals that people have for school funding and keeping support for schools. And then the other thing is transportation finance is broken just because it takes a vote of the people to change how we pay for transportation. Who knows what the state gas tax is?
We heard from Amy Ford this morning. It hasn't changed since, what did she say, 1981?
Great. It's 22 cents a gallon, and it hasn't changed since 1991. Who thinks the roads need work? I'm just curious. So to have the same purchasing power as 1991, you would have to have 22 cents more a gallon. Now, same question. Would you vote to tax yourself 22 cents more a gallon, every gallon? Great. The last speech I was at was a bunch of business people who hate the roads. Nobody raised their hand. So I said, isn't that interesting? You think the roads stink, but you don't want to pay the user fee. So this is, multiply that to 2.5 to 3 million voters that you have to persuade to make a change in the transportation system. The work is persuading people that the systems are broken. It's not that we hate each other. And if you can persuade the people that the systems are broken and you can trust that the fixes will go to the solutions, then you might have a chance of winning a statewide ballot issue. And that's the immediate work of the next phase of Colorado public discourse.
And I suspect that's not a single person's or organization's responsibility.
No.
All of us working together.
It's all of us working together.
Message.
In 49 other states, you can lobby your legislature.
Right.
In Colorado, you have to go do a ballot issue.
Very good, very good. So any other comments on the state budget? I know you particularly want to talk about Gallagher. And
Is it showing?
Not much.
Well,
maybe for the audience, just a brief description of what Gallagher is so they know how it's impacting particularly special districts.
So what the constraints that the state has, the local governments have as well, in terms of having to go to a vote of the people to change taxes or to increase mill levies, the things that, property taxes that fund most of the special districts in counties. And while we as a special district world and local government world do not disagree, our roads need attention, our transportation needs attention. Those are the basic services that we expect out of our state and out of our local governments. So back in 1982, and I could read a little bit about what Gallagher is, but Gallagher was an amendment to the Constitution because that's what we do in Colorado, and as a lawyer I find that really offensive, but we continue to amend the Constitution. It put together a split, a 45-55 split between residential and commercial or other properties for taxes. So it was more even across. I mean, I believe in 1982 I was in high school, but had I been an adult, I probably would have thought, well, you know, if I live in Lamar and my taxes are completely different or assessed differently than they are if I lived in Denver. So I can see why that seemed to be very amenable. Then you bring in Tabor a little less than about 10 years later, and it ties Gallagher to Tabor. And so that any time that the mill levy or that the RAR, the residential assessment rate, would go up based on oil and gas prices, it doesn't go up because Tabor holds it down. At least that's the belief of the legislature. There are actually some legal minds out there that believe that the Supreme Court might, if they looked at it, say, not so much. There's another case out there, the Huber case, that says, well, maybe we wouldn't necessarily say that you can't raise it. But right now that doesn't matter because it's not going to go up. We have increased home values, so the residential rate is going to go down. We have, last year we had pumping out of the wells, the gas, but the prices were down, which was a weird anomaly. That also made it fall from 7.9 to 7.2. Now we think it's going to fall somewhere between 6.5 to 6.1, depending on the analysis. So what happens is that your fire districts, your counties, your water districts, are going to get less money, less property taxes because of that percentage. Now, in some areas, that's not necessarily true. I mean, in all fairness, the part of Gallagher that may work is that as your values go up of your property, you pay less percentage, but it's actually more dollars. Like my property taxes went up. The assessed value rate went down, but my property taxes went up, and I live in the city and county of Denver. So I'm looking at your faces. This is a really hard conversation to have, and Irv and I were talking about this. This is not a 2-minute conversation. This is not a 30-second elevator conversation. It's really hard to get people to understand it, and Henry's absolutely right. This is going to be about educating at the local and state level and getting people out of their fear. Do you want basic services? Do you want to be able to drive on roads that don't harm your cars? Or cause accidents? Do you want bridges that hold up or are in places that make sense to have bridges? Do you want the fire district to show up at your house when there's a fire or you are having chest pains? Because that's about 85% of their calls are non-fire related calls. If you want those things, then you have to pay for them. That's why I raised my hand. I'm not opposed to paying taxes for the services that we get. Now, granted, I've lived almost my whole life working in government, and I came from a local government family. But if we want the stuff that we want our government to do, we have to be willing to pay for it. The question is, how do you pay for that, and how do you get the vote of the people to change the Constitution in a way that makes sense? Because guess what? The no campaign is super easy. Vote no on amendment, whatever you want to call it, because your taxes are going to go up. That is a 5-second explanation. And if you ask my next door neighbors, they'd be like, ooh, I don't want to pay more. But if I sat down and explained it to them, they'd be like, oh, wait, I don't know.
Irv, anything to add?
Well, the short way of describing this is everybody wants to get to heaven, nobody wants to die. And that's the problem that we have here. The other thing is, I always tell folks, so a lot of people love what DOLA does, especially out in the rural and small communities. I love what DOLA does. But I tell my folks all the time is, we, DOLA, are the very definition of a discretionary organization. We do not have to exist. We built this organization to work with small communities, to do grants through severance taxes, all that stuff. That doesn't have to exist. And I'm telling you, if we do not fix the conundrum in our Constitution, my guess is about 10 years from now, there won't be a DOLA. Or it'll be a shell of itself and it won't be doing the things it does now. And small communities who then need help building critical infrastructure so that their toilets flush and their water's clean and they have basic roads and broadband and all the other things we like, there won't be somebody at the state to do that because the money will all be sucked into the system because of the things that Henry was talking about. So I know that sounds like I'm trying to scare people. I'm not. I'm trying to, it's like throwing cold water in their face and look, if you want these basic things, you have to pay for it. And I know there's arguments about, well, we pay for lots of other things. You know, one of the things we do, Division of Housing, so we work a lot of low-income housing, but that's not a lot of state money. It's a lot more than it used to be. Most of that's federal money. But the fact is, I then challenge people to say, okay, do you think that somebody that works in your community ought to be able to afford to live in your community? And people say, well, of course. Well, I'm telling you, in a lot of places in our state, we can't. There are 280,000, 290,000 right now households who are paying 50% or more of their monthly income towards housing expenses. So basically rent, insurance, all those things. If you are fortunate like me and you have a mortgage, you know that the mortgage company throws you out the door if that number is more than 30%. And the folks that are doing this are the people at the very lowest end of the economic spectrum. I'm not trying to be a socialist here, but anybody that looks at that and thinks that that is a sustainable model for health of the middle class in this country or in this state is kidding themselves. Yet, we won't have those funds to do those kinds of things if we keep on the road that we're on. So this is, Ann, I always tell Ann, what she just said, and the other part is, how do you explain, because there's, right now, if I quizzed all of you, there's probably like 3 people in here, and it's probably us, that actually understand the full impact of Gallagher because we are dealing with it. And maybe some of your small counties do. But we have got, it's not Gallagher's evil, it's just the combination of things that we put in with Amendment 23 for education, all those things. When you put all those things together, it's countermanding orders, and we can't do that. I was a military guy. You don't give 3 different orders and expect somebody to carry it out.
Irv's a little humble. He's a retired major general. So when he says he's a military guy, I mean...
I was just a humble fighter pilot.
Yeah, okay, just
and
a
thank you
humble
for paying
firefighter.
for me to fly upside down and fast. It was great.
Right, that's right, right. So, you know, many of us in the room here are technologists, right? You guys are what we would call our customers in many senses. How would you see, technology moves at an incredible rate, as you know. How do we best support you going forward, in your opinion, from at the state level, perhaps the local level? I mean, you guys have you all have a different perspective and different sets of customers, so be interested in hearing that from you.
Yeah, so therapy begins now. Well, the bottom line is the changes in machines and all this stuff is happening very fast, and it's stimulating and it's exciting. But the core functions of most of our operations are the same, and so when we make a change, the changes I've been most experienced with now have just been, to avoid something really bad happening. So we've replaced several large systems at the state, and because we just waited too long. So new accounting system, payroll system, we switched to Gmail, like 5 years ago. The CBMS project has been, there's been academic studies about how mismanaged that was. And now it's on a better path. Yeah, I think there has to be a constant feedback loop between the users and the providers, because the job needs to be facilitated by the machine, and the machine shouldn't be the reason for spending.
Very good.
So,
Ann?
Yeah.
So I think it goes back to one of the first things that Henry said, is that you want to treat your users as your customers and your constituents as your customers. And I think that, yes, and I was part of that whole message switch thing. I mean, we fix things when they get broken, but we're not being proactive. And that's exactly what I'm talking about when we're looking at cybersecurity for the future. One of the things I thought was really interesting was there's a professor, his name is Thomas Skill at the University of Dayton. And he's coined this term, and I loved it, cyber mindfulness as a campaign to affect users' behavior. So cyber mindfulness, how do we get people to understand technology? Now, my generation and the generation in front of me usually goes, oh my God, no, I can't take one more thing. I absolutely love technology. I love that my driver's license, I can do it online. It was so easy. But how do we get everybody else to embrace that? And then how do we fund it? I mean, all this is going to come back to funding. But how do we be proactive? How do we have those conversations? And that's probably one of the most important things, is to have the conversations. Be mindful in your conversations. Know who your users are. Continue those conversations. Get the right people at the table. Get the policy makers along with those that are living and working in the technology world. And I think it was Henry, you said this as well. We have almost five generations in the workforce right now. That's a lot of different communication styles. That's a lot of different lifestyles. That's a lot of different upbringings. And we have people who only got a trophy when they won, and then we have people who got trophies for every single game they played. That changes how we act and react. It changes a team dynamic as well. And what we're finding is that with the millennials is that they are acting more as a group than everyone ever thought. They thought they might be more selfish, but they're not. They're actually acting more in a social group to benefit the whole rather than themselves. My generation is probably more of the me generation of, let's see how I can, be number one to benefit me. So knowing how to communicate among the generations within those that are digital natives and those that are not, along with trying to figure out what's going to be best for us. Because as Henry pointed out, and we've all lived this, we can't live from one break to the next, or one piece of technology that is a little bit behind the curve to the next. But it is so expensive, and that's what's really hard to get through to our policymakers and to our taxpayers, because we want roads, we want schools, we want the ability to turn our water on, we want the ability to have people show up when we dial 911. But we also, who gets mad when their internet goes down? Who gets mad when they can't get online, or something happens in terms of, they're writing a document and all of a sudden it disappears? That actually happened to one of my staff today, and he said, is this a computer insured? I said, it's not worth being insured. And he said, are you sure? I said, oh, yeah. He's like, okay, if I throw it? I go, well, you still have to pay for it. It's just not insured. So that's sort of my soapbox on that, is communication is absolutely key.
Well, that resonates with what we had on our local government IT director panel this afternoon. Scott, in fact, said, you know, you have to be really good at service delivery on the basics, right, the fundamentals. So good point. So we have about 10 minutes left, and I don't want to cut you off.
No, I'm good.
I'd like to open it up to the group if any of you have a particular question. If you do, please state your name and where you're from. And
thank you. My name's Tom Flower. I'm a newly elected county commissioner in Custer County. So when we talk about newly elected officials, I've been on the job about 6 months. I want to extend a quick thank you to DOLA. We were the recipients of $1 million broadband grant, and we're very excited about that.
Don't screw it up.
No. If it gets screwed up, I had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
But I just want to ask a couple of questions, because you hit on something that I think every county commissioner, at least in small rural counties, need to be concerned about if we're not. I'm a retired school teacher, so you know we got to keep pushing on the whole para thing. No question about that. I don't mean to sound sarcastic, but I want to ask you a question, probably to anybody, because I'm new to government. When was the last time that the citizens of Colorado voted to do anything with Gallagher and Tabor, either to get rid of it or to rebuild it? I've sensed as a taxpayer there's a lot of hand-wringing about that, but I don't remember voting to get rid of the damn thing. So that's one question, and then the other question is, this RAR, man, when are we going to know if it's 7.2 or 6.1? Is that going to be in the fall when we have an election?
Yeah.
So those are my questions. Thank you.
I can answer your second question. I'll leave the experts in the state to talk about when we've last tried to do anything about our current conundrum. So we own the property tax administrator works for me, Joanne Groff. She's awesome. She educates all of us on these issues all the time. We probably will have the first look in the early to late fall. That's when we get the first look out of Ledge Council. And then the one that usually counts is the one that Joanne's team works out the first couple of months of the of 2019, so that by spring of 2019 we'll know what the number is. If we make no action to change it, and there are some things that are going on in the legislature now, we'll see what happens with that. But if we make, to delay it, and there's some thought, hey, just put it on hold for at least a couple years, which we can do as long as we intend to fix it, because if we don't, we're just going to fall off a bigger cliff later on. That's when we'll know what the number is. Generally, though, I can tell you right now, because Joanne works with me, absent any major change in how things are based on what we know from the assessors and stuff, because that comes ground up to her. They do calculations to make it come out, and then they tell you what the number is. 6.1 is probably very close to what the number is going to be, and that's, you know, as a percentage increase, that's like 13 or 14% increase.
What years are those?
And so what would happen then is that would be announced then, it would kick in 2020. So you would have until then. But, you know, again, the longer we wait to address these things, the longer it's going to be. I do believe there's probably going to be some interim committee or something over the summer. I think there's some thought about that. Henry, I don't know if you know where they're at on that. But I was talking to a legislator who's thinking about doing that. But the fact is, the longer we wait, then the number keeps rolling. That's part of the issue.
Part of the answer to that question, and then Henry can definitely answer the question about the last time we touched Tabor, is there may be a bill that will come out that would extend the time frame in which the residential assessment ratio is taken, so extending it by 2 years. And as Irv said, that could be quite the cliff if we don't fix it. Or it could say that every 4 years it will be assessed. I don't think that's really the popular thought on this one. But at the same time, there is a legislator, and I think it is Representative Rankin, and it's already out in the public domain, wants to convene an interim legislative committee made up of legislators that will then have presentations and participation by residents and experts such as the county commissioners and the special districts and the state as to what could be done. So continuing that conversation. That's great. It's an election year. I don't hold a lot of hope for interim committees to meet in a very mindful way during the election year, especially when the primaries are in June. So I'm not saying that it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that that's the realistic thing about it. So.
Congrats on your victory. And so Tabor passed in 1992. There was a major statewide ballot issue regarding it in 2005 called Referendum C. My therapist says I'll get over it. I worked for Governor Owens back then, and that was just to keep existing taxes that we had already cut, the income tax rate and the sales tax rate, and not have the cap for the state budget to drop with the recession from 2001. Just keep the money that you have. And that was a political bloodbath, and the tale of it continues today in Republican politics, and that passed 51-49. There was in 2004, there was a measure to freeze the residential assessment rate at 8%, and that failed 80-20. Amendment 23 was a debrucing technically of Tabor, and that wasn't really a great debrucing because it put the biggest budget we have on autopilot spending in the Constitution. In 2004, the state raised tobacco taxes. The marijuana taxes are new taxes. Governor Hickenlooper championed a major reform of school finance and an income tax increase for schools. In 2013, called Amendment 66, that failed 67-33. So you've never voted to repeal Tabor because no one's ever going to touch it. Because what's really at issue now is where should the limit be, and then the right to vote on taxes. There was a Democratic gubernatorial candidate debate on TV the other night. I know you all sat up and watched it. But, you know, nerds like me did. And the question was, what are you going to do about Tabor? And the answer was nothing. We'll monkey with the limits, but not the right to vote on taxes. So I don't know if that answers your question, but Referendum C was a big deal with respect to Tabor. And tobacco taxes, marijuana taxes have been raised by the people.
Gubernatorial candidate at the Republican State Assembly, and says he'll fall on the sword to protect Tabor and Gallagher, and it's choking.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and if Tabor is such a good idea, why after 25 years has no other state ever adopted it? Not one. Even very much more conservative states than our state. But it is what it is, and I agree with Henry. I don't know how you get out of this. I mean, the thing if we could figure out the spending part, at least keep the money that you get and not have these caps that we keep putting on, that would make a big difference. But I think the chance, at least the sense of talking to people, of saying we are going to give up the right of citizens to decide how much we get taxed is just not likely to go away.
And what we're saying at the Special District Association and our policymakers is that we will fall and die on the sword to figure out the answer to Gallagher. We may die there, but we're not going to give up. And we may go to the vote of the people and we may lose. But it can't be just one entity doing it. It can't just be the schools. It can't just be business. It's going to take a combination. And much as Henry said, C was very much like that. It was a public-private partnership to change the Constitution for that timeout period. I know I just paraphrased your hard work. But we all worked. I worked at the state then, and a part of our charge was to work on that and to try to get it to pass. So it's not something that's ever going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to take a lot of education and a lot of folks to shift their mind from this is raising taxes. It's a change in tax policy, which of course requires a vote of the people under Tabor.
Your question is basically the main question in public finance in Colorado and political economy in Colorado all the time and at all the different levels. And so my reaction to it is can you find ways to persuade people it's systems and not that we hate each other? Yeah, so.
Henry, I used to think you had the hardest job in state government. Now I'm convinced all three of you have the hardest jobs. Yeah, right. So, any other questions for our esteemed panel? Yes, Scott.
Now there's a sense of urgency, from everybody because a lot lower taxes are going to be collected because the property values are going to go down against the lower rate. what's going to happen?
What's going to... You want me to
No, cats and dogs living together.
What's going to happen is the same thing the last time we had a downturn. You're going to see budget cuts. You're going to see people try to raise fees. You're going to see tax credits and exemptions get a vigorous debate on being repealed or not. The question is will people rise above the panic of the drop to, change the systems? It may well be that the next downturn is what it takes for all the warts and stuff to become apparent and more obvious, and maybe we're not as much at odds with each other as before. So there could be a silver lining in it, but you can lay the odds on that.
Well, everybody feel good about everything they've heard today?
So let's close on a high note, though. I don't get to see that many other states, but we do get surveys and we go to conferences and so forth. Colorado government, even though there's so many levels of it, compared with other states, I will say our systems are fairly clean. The level of corruption seems to be pretty low, and that's when you see something nefarious, it makes a lot of news because it's typically pretty rare. When we go out and we meet our colleagues in other state departments, I'm typically usually pretty humbled by what they have to do every day. We've had a lot of issues with Department of Corrections, for example, this year. And, what they have to do on a daily basis, if I go home and say I had a bad day, maybe not. Yeah. I think a lot of our systems in Colorado are good. A lot of our political culture is good. And a lot of our problems are American problems. They're not just unique here. So we have to find kind of our own way around it. But I find, like, compared with these scandalous stories in other governments that come across the wire, it seems like we're a little bit ahead of the game on that.
Yeah. I am completely humbled and honored to be able to work in local government, and I think Henry's exactly correct, we have a pretty clean state. And when I grew up in the Midwest, I grew up close to Chicago, so enough said there. But when I came out here 24 years ago, I was so amazed at what great conversations were happening across the aisle and between ages and genders. It was pretty amazing. So it's a pretty great place to live. And preserving what we have to live is probably our biggest goal, our biggest obstacle, and also our biggest challenge. And probably something that I think everyone probably looks at us and says, "Oh God, I wish I lived in Colorado." I'm like, "Well, you can't." Yeah. So
But that's what you tell. That's what we tell them. I close the door behind me. I just want to. I got to add to here. So unlike these two who have seen the whole history and been part of my teachings, because I didn't really know much about Colorado government until the governor called me 3 years ago and said, "Hey, I got an idea." But when people ask me what I've learned, one, the relationships we have, even with the legislature, set aside the political stuff you see publicly, I have great relationships with all the legislators I know, both parties, and they really are good people that are trying hard. It doesn't mean I always agree with them, but they generally are trying very hard. And then with local governments, I ran for Congress a few years ago as a Democrat, and then I was explaining to my old campaign media guy a couple months ago. He said, "What do you do again?" And I was telling him, and he looked at me, he said, "Irv, so most of your communities are out in the western part of the state, the eastern part of the state, not in Denver area." So that's correct. So you're working with, and I finished the sentence, yeah, Republicans. And he said, "How's that work?" I said, it never gets mentioned. We dig each other and laugh about something, and we get stuff done together. It's a wonderful, wonderful system, and you should be very proud to be a part of it, because that stuff doesn't matter in the day-to-day work that we get to do, and that's, I think, a great strength of this state. And so I do think there are good news. We just got to tackle some hard things, and I love Henry's thing. It's not about political philosophy and stuff. It's about a system that we put together haphazardly. Nobody was a bad person. It was all well meant. But now we're facing some things that we got to fix. And if we can fix those things, there's no end in sight for how great this state's going to be.
Well, we're out of time. We much appreciate your passion and your wisdom and commitment to public service. Thank you for being here yet again. Just a couple of announcements. So you've made it to the end. The reception is down the hall of the rotunda. That's where the adult beverages are, and the hors d'oeuvres, and the micro grant awards, and the giveaways. So I would run right down there. Okay? Thank you very much.